Here's a brief overview before we dive into the story. Seaman, a talented young mage, dreams of a bright future with Katarina and proposes to her. However, his life takes a dark turn when the Elder of the Magic Tower steals his groundbreaking thesis and takes Katarina away, leading to her tragic death. Devastated by grief and consumed by rage, Seaman resorts to forbidden black magic to escape imprisonment. He summons powerful golems to destroy the Magic Tower, vowing to reshape the world. Yet, his rebellion is brought to an end when he is slain by the hero. 500 years later, Seaman is reincarnated as a descendant of that very hero. With a renewed determination, he vows once again to change the world. The manhwa starts with a man asking a woman named Katarina if she knows that Tillman Castle, the one we see off in the distance, has not fallen to any enemies ever once over the span of 200 years. We learn the man's name is Seaman, and she asks what he's suddenly talking about, saying they need to get out of here. They're not supposed to be in this place to begin with. He tells her it's okay, as no one will be here right now, and she tries to tell him that she needs to go finish her cleaning duties. He says that it won't take too long, and he really wanted to show her the scenery from this place as it looks especially amazing at this time of day. She asks why it matters if it looks amazing, saying it's just the land of the nobles, which they can't live in. Seaman then tells her that he might actually be able to buy a house there, as he's going to get promoted to an intermediate mage this time around. He wrote a thesis on a new golem, and his seniors really liked it. They said if the elder acknowledges it as well, then he'll likely promote him. While it won't be a big house, it should be big enough that the two of them can live comfortably in. We see her surprised by that, and then he asks her to marry him. He says that she suffered a lot for his sake this entire time, and starting now he'll make her the happiest person in the world. She then gets a bit playful and says that before he says anything like that, he should probably become an intermediate mage first. He calls her mean, and she laughs, saying that she's just kidding and that she wasn't expecting that such a day would come for them. As she starts to lean on his shoulder, Seaman says that he thought they could truly be happy because he worked really hard for their happiness. But then the harsh reality kicks in as the elder actually took credit for his golem work. Another man says that the thesis he wrote will change the world. The elder is talking to a duke and says that's all too flattering, and this is all thanks to his unreserved investment. Seaman's hearing all of his credit being stolen and starts to tune them out, but he's actually feeling anger, and he says that his beliefs were wrong. Even if he works hard for the rest of his life, he'll never truly be given credit, and he'll just keep rotting away. The duke then asks the elder what about the request he made, and the elder says he hasn't forgotten about that and asks the duke if he's really fine with her since she's just a woman of lowly birth. As some guards enter the room, Seaman turns, seeing them bringing in Katarina forcefully into the room. We see they actually roughed her up a bit, and she's very scared. Seaman's surprised as he didn't expect to see her here at all. He watches as they take her up to the duke, and Seaman starts to lose it, saying he's tired of them walking all over. The duke said he heard she was pretty famous for her looks, and it's just as he expected. The elder says if she wasn't of lowly birth, she would have lived a vastly different life. Seaman starts to get pissed, saying that everything he had lived desperately to protect is being taken, and he asks how they can live with themselves so carefree when they are constantly destroying those around them. As we see him preparing some kind of magic attack with tears in his eyes, he starts to run at the two of them, telling them that he will not let them take Katarina from him. The elder starts to get annoyed while releasing lightning magic, calling him a brat, asking if he really doesn't know his place, saying he's nothing but trash as he strikes him down with the lightning. Seaman's glasses then break as he starts to fall over. Katarina starts to cry and scream, begging for him to get back up, and all he can do is stretch his hand out as she is being taken away from him. It goes black and then jumps to after some time skip as we see Seaman on his knees, looking devastated inside of a prison cell. The only thing accompanying him are some rats, and his eyes look void of life. He says there was nothing he could do. He picks up one of the rats, causing it to start freaking out. We see he's even been marking his days in the cell as well. One of the guards then pokes him with a spear, and they laugh, saying it looks like he is trying to eat that mouse. They said they should just leave him be, as even a mage of the Magic Tower is worth nothing in this state. They even start mocking him, saying if he just helps them summon the golem, they would release him immediately. Of course, Seaman doesn't reply, and they ask if he's even listening. The other one says he went completely crazy after the woman died. They decide to leave him alone and start discussing her death, informing us that Katarina committed suicide so she would protect her purity from the Duke as she was sold off to him. They say it's a shame as she was too pretty to die, and Seaman puts his thumb up to his mouth, biting his nail and pulling it off to the point where blood starts to spill out, and he apologizes to Katarina for letting such things happen to her. As the guards are walking back, they notice the mouse acting up, and they say it's as if they're waiting for something because they're all looking up in anticipation. The other guard immediately realizes something is off, and he gets the other guard to stab one of them. As soon as he does, we see a magic circle on one of the mouse's bellies. They now understand what's going on, and that this is bad because these are the mice from Seaman's cage, who we see using his blood to start drawing something on the floor. He says he was just too weak to begin with, which he will change from now on. The guards quickly run over, telling him to stop what he's doing, and Seaman says that he refuses to stop, as this is just the start. As his magic circle is now complete, he puts his palm on top of it, starting to absorb the life energy of the rats around him. Seaman says if only he had been stronger from the start, he never would have lost Katarina. Each one of the rats in their respective circles starts sacrificing themselves as the aura pools in the middle. An explosion soon follows as Seaman is now free from his prison cell. And we see he actually has a giant golem behind him now, which is what he based his thesis on that the Elder stole from him. Seaman looks over at the guards, saying that was the same face that Katarina made, as we see them stricken with absolute fear looking up at the golem. Seaman says that he tried thinking of reasons for him to still be alive, but now he understands what it is, as his golem swipes away at the guards, killing them, then explodes out of the wall. Seaman says that it's all because he needs to take revenge on the world where the two of them couldn't live a happy life together. As now, he has even more golems wreaking havoc in the Mage Tower. As he's walking through the destruction, he tells Katarina there's no need to worry, as he won't be weak anymore. He'll obtain any power that he can get his hands on, regardless of what it costs. He will make sure that he changes everything. Bro has some serious crazy eyes. We then see the Elder's lightning magic, as he is currently in combat. As the shadow begins to loom over him, it is none other than Seaman riding the golem he made in prison. The Elder asks if he's out of his mind, asking why he would dare use black magic. Since he's one who serves God, why would he side with the demons? Seaman gives him a cold, icy stare, asking what any of that matters anymore. The Duke then also starts to run away, begging for him to spare him as he's someone who can make him the master of this place. And if he spares his life, he'll do anything he wants. Seaman stretches his hand out, saying that he does not have the power he thinks he does, as he smites him down. He says that you can't bring back someone who's dead. He tells Katarina that this world that screwed them over will suffer his wrath all for the sake of her. Then it jumps sometime later to a man being knighted by the king, and we learn he is the hero named Locken. The king begs that he save the world from the darkness, as it has now been some time since Seaman's rampage began, and he has been given the title of Demon King. He is trampling over all of their territories, slaughtering innocent lives, and he has already destroyed 2 kingdoms and 1 dukedom. The fate of the world all lies solely in the hands of Locken, the hero. So he pleads with him once more to eradicate the Demon King and save the world. As we see their banners high in the sky, Locken looks at his sword, raises it, and starts to give them a speech, saying, "Brave warriors of the divine Artania Empire. The brilliant light of their empire has lost its power, and the giant shadow the Demon King has cast is swelling up the Lodasia continent. However, they will not sit down, for the sake of their families and for the sake of the world. Today they will get rid of the Demon King and become the last hope that protects this world." We get a flashback of Katarina asking Seaman if he heard the news, asking how it makes sense to cut off a child's hand just for stealing bread. Seaman tries to tell her that she's speaking too loud and someone might overhear her. She says that the nobles can only give such harsh punishments so easily because they never have to worry about going hungry, asking why such a child needs to be punished so unreasonably just because of the social class he was born into. She has a sad look on her face, saying that even they weren't born in this position because they wanted to be either. Seaman looks at her full of hope and says perhaps a day will come when social status no longer matters and they can all live equal and free. She says his name, saying that a day like that won't come just by waiting for it. He asks what she wants him to do, and she says they have to be the change they want to see in the world. Otherwise, the children they'll raise later will go through the same things. His books fall to the ground as he starts to get embarrassed, asking what she means about the children they'll raise, saying they haven't even gotten married yet. She says that wasn't the important part of the message, but says they're going to get married anyway. Seaman starts to get really panicked and says that they will, but he's not ready yet. And she asks if he's going to or not. He says of course he will. She sighs and calls him terrible. She's back to being playful, saying that he's so shy and she's probably the only person who would even marry him. The flashback ends showing us his Demon King castle as he's standing before it. He calls out to Katarina, saying soon all of this will be over. It took a long time, but the world they wanted so badly will soon be a reality. As we see Locken's army in front of him, the soldiers all start to slowly advance their march, and we see them with expressions of dread. Locken then calls out to Seaman, saying that the entire world has been filled with suffering, and he swears in the name of God and justice that all of his evil deeds shall be judged today. Seaman chuckles at first, and then breaks into full-blown laughter that can be heard across the entire field. He asks if Locken really plans to judge him with God and justice, asking if he really thinks he would fear some false god and their hypocritical sense of justice to begin with. Locken tells him that he will make sure of it, as countless heroes of the Empire stand with him to bring judgment down upon him, and today they shall take down the demon and protect their world. As he leads in his troops, he yells charge, as they all start to fall in right behind him. As they start to get close to him, Seaman asks who they are to judge him, saying that he is the one who shall be the judge. The day he lost Katarina, justice died. As he slams his staff into the ground, creating a magic circle beneath it, as if time is frozen for the soldiers charging at him. Seaman says that he no longer believes in such illusions, and that he'll show them the one thing he does believe in. All of the soldiers lose control of their bodies, as we see their life force getting completely devoured by the power within Seaman's ritual, the same way he summoned the golems before, pretty much deleting the soldiers. The golems then rise up from the energy of their corpses and let out a roar that causes Locken to put up his guard. Seaman then smirks at him, telling him to look, saying this is the day true justice is born. And he tells Locken to cast away his deceptive faith, as today marks the beginning of a new era, one ruled by him, where he shall lay waste to all of the nobility in this world. As he has amassed an army of golems, one of them raises its fist into the air. We see it grab a fistful of soldiers, squeezing them into a human lemonade. The other soldiers, watching their comrades get squished, start to panic but realize there's no future if they back down here. Seaman's eyes look a little bit sad, and he calls them fools, saying they're nothing but garbage. They have nothing more than their social status to cling to if they're trying to resist real power. But he does not plan to spare them, as he will make sure they are all eradicated. From this moment on, we see Locken readying himself to dash in, calling out to Seaman, saying that he's unforgivable. A yellow aura imbues his blade as he leaps through the air, slicing through one of the golems and instantly destroying it. Seaman is surprised that he took it out with a single strike and says this must be the reason that he couldn't take down the Livia kingdom, no matter how many golems he sent. It must have all been because of Locken. Seaman looks at him with disgusted eyes, but Locken's look like he's only doing what needs to be done. Seaman declares that he will make sure Locken dies today, and an all-out war ensues between Seaman and Locken, with their respective soldiers being golems and humans. The battlefield then grows eerily quiet as broken weapons litter the ground and blood stains the earth. Now, only Seaman and one of his golems remain, while Locken, completely gassed out, props himself up against his sword. Locken looks up at Seaman, saying he's going to put an end to this. Behind Seaman, the golem begins to crumble and fall apart. Seaman calls out to Locken as Locken raises his blade. Seaman tells him that he does not understand how rotten the world is and, through tears and a glare full of regret, says that if it weren't for him, he would have started everything anew after cleansing the world. Seaman curses Locken and declares that his entire bloodline will spend their lives in suffering. As his tears slowly turn into tears of blood, Locken tightens his grip on his blade and swings it one final time, channeling all his remaining aura. The swing cuts off Seaman's head and obliterates the remaining pieces of the golem behind him. As Seaman's head floats through the air, he recalls Katarina. He remembers her saying that when he smiles like this and is with her, all her worries wash away. She tells him these are the moments she's at her absolute happiest as she stands on her tiptoes, holding his face, kissing him, and saying she loves him. These are the moments Seaman thinks of in death. But suddenly, he jolts awake, immediately clutching his throat and asking if it was all a dream. Feeling his head still attached to his neck, he wipes sweat from his brow with his forearm, muttering about a crazy headache. He notices no wounds on his hand and wonders what is going on. As he takes in his unfamiliar surroundings, he speculates he might be in a foreign country. He questions how he's alive, dismissing the idea of black magic, since even that couldn't bring someone back to life, something he would have done already if it were possible. His shock deepens when he sees a familiar knight's portrait on the wall. It's none other than Locken. Seaman demands to know why the portrait is there. At that moment, a butler enters, addressing Seaman as young lord, and expressing relief that he's finally awake. The butler hugs him, saying he thought they had lost the last of Locken's bloodline since Seaman didn't wake for 2 weeks. Seaman, confused, asks what he means by young lord and who the butler is. The butler, panicking, asks if Seaman truly doesn't recognize him and falls to his knees, blaming himself for not taking better care of him. He tearfully explains that Seaman might be experiencing temporary memory loss due to the accident and begins to recount basic information to jog his memory. The butler tells him that he is Luke D. Lochan, the successor to the Lochan Viscounty of the Baroque Empire and a descendant of the great hero Lochan. Seaman, shocked, mutters that this means he died 500 years ago and is now his enemy's descendant, living almost half a millennium after his death. Sweating nervously, Seaman bolts from the room, ignoring the butler's protest that he shouldn't be moving around in his condition. Seaman mutters that it doesn't make sense, slamming open the door and stepping out onto a balcony. He yells in disbelief, but what he sees stuns him, a giant, towering golem-like machine clad in intricate armor. Seaman stumbles, asking if it's real, realizing that if this exists, then everything the butler said is true. Looking at how intricate it is, he can tell that the weapon is far more advanced than golem magic. Magic that he could have only imagined is now standing before him. The butler calls out to him, and Seaman asks what his name is. He says his name is Hans, and he is his personal servant. Seaman then asks Hans what exactly he's looking at, and Hans says the thing is called a Gigant. It is a bipedal humanoid weapon. Seaman asks if it's made using golem magic, and Hans says that he's half right, because a Gigant is made through scientific hex tech within the League and paired with magic due to the advances in technology. Unlike golems, which are controlled from afar, Gigants are driven by a pilot who remains inside of them. Seaman finds it hard to believe that a person goes into it, and Hans says that is truly the case. Seaman starts to think about it, saying that it requires a lot of advanced technology for someone to pilot it, but if Hans is telling him the truth, it is truly an amazing weapon. This means you're safe from external threats in battle and can even react quicker to events when compared to golems that you control from afar. It addresses all the problems he had with his golems in the past. Hans is just surprised that Seaman seems so interested. Then, Seaman starts to walk back to his room. Hans calls out to him, and Seaman stops moving, saying, if it really exists, that means 500 years have truly passed. He wonders why he had to be born as a descendant of his enemy. We hear them running around the house as Hans continuously yells his name. Seaman is chugging alcohol, and Hans tells him that he can't push himself. We see him standing on top of his desk, chugging it. Seaman wipes his mouth, looking down at Hans, and says that he's a descendant of Lochan. Hans says yes, asking why it matters. Seaman then asks, what's the big deal? I should be healthier than most people. He then starts to feel a sharp pain and drops to his knees, making Hans worried. Seaman starts to gasp for air. Hans says he tried to warn him and that he needs to be careful because of the curse. Seaman asks what curse he's talking about, and Hans says he somewhat expected it, but that he really doesn't remember anything. Seaman tells him to go ahead and spit it out. He starts to rant, and Seaman tells him just to get to the point. Hans says that Lord Lochan was praised for his efforts in saving the world, but he soon passed away due to the Demon Lord's curse. Seaman wonders what he is talking about, asking if he really did that. He recalls him saying that his entire bloodline shall spend their lives in suffering, and he wonders if that's what he means. But it was only something he said because he got pissed, and now he finds it embarrassing. He can't believe they thought it to be true. It jumps to the story being told again. How 500 years ago, the peaceful world faced a danger capable of wiping it out, aka Seaman, the Demon Lord. His dark magic could spawn golems that were more powerful than an army, and he wiped out countless soldiers with a flick of his hand. Just like that, it seemed like the Demon Lord would take over the world. But thanks to the righteous warrior Lochan, the world found its peace again. However, the Demon Lord cast a curse on him right before he died, which caused the warrior and his entire bloodline to die a painful death at a young age. Seaman closes the book and sighs, saying they just really spun it however they wanted. He didn't even cast a curse in the first place, asking if they really believe a curse can last that long to begin with. He then thinks about it but says it is his fault for losing and wonders why he had to be born as a member of Lochan's family in the first place, saying it feels like he was the one who got cursed here. He then starts to grab another book and then even another one, saying that since this is a second chance for him, he can't face Katarina like this. This rotten world existed for another 500 years, so he can't imagine how much more corrupted it is now. Because no matter how much time has passed, he's sure not all of his followers were wiped out. He needs to learn more about this era for now, because if he can reunite with his followers, he'll really change the world this time around. Next day, we see the Gigant is still outside the house. The scene shifts to Seaman's room upstairs, where he puts another book down. He's once again chugging alcohol, muttering that there's no way he's going to be able to find his followers. Putting his lack of followers aside, Seaman laments how people have almost forgotten about him entirely. He says it's too much. Even after 500 years, there's not even a trace of his existence. On top of that, his body has no mana or stamina. He asks himself what he can even do with such a body. As he begins to walk, he twists his ankle and falls face first to the ground. In frustration, he asks what he's even meant to do. Clenching his fist in regret, he calls out to Katarina, asking if he's doomed to achieve nothing in this life. He only ever wanted to create a world where everyone was equal and content. Suddenly, Seaman hears a man yelling for the young master, which surprises him. He sees the door open and wonders what's going on with all the noise. Heading outside to the balcony, he hears a man demanding how long the young master is going to avoid them. The man informs Hans and everyone else gathered that he and the other merchants won't back down until they've had an audience with the young master. The man introduces himself as Darren, the branch master of the Alon Merchant Association. Seaman laughs to himself, remarking that Locken's descendants sure have it rough. Darren tells him that it's about the 30,000 pesos Seaman borrowed last year to develop a mine and has since avoided repaying. Darren asks if Seaman ever intended to repay it, exclaiming that he can't live like this anymore. Hans tries to intervene, saying the young master needs rest due to his condition, and they'll figure out how to repay the debt another way. Darren refuses, insisting that the young master must address the matter himself. The situation grows tense as Darren observes Hans and the others' anxious expressions. He concludes that Seaman likely can't repay the debt right now. However, Darren offers a solution. Why not hand over the Gigant in their house instead? He claims it's probably not even worth 30,000 pesos since it's secondhand, so he's giving them a great deal. One of the men present yells, saying that's impossible. They only have 3 Gigants in the entire household, which are essential for defending their territory. The Knight Commander, Rogers, speaks up, declaring that he won't allow it. He says they'll have to kill him before taking the Gigant because it's crucial to their defense. Hans urges Rogers to relax, and the accountant, Dixon, suggests they temporarily raise taxes instead. Hans sighs, asking if Dixon knows how dire the people's situation is, as they can't afford to take what little they have left. Dixon insists the only solution is to hand over the Gigant. Rogers yells again, repeating that it's impossible. Seaman starts to laugh, saying, "This is such a good household." Locken would be rolling in his grave. Darren tells everybody to relax, saying he wants to seize that Gigant in the manor, but he doesn't want people to think of him as the type who takes from the great hero's house. He starts to point towards the Gigant, asking if he can just leave with it. Rogers asks if he's joking, saying, "I already told you." But Darren says he's probably misunderstanding him, as he's not talking about the Gigant, but rather the magic tower directly behind it. They're all surprised by this, and Rogers says the magic tower is a better choice than the Gigant. Even Hans says, nobody goes there anymore. Dixon says they had some income from it as a tourist attraction before, but now it's useless. Seaman asks what he means as he starts to look over at it. He completely recognizes it as his magic tower and can't believe that Locken built his house right where he killed him. Seaman says that 500 years ago, where the tower is currently situated, is where he used to live with Katarina. It was an old and worn-down house, but it was still theirs. In the end, it was where he made a lot of good memories. To them, it was a cozy resting place where they had dreams together. We hear Darren saying that the land around the Demon Tower has crossed into the territory of his company, but Seaman is just pissed, asking, how dare they go after that place? Darren continues, telling them not to worry, saying that with his company's diverse capabilities, they'll be able to make it into a popular tourist spot, which will also greatly enhance the economy of this region. He starts laughing. Dixon asks where to sign, but both Hans and Rogers seem skeptical. Then the door slams open, startling all 3 of them, as Seaman starts to walk out, hella pissed. Hans asks if it's okay for him to walk, and Seaman glares at him, telling him to step aside. Darren then says it was hard to meet him, asking if he's already recovered, and says his company will oversee the management of the Demon Tower. Seaman asks if he only knows how to yap, and if he even knows what kind of place it is that he's trying to get. We see he's completely pissed. He continues glaring at Darren, asking, how dare you try to take control of what I own? Darren and his men start to get a little anxious, wondering why he's so fierce, as he's way too different from what they've heard. Darren goes to explain himself, but Seaman calls him a con man, telling him to shut up, saying that after taking the land that stands at the center of his territory, not far from the main estate, he intends to expand his influence and authority under the guise of developing the area. We see Darren is physically surprised by this, and Seaman asks if he got it wrong. Darren immediately panics and tries to cover it up, saying, "That's too far-fetched." But Seaman calls him pathetic, saying that they can't even sell secondhand weapons, and he's even trying to take over their territory. He says, "In terms of incompetent people, I hate guys like you who are completely evil on the inside." Darren says he can't let him have the upper hand here, and in times like this, he needs to give an even stronger response. He yells, saying that the Locken household is unable to repay its debt, and that's why he was trying to be considerate of him and came up with a proposition. His company has to get its money back somehow, asking if he's wrong. Seaman asks him why he thinks they aren't going to repay their debt, saying that he'll do it in 10 days, and they'll repay everything, including the interest. Then he yells, telling him to get the hell out of his sight, while releasing some serious killing intent towards Darren and his men, leaving them stun-locked by it. One of them hiccups out of fear, and Darren and his crew get on their wagon and leave. Darren tells him that he can't wait for him to try to put his money where his mouth is. Seaman says, "These dudes all act the same," and Rogers is just surprised he's standing. Rogers calls out to him, saying he can't believe what he just said to him. Seaman asks what's wrong, and Dixon, Hans, and Rogers all instantly salute him, saying they are so touched by his statement, and we see them crying. Hans says that he's so insightful that he saw through their plans immediately. Roger says seeing him get angry to protect his ancestors and their honor was amazing. Seaman just asks what they're talking about, and Roger says he didn't realize he took such pride in the household. He saw how that merchant bastard couldn't do a thing because of his fierce response, and at the time, he saw the image of the hero Locken within him. Seaman just retorts that they're comparing him to Locken, saying, "I'm definitely going to turn into the Demon King again at this rate." Hans then says he has a question, asking how he intends to repay the debts. Seaman says, "That depends on how much 30,000 peso is truly worth." Hans says, "You can buy 10,000 sacks of wheat with that money, and it costs as much as a single unit of the new warrior class Gigant. Right now, we don't have enough collateral to borrow money from a bank or other measures." Hans asks him if he has a solution. Seaman says, "That doesn't really help me, and if that's all you have to say, then stand aside. I'll repay the debt in my own way, and you can just sit back and relax." Seaman starts to go through the house, looking at the assets, seeing them empty, seeing that the house is falling apart, and their food situation is really bad. Back in his office, Seaman throws some papers into the air, asking, "Is this not the same household that killed the Demon King? And if that's the case, why the hell is there nothing here?" He asks Hans if he stole it all with the others. Hans says no. "Why would I even think of such a thing? You'll understand if you look at the genealogy." Seaman asks why he would need to see something like that, and Hans explains that after Hero Locken killed the Demon King, he was bestowed the title of a Marquis and built his territory within the south of the Lydia Kingdom. Seaman tells him to get to the point. Duke Baroque incited a rebellion against the Livia Kingdom, and Viscount Locken fought him because he couldn't stand the injustice being committed. However, the Viscount, who had been under the curse of the Demon King, suffered a crushing defeat. After that, his title was revoked, and he was exiled to the borders, where he passed away due to the rapid deterioration of his health. Seaman says that makes it seem like Locken didn't want to live by his tower, and he was forced here. Seaman says besides all of this, the financial situation is so bad, asking how it's been sustained for 500 years. Hans looks worried, saying that there's a reason for that. It's because his ancestors hoped for them to regain their former glory. Seaman asks what he means, and Hans tells him for the sake of making a comeback, his ancestors would do anything, even if it meant using all the assets, authority, and everything they possessed. They wanted to recover the reputation of this household, but due to the generational curse passed on through its members, no matter how hard they worked, their efforts were ultimately in vain. This was how the household, once home to the hero who saved the world, met its downfall. He's not sure if Seaman remembers this, but the reason he lost consciousness for more than half a month was due to a Gigant incident. He was working tirelessly to restore the household's reputation, and he wanted to prove that he had the qualities of a hero and pushed himself too hard. Seaman starts to think about it, and then sits up out of his chair, walking over to the window. Hans tells him that they are stuck, and even as a member of the household, he can't help him with anything and is truly sorry for that. Seaman then gets an idea, but Hans tells him that he's sure there's something they can do because, even if he has to give up his life, he'll find a way to accumulate the amount to pay back the loan. Seaman tells him there's no need for that, as he just thought of an idea. They just need to pay the money back regardless of how it's obtained. Then it jumps to a woman screaming, and Hans and everybody else in the mansion are completely taken aback. Rogers is even crying, asking how this could be. Hans looks completely panicked, saying who would have expected him to take the statue of Hero Locken and sell it off. Hans says the statue was here yesterday and wonders where it could have gone overnight, but then starts to wonder where the young lord is, saying he needs to tell him first. One of the guards quickly runs over, telling him that there's been a problem. Hans says if it's about the statue, that's not what he cares about, and he asks where the young lord is. The guard says that he left when the security was at its most vulnerable, and Hans falls to his knees, wondering just what the hell Luke is cooking up. We see him on a carriage, taking the statue of Locken. The carriage man then calls out to him, saying if it's not too rude, he wants to ask a question. Seaman says sure, but asks the dude who he is. The dude laughs awkwardly, wondering if he forgot him. We are introduced to Philip, his guard knight. He asks him if he really plans on selling the statue. Seaman says yeah, and it should sell for quite a bit if he melts it down. Philip says that it might be important to him, but there is 500 years of history tied to the statue. Seaman puts his foot up on the carriage, asking him if 5 centuries worth of history is going to feed him. Philip says that he won't be able to pay off his debts just from selling the statue. Seaman tells him that it's just a small part of the plan. Philip says it's good that he has one, and he's sure everyone will understand as long as he repays the debts. He asks what his plan is. Seaman thinks about it, saying that he's going to use the money from selling the statue to gamble it all away to get the money. Philip freezes up and stops the carriage, saying he thought he had a plan, and this just sounds like a damn accident. Seaman calls him annoying, asking why he came with him if he's only going to lecture him. Philip says he's the one who dragged him out at the crack of dawn, and had he known this was his plan, he never would have left. He suggests that they turn back, beg for forgiveness, and come up with a better plan. Seaman calls him an idiot, and Philip asks what he means. Seaman tells him to think it through. If they turn back now, he would have to explain why he left with the great predecessor statue, and if his reason is that he wants to gamble, they would never forgive him. He's sure he'd be expelled from the household if he returned. This is a big shock to Philip, and Seaman says that he guesses they won't be able to do that since he is still the young lord. It would rather only be Philip to get kicked out of the house instead. He laughs, telling Philip to choose wisely and make sure to pick the better option for him, asking if he wants to become a vagrant without any money or if he wants to become a hero that will bring honor to the household. Once more, he tells Philip to choose wisely. Philip looks nervous, debating it, and reluctantly agrees, saying he'll just keep going the way they are. Seaman says that it's a good choice. Philip says that if he heard that his personality changed after waking up from his coma, he is now basically the devil himself. They finally make it to a port city, as there are 5 minutes until the ship departs. The captain calls for the final onboarding process, and Philip asks if they are really getting on this. Seaman asks if he still wants to turn around, and Philip immediately tries to guide him on. When they step foot on the ship, it's time to go as the captain rings the bell, telling everybody it's time to depart. The ship is finally setting sail on the seas. Sometime later at night, they arrive at a city named Lamer. They pull up to the port. A bag of money then gets dropped into Philip's hand, and he starts barking at the guy, asking him if this is really all he's going to pay. Seaman tells him to go ahead and guide the way, and Philip tries to tell him they could have gotten more. Seaman says it's good enough, and the area they're entering is changed. Philip asks if he's been here before, and Seaman says it's only for a little bit, although it wasn't like this back then. As back when he remembers coming here, it was basically a deserted island because there was a kraken constantly blocking the seas. He sighs, saying it really has been 500 years. He decides to stop being gloomy and says it was a good idea to come here. Philip seems more excited now, saying he doesn't know why he came here, but it'll definitely be better than what he remembers. This place is the second biggest city in the southern region of the empire. Things are constantly changing. It used to be an island where people couldn't reach easily because of sea monsters, but with the development of magic engineering, the place has slowly become a lot more populated. So naturally, the gambling scene is really big. He asks Seaman if he's sure he'll be okay. Seaman tells him if he wasn't confident, he never would have bothered coming in the first place. As we see them in front of the casino, he tells Philip it's time to head inside, but Philip says to wait as he needs to get ready. Seaman asks what's the big deal, and Philip asks how he's so calm and if he knows how to guarantee a win in these games. Seaman says he guesses so because when it comes to gambling, your attitude is everything. We then hear a man saying that's not good, and it looks like he's won, as Seaman is currently losing all of his bets. He's asked if he wants to continue, and Seaman laughs nervously, wondering if this is how it's really going to go. The man who keeps winning says that luck is smiling at him. Seaman tells him that luck is also an ability. The man laughs, saying that he sure is generous and that it's an honor to be able to play a game with such a cool young lord. However, it seems like he's out of money, asking if they should just end the game here. Seaman says they can't do that and tells Philip to exchange all of the remaining money into coins. Philip says that they can't because if he loses this too, they'll be broke. Seaman tells him not to hold back and to bring it. The man on the other end of the table says that he's agitated and sure was lucky today. Seaman puts all of his coins up, saying he'll wager everything and go all in on this next bet. Philip cries, saying the family is doomed. The man on the other end of the table asks if he's serious, saying he's nervous because it's his first time having such a good game, but he must be fine with it. Seaman says that being anxious about it doesn't change their results. The other man says that's impressive, asking if they should confirm each other's cards. We see him communicating with the woman behind Seaman. The man then turns his hand around, saying the goddess of luck is definitely on his side, and starts to take all of Seaman's money. But Seaman tells him to wait, saying he needs to check his cards too. As he flips over his cards, he says surprisingly enough, this is what he has. The man looks confused, asking how this is possible. Seaman says that sudden reversals are the joy of gambling, and it was such an enjoyable match. As he shakes his hand out for the other man to shake, Philip starts to cry, saying he always believed in him. The man on the other end of the table slams his fist down, saying there's no way, asking how he got those cards and what tricks he played. Seaman asks what he's talking about, and says maybe he's talking about the people behind him and how they were informing him of his cards. The man sweats nervously, wondering how he knew. Seaman asks if there was any way he wasn't meant to. All of the spectators nearby are his subordinates, and he knew they were secretly passing over cards. But the reason he kept falling for it was because he needed to touch every single one of the cards. He left small marks of mana on them. And if he can control the cards with the marks, then for him, who used to manage a golem army, managing cards is like a walk in the park. He can easily win all these matches even without fancy tricks. Seaman laughs, telling the man to hurry up and acknowledge his loss. He says he thinks that today's business ends now and that everybody in the casino needs to show this young man some etiquette education. As they all start to brandish weapons, Seaman asks why all these bastards are the same even after 500 years. And while he doesn't have the same amount of mana as before, he has no issue with facing small fry like this. He starts to imbue energy into his hand, telling them to get started already. As they all start to leap at him, Philip tells Seaman to duck as he quickly unsheathes his blade, breaking some of the enemy's weapons and sending them flying away. He asks how dare they draw a sword towards the sole heir of the Locken family, and says now they must understand that means they are putting their entire lives on the line. The man looks terrified and says that he has committed a sin worthy of death. Philip tells him to shut up, asking how he dares to try to harm the young lord. Seaman then realizes something, saying this isn't quite that bad. It then jumps to later as Philip is carrying a bag of money, saying that this is quite heavy and definitely more than 10,000 pesos. Seaman says obviously, and he looks back at Philip, saying he just thought of him as a porter, but he is way more talented than he expected. Regardless, today's earnings weren't bad, but it will be hard to use gambling houses after causing this chaos. He asks Philip if there is anywhere else to make money, and Philip thinks about it, saying that they could go to the Gigant arena. Seaman asks what that is, and Philip says just like how there are arenas where humans used to fight each other, now there are arenas where Gigants fight one another. Depending on the match, the dividend rate differs, but if he does well, he can earn 30,000 or even more. Seaman says that he was interested in the Gigants, and if they are developed using golem magic, it might be helpful in guessing who will win. Philip tells him just to believe in him, as he was once a top student at the Imperial Military Gigant Academy. Seaman tells him to go ahead and lead the way, and Philip happily runs, saying that he should give him more credit. As they're walking towards the arena, they hear some guards shit-talking some people while kicking them. It's a whole group of children being stomped on by the guards, asking if they will only listen after they die. Philip asks how they could do something to someone so young, but Seaman is having different thoughts. He says even after 500 years, while the world has changed, there are still some things that haven't. Some things decay and rot even more as time passes. He starts to grit his teeth out of anger and then calls out to the guards, telling them to stop. But someone else beats him to it, saying to stop immediately. When the guards turn, asking who it is, a woman approaches, saying they are the royal guard. She asks if they are not meant to protect the subjects and why they are wielding violence against young children. She continues talking, but Seaman is experiencing a whole different set of emotions as they swirl up inside of him when he looks at her. It looks like none other than Katarina. She says the children have the right to be protected too, and he wonders if maybe she was reincarnated as well. The guards say that even if she may be a princess, there's no point resisting what they are doing, as the Count himself has issued the order. Surely she knows how restless the people have become as a result of all their refugees. The princess asks if they really believe that locking people up like cattle in an environment not suitable to live in is right. They are innocent children who have lost their nation and their family. And if they were guilty, she shall be the first to be punished instead. Because she is the princess of the Volga kingdom, that means she is one of the refugees seeking shelter here. The guards say that if she continues to do it, it will be nothing but trouble. They are not doing this because they want to either, but because they were ordered to. Philip says the situation is getting serious, asking Seaman if this is okay. Seaman asks if he knows who that is, and Philip says of course, that she is quite famous in the Volga kingdom as the princess who cares little to nothing about nobles' gazes. He doesn't know why, but he's heard their kingdom fell to ruin, and he never thought he would see a princess like this. We learn her name is Raina. Seaman is just still completely dumbfounded. No matter how he looks at her, that is definitely Katerina, and he wonders how she looks the same even if she did reincarnate. The guards call out to Raina, saying that they apologize, but they cannot allow her to do this. As they grab onto her arms, she asks what he is doing, and he raises his arm, pushing her away with his hand, causing her to fall. Something snaps inside Seaman, and he immediately leaps at the guard, telling him to get his filthy hands off her. We see his knuckles are bruised, and he says even if time passes and the world changes, people need to be taught a damn lesson every single day. As he is mercilessly beating this man, he says these pieces of filth will only learn with pure violence, and no matter what he does, they will always remain, which bothers him a lot. Raina then grabs onto his arm, begging him to stop. She says there is no need to go this far. He goes to call her Katerina but stops. One of the guards asks how dare he attack one of them as he draws his weapon. The guard says it seems he does not fear the imperial law. Philip asks him if that law of his is more important than his life, as we see his blade to the man's throat. The dude starts to choke up, then grabs his friend, running away, saying he will make them regret this. Philip clicks his tongue, saying this is straight out of a Chinese manhwa, and he's surprised they didn't say he was courting death. Seaman then calls out to Raina but calls her Katerina instead and asks if she is hurt, saying he is sorry he lost his mind for a second and he should have helped her. She says she is sorry but asks him who he is, and he is confused. He asks her what she means. She is obviously a little scared by his actions, and he says he might look different, so she won't recognize him, and he will tell her everything now. She says it will not be necessary, asking what the difference is between him and the guards when they both resort to violence. He tries to explain himself, but she says more importantly, he seems to be mistaking her for someone else as her name is not Katerina. It is Raina, as he must have heard the guard say. Philip says that it seems the young lord made a mistake, and they are not really suspicious people as he starts to yap to her. Seaman is lost in thought, looking at his hands, and his eyes start to become full of sorrow. He says he endured countless hours alone, even though he knew she would never come back, and yet he almost fell apart just because they look very similar. We then hear an older man asking Raina what she is doing here. He says he told her that there was something important scheduled today, asking if she knows how hard it was for him to find her. This is her butler Victor. She goes to explain it to him, but Victor gets pissed, saying she better not have been fighting the guards again. Then Victor sees Seaman, asking who they are, and he tells him that even if it's not their first time meeting, he apologizes. But due to various situations, things are quite tense, so it would be great if they didn't get too close to the princess. Seaman says that's stupid, saying even though he did misunderstand the situation and escalated, he helped them out in the end. He didn't do it to expect anything in return, but at least she could say thank you. We see Raina thinking about it, but Seaman turns, telling Philip it's time to go, and both she and Victor watch them leave, saying they should go as well. Raina says he's right, as she didn't actually thank him. Then we are taken to the Gigant arena, which doesn't look big enough to hold those giant guys, but we'll see. The shoutcasters say the match is getting really intense while we see Philip and Seaman in the crowd. They make their way to their seats, and Seaman says the fight is over as we see one of the Gigants falling over due to a strike. As it topples down, the crowd starts cheering, saying that Adolf wins. Philip can't believe that he got it right again, saying at this rate they'll pay off all of their debt and strike it rich. Seaman says this is very easy, and he guesses it's because Gigants are made based on golem magic, and he can easily determine the victor because he can see their flow of mana. The shoutcasters say the next match is probably going to be a bloodbath, as it's a Gigant named Savage versus one named Sting. Philip says he can probably predict this next one as well, asking how Sting, who is 1 win and 5 losses, could possibly win against Savage, who's at 28 wins and 2 losses. Seaman says although it's possible to win despite such a disadvantage in strength, it seems this match will be trivial. The shoutcasters then start introducing the fighters as we see one of them with their axes crossed, and we are introduced to the dual axe-wielding savage, being piloted by a man named Brian. Seaman is surprised by this one, as when it walks out, it is called the Lucky Gigant. The shoutcasters say it was given a miracle win last time. Philip says it's quite a pity that he got a lucky win because now he's facing Savage. We are introduced to Sting, and the pilot is named Karen. Seaman seems interested, saying he needs to go all in on Sting. Philip asks why, saying Savage is guaranteed to win this match. What Seaman's eyes say is a different story because he can see the aura, and he can tell that Sting is much more capable than they've let everybody else believe. Savage's axe starts to fly through the air as we see Sting block it. The shoutcasters wonder what's going on, seeing that Sting is putting on an unexpected performance. Everybody's expectations of a painful defeat are low-key being blown out of the water as Sting blocks every one of Savage's attacks. Savage laughs, saying he thought they were just an amateur, but it seems like they've got some skills. However, it's still far from enough, as he comes in with a devastating blow that sends one of Sting's arms flying. The spectators are surprised, even Philip, who says there's no way this happened. But Seaman is confused. Sting has the upper hand in terms of mana flow, yet they're not using their mana at all. Savage starts to laugh, telling Sting to get up as their legs are still attached, and if they don't plan to fight anymore, all he can do is offer them an easy way out. As he raises his axe into the air, Philip starts to panic, asking what they're going to do as all their money is about to be lost. Everyone watches as Savage's axe comes in directly towards Sting. Sting's eyes start to light up as they finally use their mana, but maybe it's too late. Savage's axe comes straight into the ground, shattering it. But then we see there's actually nothing underneath. Sting asks if he's aware that you can adjust your bet in Gigant matches up until 30 seconds into the match. And now that the time frame has passed, they can't afford to pay for any more repairs than this. Sting sticks their hand out as a magic circle forms and uses an ability called Fire Blast, a straight-up flamethrower on Savage, lighting him ablaze. The shoutcasters wonder how this could be, saying they have an unprecedented event happening here. Their champion, who bested the odds of 20-1 with pure skill, has now been crowned, as Savage's Gigant falls to the ground. Philip starts to scream, saying that he believed in them the entire time. But Seaman is just surprised that they actually used magic, saying there's no way this should be possible. Philip asks what he's so confused about, saying Sting's rider, Karen, must have just been a rune knight. It's not too common to see Gigants using magic, but they must have been hiding their strength to raise the odds. Seaman says that's not what's important. The fundamental theory behind using magic through weaponry is something he developed, and that method, no matter how much time has passed, cannot be replicated by others. That's all because it's a process he completed with the use of black magic. We are taken to the hangar for the Gigant. Philip asks what they're doing there, saying they need to head back as soon as they can, but Seaman tells him to shut up, saying that he's busy thinking and Philip's not helping at all. We then hear Victor telling Raina that she can still change her mind, asking how she's going to go into a match with a Gigant like this. He says this isn't even a fight she should have accepted in the first place. Raina says that a mercenary like Andre would have no trouble riding Mir to fight the Count's Gigant. Both Philip and Seaman wonder what exactly is going on. Victor continues, asking why she would agree to such a rash duel, saying that she'll need to marry the Count if she loses. This is not a decision you can take lightly, he says. She replies that she made her choice carefully. If she didn't accept, countless refugees would starve to death. In order to save everybody, this is the only way. Victor asks how sacrificing her future can be a viable option, especially because her Gigant is falling apart. It's obvious that you're going to lose, he says, yet you want to protect the refugees so much you're neglecting your own life. Why do you have no will to protect yourself? Seaman tells Philip they should go, saying he's finished here in the hangar and they should just head out. As he's walking, we see her Gigant in the background. He says she's definitely not Katarina, and I don't need to get involved. We then hear a man saying that the princess is just selling herself off, causing Seaman to stop in his tracks. The man continues, saying the Count is a man who stops at nothing to get what he wants and has threatened the refugees many times before. Without her, the refugees will truly be helpless. The man explains that if she isn't completely changing the Mana Stone, the Gigant won't even be operable. Even if it were, the difference in specs compared to Count Manak's Gigant will be too large to put up a good fight. He tells her she should just listen to her butler. Raina says she's aware of that, but she can't give up. If I lose without trying, she says, starting to shake and cry. Who else will stand up for the weak? Seaman walks back over, asking if he could take a look. Raina turns, surprised, and Seaman says that the mana stone inside of this Gigant can definitely still be used. Victor draws a sword out of nowhere, telling Raina to stay behind him. He says, "This is too convenient to be coincidental, and they could be assassins sent by Count Monache." Seaman starts to get pissed, asking why this old dude is getting on his nerves, but Philip laughs, telling him to put away the sword. He introduces Seaman as Luke D. Locken, the 15th descendant of the Locken family and the current lord. Victor asks how he's meant to trust such words, and Raina just tells him to stand down. She starts to walk towards Seaman and says she wants to apologize for their meeting before. It seems he's overheard her situation, and she's embarrassed to admit it, but they have no other way. She'd like to ask him to help her. Rather, she begs him. Seaman says, "All right," as we see him holding on to a tiny dagger. He says to ensure he is not mistaken this time, he'll make sure to show off his skills. As he starts to walk toward the pilot area on the Gigant, the engineer sighs, saying that Gigant repairs can't be done by just anyone. His partner says there's a reason they are called Iron Mages, and that Seaman's just going to damage the Gigant further. I can't believe that Mir is subjected to such a fate because some noble has a big ego. Philip gets close to both of them, asking if they would like to make a bet with him. He bets 10,000 pesos that his young lord can easily fix the Gigant that these two were unable to. They ask why they would even take an offer like that, and Philip laughs, saying it just means they're scared. The engineer says they'd better double the stakes because he's in. Raina then asks Philip a question, and he panics since he's talking to a woman. She asks if a tool like that is typically used to fix a Gigant, as they've noticed that Seaman is holding onto a dagger. Philip starts to sweat nervously. Seaman then swings, only hitting his hand, when blood starts to fly. Philip is confused and starts to scream out in panic, but Seaman sighs, telling him to just keep watching. His blood starts to pour on the mech. Philip wonders if he just watched his own young lord off himself in front of all these people. But little by little, magic circles start to form all over the perimeter of Mir, as if they were bending to Seaman's will. Everything starts to coalesce into the middle of the engine-like structure, getting it running. Soon, a red aura starts to swirl around Mir. Seaman stretches his hand out and screams, telling the Gigant to arise, as we see the magic circle that he has made completely repair it using his own blood. We get a flashback to one night at the Demon King's castle, and we see Seaman tired as there are golem corpses all around him. He stops moving as we see him standing before one, and he asks if it's really planning to fall in such a place like this. Saying that it is an immortal being who is meant to lead his enemies to hell, he starts to release his aura, telling it to answer his summons once more. The golem's body begins to regenerate itself by taking from the other fallen golems around him. This one looks like it's juiced up quite a bit as it lets out a roar. The flashback ends with Mir opening its eyes as the Gigant is now ready to be piloted. Philip says, "As expected of the young lord, I believed in him from the very beginning." Both of the engineers fall to the floor saying, "This is not possible." Even Raina and Victor are surprised, asking how he could do such a thing. One of them says that they can't believe he was able to revive a dead magic crystal, and they've never heard of the existence of such a mage in their life. They claim the continent, rather, the entire world, would be amazed at this historic event. Philip, all happy, walks up to Seaman, saying there really isn't anything his young lord can't do, and he'd believe him even if he said he could make a golem out of rocks. Little does he know he can. One of the engineers says that's impossible, and it must be some kind of trick. Drawing a magic circle with blood and activating it sounds a lot like black magic. Philip starts to get pissed, asking how they dare claim that the sole heir of Locken is using black magic. The engineer says that no matter how he looks at it, that's the only possibility. Seaman says that it's fine, as he'll explain the truth to them. Then he activates his porn-level acting, saying that it's a top-secret technique passed down by his family, which has been kept hidden for nearly 500 years. The engineers wonder what kind of swordsman family would have such a secret technique. But Raina tells them that's not what's important. Even if it were black magic, he has just saved countless lives, and I don't know how I could ever repay him for this. She'd like to apologize again for what happened last time. He tells her it's fine, and it's no surprise that she misunderstood. She grabs onto his hand, saying that he was hurt because of her, and she would like to treat him at the very least. He tells her if that'll put her at ease, then to go for it. A man then quickly starts running into the hangar, saying that there's a huge problem. Victor asks what the big deal is for him to come in screaming like this, and the dude says that he's gone. I searched the entire waiting room and all over the lodging, but I can't find the rider Andre anywhere. It then jumps to some men talking. One of them is eating, while the other says that they succeeded in winning over Andre. So now the princess doesn't have any riders she can use. It seems they somehow succeeded in repairing their Gigant, though. The man puts his glass down, saying he thought they told him that it could not be activated. When the other dude says that he thought that'd be the case, the man slams his glass on the table and slaps the dude, knocking him to the floor, saying that he hates apologies the most because it means that he's made a mistake. The man pleads, saying if he just gives him one more chance, he'll make sure, but the man who slapped him tells him to get lost as he is fired. We are finally introduced to Count Monike, who asks his people if there have been any other variables, and they immediately panic, saying none. Monike says there can't be even a sliver of probability, not until Raina is completely his, and that soon everyone will know just what kind of person the master of Count Monike is. It jumps back to the arena for the final match of the day, and it's Mir versus Achilles. The shoutcasters say that there is an overwhelming difference between the two. Count Monike's Achilles is the lamer fiefdoms champion, boasting 70 victories and not a single loss. They don't know what Mir is prepared to do against this champion, but it probably won't work. There's another problem here, as Mir is nowhere to be seen in the arena, and maybe they have abandoned the match. The crowd starts to wonder if Mir got scared and ran away, telling them to give their money back. Monike laughs, asking if Raina has given up because she doesn't have a rider, saying that's why she should have just quietly accepted his marriage proposal. He plans to show her what happens when she bruises his pride. It jumps back to the hangar, where the assistant was crying about Andre, and it seems Count Monike has tricked them. Victor says that Andre is a loyal vassal, asking if he's really meant to believe they've been betrayed. The assistant says there are people who've seen him entering the Count's camp, and even without stealing Andre away, there's still a difference in strength between their Gigants to begin with. Raina starts to panic and get very anxious because this means they won't be able to fight. Seaman says that if she cannot participate, that means she's going to be forced to marry Monike, asking if he's wrong. He says if that is truly the only outcome, then this might be too meddlesome, but he believes that he can help with this as well. Raina asks how he's going to do that, and even Philip says it's not that he doesn't believe him, but surely he hasn't forgotten the accident that occurred the last time he tried to operate a Gigant. Seaman tells him not to worry, as he's got a plan. We then hear Mir's footsteps as the crowd and the shoutcasters start to feel a little relieved, saying they thought that Mir had given up on the fight, but it's finally walking into the arena just at the last second. We see Monike a little frustrated, saying that he thought there were no riders left on the princess's side. His man says he's sure there weren't any more. Monike asks if that means she hired a mercenary, saying that can't be, and he's sure that the pilot doesn't understand the significance of this match. Still, he can't believe there was someone so far gone that they dared to take the princess's side in his territory. We see Raina and Victor finally made it up to the viewing platform, and she asks if the match has started yet. Victor says no, and they're luckily not late. Raina says it may be a relief, but asks if this is truly okay. At a glance, the difference between the Gigants in size is incredibly big, and the opposing rider is also the lamer territory champion. We then see it's actually not Seaman in the Gigant, and he says it'll be okay. Although he looks rather simple-minded, it turns out that the man inside of the mech is none other than Philip. Seaman compliments him, saying that he's actually very skilled. Philip just wonders why he's doing this. The shoutcasters say that now that the Gigant Mir, who they all expected to forfeit, has arrived in time, it means the match can soon begin. The spectators wonder if this means that a Gigant that's small is really going to fight back against Achilles, and another bursts out in laughter, saying he can't believe this. Soon everybody else starts laughing as well, saying they should have just run away, and they can't believe they're calling something so shitty a Gigant, asking if it's even able to move. Achilles says that he'll applaud the fact that he didn't run away. However, he must be aware of what the match entails, as he has no intention of going easy on him. Philip says that he won't know until he sees it in action. Achilles says he'd like to put that confidence of his to the test, as he slams his mace forward directly at Mir. Philip manages to sidestep it, saying as expected, his power really befits his size. However, that doesn't mean he's going to win. As he leaps into the air, he says that even though Achilles is big and strong, it doesn't mean he's actually a good fighter. But Achilles turns to him and immediately tries to counter-swing while he's still in the air. Philip's surprised that he's actually really quick, unbefitting of his large size, and has to duck underneath the attack. Achilles says he didn't expect him to dodge it, but now, after seeing what he has, he can tell that his confidence was all baseless. Philip says that was low-key dangerous, and he starts to sweat, saying this might be pretty bad. The fight continues as the shoutcasters say that Achilles is attacking over and over, unleashing a flurry of blows towards Mir. But of course, there's been no substantial damage so far. Achilles' pilot starts to get annoyed. He swings again directly toward Mir's head, but Philip manages to matrix underneath it. The shoutcasters say they thought this would be a very quick match, but it turns out that's not the case. Mir has not been hit a single time so far. Victor says they can't win by running forever, and Raina snaps at him, saying he can't act like this because Philip is a strong knight. Seaman just stands there, saying he can hear them whispering. While Philip has faced countless knights before, so there's no doubt that he's a good knight, he'll need to educate him later, because all he's doing currently is running away. Philip wonders if this dude is ever going to get tired, then immediately gets into a stance, unleashing a sneak attack swinging directly down Achilles' chest. Achilles blocks it with his weapon, but freezes up for a second, only to unleash a killing intent, asking if this means he's finally ready to fight properly. Philip says hell no. Achilles raises his mace into the air, saying he's going to give it his all from here on out. The shoutcasters say this is actually his finishing move, asking if Mir will be able to dodge this one as well. Philip looks up, saying that this isn't going to be pretty, as an explosion soon follows from where Achilles attacked. Due to all the dust that has been sent flying, they can't really see anything, but Achilles knows what's going on. He says that's unbelievable because he knows Mir was not far enough to evade that attack, asking how he did so. Philip says that Uncle Rogers is going to kill him if he finds out, but he has no other choice since he's got to win because the young lord has his hopes on him. He adds that Achilles is going to regret this moment for the rest of his life because he's going to make him unleash his full power. As the aura around Mir begins to change, Achilles' pilot laughs, saying he's a little excited by the aura Mir is producing. He had a feeling from Mir's movements, but it seems like he's finally met a good opponent. Monike then starts to chime in, asking Achilles' pilot what the hell he's doing. The pilot starts to panic, and Monike asks if he's really struggling against a piece of junk like that, questioning if he knows the consequences of losing. The pilot says he's sorry to disappoint him, but from now on, he'll show him a satisfactory performance. As he's adjusting the output on his Gigant, we see it going full throttle as he's releasing his power as well. Achilles immediately widens his stance and says he would like to have another fair duel someday else because that day is not today. He leaps off the ground, dashing straight in towards Mir with his weapon pulled back. Philip says that he's going to be too busy to accept another fight after this. Achilles slams down on where Philip was standing, only to be surprised that Mir didn't get caught up in the attack. We see that Achilles' arm has actually been completely severed, leaving him confused about what just occurred. Achilles says that this aura and speed are no doubt starting to bring back memories. He disappeared 3 years ago, but he is the undefeated legend of the Gigant arena called the Black Knight's Phantom Sword. As Philip dashes back through Achilles, slicing the mech straight through the middle, the shoutcasters are completely amazed by this, saying something unprecedented has occurred. Achilles has been made inoperable in a flash, and Mir is now the winner. They can't believe the underdog actually took a W. The crowd starts to go crazy, chanting Philip's name and even stomping their feet. Achilles' pilot laughs, saying he didn't think he'd get to meet the Black Knight once again. Philip asks if he knows him. The pilot says he had the chance to fight him in the Royal Arena 3 years ago, but Philip disappeared randomly after setting such an absurd record. The pilot asks why he's in a place like this. Philip says he's the Black Knight, so it's normal for him to help anybody in need. The pilot laughs, saying he guesses he's right. Philip apologizes, asking him if he can keep the fact that he's the Black Knight a secret. The pilot says he's fine with that, as he's getting fired anyway. Philip says, "My bad, bro." Victor begins to cry, telling Raina that they won, while Seaman just expected as much. Raina just wonders why Victor is crying. Seaman starts to smirk while looking over at Raina, saying he guesses this much should be fine, and then he heads back down towards the hangar. As he goes to the betting area, looking up at the odds, he starts to smile, saying gambling is all about the flow. His odds were 21-1, and he bet the whole 10,000 they've made until now. He says it sure is an easy world to make money and even shows us how much they started with, how much they made from gambling and betting, giving them a grand total of 210,000 from the 3,000 they started with. They head back to the port of the city, and Seaman says that it's time for them to leave. Raina says they can't thank him enough for everything that he's done. Seaman says there's no need to worry about it. All they did was help out people who needed it. She says it must have been difficult for him and wishes she could have shown him proper gratitude. He laughs, saying it's okay and he thinks she's given plenty. If they hadn't met him, they never would have earned this much to begin with. To be honest, he would like to stay here longer, but since they caused a huge scene, it would be better to leave before his identity is revealed. She says she can now see the bigger picture and hopes things haven't become too complicated for him. He says there's no need to worry, though he thinks it would be better for her to leave the area as soon as possible, because if Count Monike is willing to do anything, he won't give up so easily and is likely already scheming his next set of plans. Victor says that he is definitely correct, and they need to leave while Count has no reason to keep them here. Seaman says they understand that she's worried about the refugees, but even if she stays here, there's nothing she can do to help every one of them. For a better future, he thinks it would be wise for her to take a step back for now. She says that she's aware. However, for her, that would be difficult. Although she may seem stubborn and ignorant right now, she can't just leave her people without someone to rule or rely on. Even if it's just a little more, she wants to help them as much as she can. Seaman starts to smile, saying he sees, and he shakes her hand, telling her to stay safe. She says that she hopes his journey is safe as well. He says he's looking forward to when they meet again. As they start heading back, Philip says that since he's managed to solve such a large issue, all that's left for him is to return and be crowned a hero. But he wonders why Seaman brought those awful engineers along, saying he should have just gamed them for their money. Seaman says that he thought he told him they didn't have any iron mages within their lands. Philip says, technically they don't. Seaman asks how they're meant to fix the Gigant without them, and Philip says he thought he'd fix it like he did Mir. Seaman sighs, asking if he knows how to restore a repaired Mona stone on his own, calling him stupid. Seaman says there's a reason why he's still at the bottom of the chain of command, and he tells him to stop yapping and just protect them. Philip starts to cry, saying that bro is so mean. Back at the lock-in state, we see that Hans is stressed, yelling, and asking somebody why they were here taking their stuff. It's none other than Darren. Hans says he thought they had time. Darren says he's glad he brought up the time, and he believed him when he said he'd pay off such a great debt. Yet, he betrayed them all and ran away in the middle of the night, asking why he has to wait. Philip then appears behind him, calling out to him, scaring him. Darren asks him who he is. Philip introduces himself, saying he's the young lord's escort knight. Darren looks around, wondering where Seaman is, but doesn't see him, and asks Philip why he's alone and where he is. Philip says he's actually here to deliver something. As he opens a chest full of gold, Darren says there's no way, as it hasn't even been a week yet, but he already managed to earn over the 30,000 he owes. The engineers are even calling Philip master, asking if this is fine and if this is enough. As they take a lot of the money out of the carriages, Philip calls them fools, saying surely they can see that Lord Darren is busy and they need to hurry up and load it into his carriage. They start picking up and moving it. Darren tells him that there's no need to rush and he'll wait to receive it directly from the young lord. Philip starts to smile and pulls out a whole essay. He clears his throat and starts reading it, saying he assumes he's already planning his next move. Darren asks what he's talking about, and Philip says this is a message from the young lord to him. He says that now that they've paid off their debt, he is now considered a trespasser, and he suggests that he prepare himself if he intends to stay and make a scene. According to the imperial noble laws, nobles who have their territory or a building under their care trespassed upon have the right to execute said trespassers. So, unless he wants to be split into two, he suggests that he return now. That was the end of Seaman's message. He added a little extra bit, saying he'll give him 3 seconds to leave. Darren shivers and immediately gets on his wagon, starting to haul cheeks again, telling them that they are courting death. Philip says at least he listens and understands how scary the young lord is. We hear Rogers calling out to him. Philip says everybody can be happy, as they have finally been able to do what they wanted, but Philip sees that the reaction's not going as planned, as Rogers is running at him, all pissed, asking how dare he sell the statue of Master Locken. Even Dixon says he's not going to get away with this. They start roughing him up, asking where the young lord is, and Philip says to just give him a second to explain. Rogers says to just answer the question and not make any excuses. Philip reluctantly agrees and tells them exactly where it is. It jumps to some crows in the air. We see he's returned to none other than his own castle. As he opens the gates, he heads inside, saying this place is a complete mess. But that makes sense, as there's no way they would have taken good care of it. He snaps his fingers as the lights start to cut on. He says he should just be thankful that it's still standing after 500 years. Take a shot anytime the years are mentioned. He looks over at a staircase, and he says this place is filled with memories of Katerina. He starts to smile, saying no matter what happens, he'll protect it. However, this is what's important. As he heads to his library, he puts his hand on one of the bookshelves and sighs, saying that he hopes it still works. He starts to imbue his aura into it. We see it activating some kind of hidden passage as the door opens. He says that he knew it would still work because the dwarves are perfect craftsmen, and it, low-key, works better than he expected. Though, He heads inside, saying it's time to rightfully take what's his. Seaman starts to head down a staircase, saying the best way to fight off a curse is to have a stronger mana pool than the curse itself. That's advice he's heard a very long time ago, and at the moment, that's the only solution he has. He starts to go even deeper as he has to push open another door using his mana. As it creaks open, he says it's been 5 centuries since he was last here. He tells somebody they did great protecting the house, and we see it's none other than some kind of core in a jar. He says that he does like that they are quieter than before, but still, it's been quite a while. We are introduced to the demon Horeth. He explains that back when it was actually the territories of the demons themselves, before he claimed the castle as his, he had to fight his way through using his magic. As we see him putting his hands up, casting a spell called Death Bullet, disintegrating the demons launching at him. As soon as he's done, he starts heading forward and he's asking somebody if they are the ruler of this place. A woman sighs, saying that she heard that he took down several fortresses already, so he was some 8th circle old geezer. We are introduced to the high demon Horeth, but she's surprised that he's young, saying that she's quite disappointed. Though, it is impressive for a human. Since she's touched by his hard work, she'll show him some mercy. She tells him that he can ask her anything he wants, and it's only right that she satisfies his curiosity before he goes. He says that she is the chattiest demon he's ever met, asking if the demon's rank increases the more that they yap. She starts to get annoyed, calling him a fool, saying that she showed him mercy, yet he just rejected it. It seems that he's got quite arrogant after defeating some lower-level demons. However, she will show him that the demons here are nothing like the ones he has fought up until now. Seaman tells her not to worry, as he's not dumb enough to go into a battlefield all on his own, as his golem boys break through the wall. Horeth is surprised to see golems, and the fight begins between the higher-tier demons and Seaman's army. Seaman also intervenes by cutting some of the demons in half. Horeth is well to his golems. After a bit of fighting, they are now standing before one another before leaping at each other to land a finishing blow. We see an explosion, and then shortly after, the remnants of the fight. Horeth asks what he intends to do by converting her into demonic energy, asking if he's really trying to change the world. He tells her that she doesn't need to know, as he starts to sap all the energy out of her, turning her into a pure core of demonic energy. He says the whole process of taking her down was many times more difficult than the other guys, and that if you absorb powerful demonic energy incorrectly, it might throw you into a rage. He has witnessed people turn into horrifying creatures because of that. He couldn't absorb it because of the high risk back then, but when he had learned the correct method to safely absorb it, he had already reached the 9th circle and didn't need it anymore. He didn't expect to use it now, as he never expected the reincarnation to happen. His chest starts to hurt hella bad as he stumbles, losing his balance, coughing up a storm. He then opens his eyes, surprised, as he is now inside a different area, aka the mind's realm. He says it looks like he wasn't beaten by the demonic energy, and when he looks up, he sees none other than Horeth sitting off in the distance. As she turns, looking at him, she asks him who he is. She stands up, exuding some intense pressure. Seaman says that it will be hard to withstand with his current body. Even though it's been so many years, she still has a ton of demonic energy. He goes to tell her that he says he's come here to borrow her power, but she immediately starts to realize who he is as she leaps forward, grabbing him by the throat, putting him on the ground, saying that he's so weak now that she almost didn't recognize him. Asking what he's doing here, he says that he needs to borrow her vessel, and she laughs, asking if that's the case and wonders if he's even going to have the power to do it, because she doesn't think it's possible. But the body is weak, as the one he is currently residing in. She says she can't believe that her enemy, who's trapped her here for so long, has walked in such a pitiful state on his own. And now he wants her strength, asking if he also finds it kind of ironic. Seaman realizes that she could break his neck at any moment, and he grabs her wrist, asking if she's really okay with this. She's confused, asking what he means, and he says that he came here with a decent proposal, yet she's just going to kill him off without hearing it. He knows that she'll want his whole body as a magic supply, so she won't hurt him. She starts to laugh at him, thinking it's not worth her time, then lets go of him, saying that she'll at least recognize his bravery, and starts to smile, asking if he really thinks he can withstand her strength with his circle shattered. Seaman says if he can't, then she can just take over his body, and there are no downsides for her, who has been trapped here for centuries. Horeth says she wonders if there isn't a much simpler solution, as she snaps her fingers. Some demonic aura starts to grab onto his arms and legs, and she laughs, saying that she's going to play with him for as long as she's been trapped in here, saying surely he should be able to bear at least this much. Seaman wonders what's going on because he can't even control his body anymore. She starts to laugh, asking if he thinks he has the time to ponder. He's phasing in and out of consciousness, and she mocks him for passing out due to her mind magic, asking where his pride is gone. He finally starts to laugh as well, saying that she's just as noisy as ever. She asks if bluffing is the only thing he's capable of doing, saying that he doesn't even have the same mana nor the same circle tier he had in the past. Seaman says, even powerless with his circle shattered, there's definitely more he can do. She's surprised as he completely disappears from in front of her. He says that he does not need to remind her that he has reached the 9th circle with black magic back in his original form. He tells her he would never fall victim to mind control, as he is now the one controlling her. She sees him as a giant entity. He stretches his hand out towards her, completely crushing her. She then opens her eyes, having cold sweats, saying that she knew it from the start and that he sure is quite entertaining. But to think that he'd actually have reached the 9th circle in the end. Seaman asks if she doesn't believe him, saying he can show her more. She says that's enough and simply meant that despite reaching that level, it seems like he was unable to change the world. He tells her that it's not over yet. In the end, he will still accomplish his goal. She starts to smirk, saying she doesn't know how well he'll be able to make use of her power, but if it's him, he'd be able to reach the 9th circle again. Seaman says, of course, as she walks up, putting her hand around his neck, saying that he seems quite confident. Even if she inhabits his body, the 6th or 7th circle would suffice, and she'll leave him to crush the world. As she leans closer, placing her head on his chest, starting to fade out into pure demonic energy, Seaman says that he guesses he's going to have to work hard so that he doesn't disappoint her. She says, of course, while looking up at him, and then tells him that he can't fail this time. He then snaps out of it, back into reality, still physically tired from that. He sticks his hand out, using a spell called Dark Flame, shooting it out at the wall. He says it looks like it's only at the 3rd circle, but still, just having a foundation is already huge, so it's more than enough. Maybe it's because it's purified demonic energy, but the color is different from before. And if Horith wanted to, she would have been able to take control of his body just fine. He'll have to make good on her expectations. Seaman already knew the theory and enlightenment behind each circle, so going up to the 9th circle won't be a problem now. However, in order to gather enough demonic energy for that, it's going to take a long time, so he might as well get started immediately. He places his hand on the wall, doing the same formation as before, opening yet another secret passage. Bro's house is too damn big. He starts to walk through it and heads to the middle of a very open room. He talks to somebody, saying they've been resting for 500 years and it's time to get up and work. As he puts his hand in the middle of the room, he starts to activate a giant magic circle and says, right now it's your turn to help me, as his golem army is now starting to arise once more. Then it jumps to Count Manak's residence, as we see a man getting punched in the face. It's none other than the pilot, Mylan. Monike asks if he knows what he did wrong. Mylan says that he's sorry for losing and he hopes he can forgive him. Monike asks if he really thinks it's all because of the match, saying no matter how he thinks about it, there's something odd. Mylan asks what he means, and Monike says even though the difference in performance between the Gigant is 5-fold, to lose like that, surely anybody would think he was working with Raina in secret. Mylan tells him that he vowed his loyalty to him and he would never betray him. He swears on his honor as a knight that he never did such a thing. Monike starts to grin, asking if his honor as a knight is all he has, and he better say something else before his head goes rolling. Mylan says he knows something about the other Gigant pilot. 3 years ago, he faced off against him at the Imperial Gigant Arena, and he was a famous knight, as he's never lost. Bro really folded. Monike asks if he knows who he was affiliated with. Mylan watches the sword that almost killed him get put down, and he says they left not long after, so nobody knows his identity. Monike says he sees, and this means he has nothing else useful to say. Yet another sword has been unsheathed for some reason. Mylan is left confused and goes to beg for his life, but ultimately gets cut down in the end. As Monike leaves his room, one of his men tells him that Raina has remained here inside of Lamer. Monike asks why, and the man says it's because she's unable to leave the refugees. Monike says the dude just needs to keep tabs on her, and he adds one more thing, to look into the pilot that was controlling Mir and find out where he lives, because he will see this man himself and crush him, as he's looking at an army of Gigants, low-key foreshadowing that they might go to war. We hear Seaman telling somebody that, ever since a long time ago, the Locken household has thrived because of the nearby river and fertile lands. However, most have left now, leaving many houses abandoned, and there are already 3 villages on the brink of becoming ghost towns. We see him looking over all of this from a cliff, and he turns, asking somebody what they think about this problem. It's none other than Dixon, who is tied up and panicking. Seaman unsheathes his sword and starts swinging it around, and Dixon asks why he's doing this. Seaman says that he needs to stop playing dumb, as this is all his fault. Dixon cries, saying there's nothing he could do about it, and that he tried his best. Seaman raises his blade, asking if he really did, and all Dixon does is scream. Seaman says he would love to hang him in the middle of the square as an example, but the more he looked into his background, the more interesting he became. He's a talented individual recognized by the Empire, but he turned down offers from other states and came here instead. Seaman then sheathes his sword, and Dixon immediately thanks him. Seaman says that he asked for the last 10 years' worth of financial records in order to see how he's been doing, and Dixon actually brought it to him within a day without any errors. Seaman admits he's pretty useful. Dixon starts to get all squirmy and blushes, saying that he's really good at arithmetic and just straight up starts gloating. Bro is loving the compliments. Seaman tells him that's the problem, and Dixon asks what he means. Seaman grabs him by his collar and throws him off the cliff, causing him to tumble down. Seaman slides down after him, and they eventually make it to the bottom. Dixon asks why he's doing this. As he looks up, he's surprised to see some straight slums in front of him. He asks if these are really residents of their region, saying this is impossible because, when he calculated the average, there shouldn't have been any slums like this. Seaman asks how it feels to actually take a look at the village himself. Dixon asks what he means, and Seaman tells him he can't summarize human life into numbers alone. He needs to spend time with the people and figure out for himself why the Viscounty is in this state. If he can't find the cause, then he will no longer be working for him. Dixon asks if he's going to fire him, and Seaman asks if he would rather quit instead. Dixon immediately runs over towards the citizens and introduces himself as the accountant of the Locken household. Seaman says that he's fine just watching the household fall, but there is a better time for that. He needs to focus on improving this place so that he can raise his circle without having to worry about anything else. We then hear some people yelling at Philip, asking if it's true that the debts were repaid by gambling. Philip says yes, as we see him tied up with all the money behind him. The people of the mansion start saying the image of the household is going to plummet if people figure out he gambled to get their money. They ask Philip why he didn't stop him. Han says they built up the reputation, and now it's just going to be destroyed. Rogers is also pissed. He starts grinding his teeth, calling out to Philip, who panics, asking him what he wants because he's scared of Rogers. Rogers asks if his identity was revealed, telling him to tell the truth. Philip says of course not, because he's not stupid. Then he immediately recalls telling Victor and the rest that he was from the Locken household, realizes he screwed up, and says maybe he is that dumb. Rogers starts barking at him. Philip tells him that it wasn't during the games. It is the truth. Han says that even if his identity was not exposed, it's only a matter of time before everybody figures it out, considering Count Manak's intel, as he is the head of Lamer. All news will reach him, and considering his evil personality, it's possible he may try to retaliate. If he were to do that, there's nothing they could do, as he is a distant cousin of the Emperor. Rogers says that Monarchy has always expanded his territory through wars, and they've basically given him a reason to wage war against them. Han says he wonders what the young lord was thinking when he did this. Seaman finally steps up, saying he can't listen to this shit anymore. They're all surprised that he's here. He asks where the ones who were saying that the representation of the household is important are. He asks if they're really trying to ignore the evil deeds that are happening in front of them. Rogers says that they're just speaking realistically, as their military force is nothing compared to Count Manak's. They just wanted to let Seaman know that his decisions have now put the entire household in danger. This is the first time in the entire series so far we've actually seen Seaman genuinely angry since reincarnating. He asks if they earned their title of hero by kissing the asses of those in power, saying that he thought they were given their title because they fought, even in the most disadvantageous situations, for the sake of justice. Hans tries to tell him that the people here are giving their all for the Locken household, asking how he could say something so absurd. Seaman immediately asks him if the problems were resolved, and Hans realizes they weren't. Seaman says yet they were all making a big deal out of his gambling. Hans tells him it's serious because if people find out he paid off his debts through gambling, the reputation will plummet. Seaman tells him that this is enough, asking if a good reputation will solve the hunger in their territory. He tells them their duties are to protect the people first and foremost. The Viscounty's people are starving and leaving because the conditions are unbearable, yet they still can't get their priorities straight. He walks past Hans, calling him a fool, saying he will not ever tolerate this kind of behavior again from any of them, as he is going to change it all from here on out. He says if they believe that his orders are not right, they can leave, and those who cannot follow his orders will all be dismissed. Hans starts to panic and chases after him. saying that the people have all served the household for a very long time. He sighs, saying that he doesn't like people with narrow-minded perspectives and that he'll show them his resolves. He immediately starts complimenting Philip, saying he did great on the journey and that he was very skilled as a captain. Philip is confused, asking him what he's talking about, and Seaman says it's only right for someone like him to be the knight captain. He asks Rogers what he thinks, and Rogers asks him what he's trying to do. Seaman smirks, saying that it's simple. He's going to have them duel, and the one who wins will be appointed as the knight captain. Philip starts to tear up, saying that he can never do such a thing as Rogers is his uncle and the one who taught him how to wield a sword. Rogers tells Philip to be quiet and says that he understands. He hasn't had the chance yet to prove his skills to Seaman, and Seaman says that he hopes he's as good as he makes himself out to be. It then jumps to them at the training area. Rogers says it's been quite a while since the two of them fought. Philip says it's been a few years, and he's still confused about what's going on, but he starts to unsheath his blade, saying he's going to give it his all regardless. Rogers does the same. When he unsheaths his blade, the air immediately gets sharper around him as they have their WWE stare down. Rogers says that they should try to enjoy this while they can. We see Seaman watching. Philip raises his blade, saying he's going to attack. Seaman can tell that Philip is nervous and asks if this means Rogers is strong. Seaman says that since he has faced countless knights in the past as the Demon King, he can tell that Philip is actually quite strong. Philip dashes through using one of his signature abilities, the Phantom Sword, dashing right through Rogers. When he turns to look at the damage, we see Rogers has blocked it, saying that it seems he's gotten better as his skills have improved. Philip tells him that he's different from before as he immediately dashes back, and one of the thrusts goes right by Rogers' head. Rogers watches as he gets dashed around and is surprised, saying that it looks like Philip has not been messing around with his training, as his footwork seems to have improved an exceptional amount. Philip then goes for an attack from behind as we see him leaping through the air. Rogers says that it seems Seaman has praised him for good reasons. However, in order to pick up a blade that protects the family, it's still too early. He grabs Philip by the collar and slams him into the arena, saying that he needs to train a lot more to get to where he needs to be. We see Philip's eyes go completely white as he starts to lose consciousness. Rogers then raises his leg and kicks him, sending him flying and causing him to land on his back. Philip wakes back up and grits his teeth, saying that he's not done yet, but Rogers puts the blade right to his neck, saying that he believes the match is actually over. Philip looks regretful, but decides it is and surrenders. Rogers says that this is more than enough to show why he is the knight commander of their region, and Seaman smiles, saying that was pretty impressive. Then it jumps to some time later as Rogers is training the knights. We see Seaman watching. Rogers says they better not quit, as they haven't run much so far, and they all apologize. Rogers reminds them that the young lord is watching, so they need to perform exceptionally well. Seaman thinks about it, saying he never thought Philip would lose that easily. Philip says that it's because Uncle Rogers is one of the top 5 swordsmen on the entire continent. Seaman says that if someone like Rogers were to target him, he'd have no choice but to die. Philip apologizes. Seaman then tells Philip that he intends on selecting him as his official escort knight, and that he needs to make sure to do whatever it takes to fulfill that role. Philip is completely surprised to hear this, and even starts to tear up. Tightening his grip, he says he'll do his best. We see him super happy, saying that, in order to become the blade that protects Seaman, he'll show him that he is worthy of his trust. Seaman says that he needs to hurry up and join them in training, and Philip runs off. Seaman says to think 10 out of the 50 knights would be considered experts. They can only thank their warrior lineage for that. It's not just Philip. Even Rogers is incredibly talented, and most people would wish to have even a fraction of what they own. If that's the case, it's clear why the family is in such a bad state. That night at the estate, we see Hans shaking, asking Seaman what he thinks he's doing. First, he sold the statue, and now he's selling all of the family treasures, asking if he intends to throw away the honor of his family name. Seaman says that if it makes him money, then he intends to do exactly that. Hans puts his hands on the table, asking him why he's doing this, completely panicked, and we see him low-key holding back his anger. Seaman looks up at him, saying that the great hero Loken, who died 500 years ago, is no help to them right now. Hans is startled, asking how he can say such a thing. Seaman tells him to think about it, saying it's because of those old principles they held on to, all in the name of honoring the great warrior Loken, that the family has fallen into this state to begin with. It's because of vassals like Hans that the family name has fallen to ruins. Hans says that's impossible because if it wasn't for the curse of the Demon King, but Seaman cuts him off, saying that attitude is another problem. They praise their predecessors for fortune and blame the Demon King for their downfall. He starts to unsheath the dagger, telling Hans he would like to make himself clear. He intends to become someone greater than the warrior Loken. If Hans intends to stay tied to the family's old principles, he will erase them from the family's history as he stabs the small picture of the hero. We then hear the door slam as Seaman leaves, and the other attendants run over to Hans, asking if he's okay. Hans says that he remembers the days when the young master sat on his lap and listened as he read him stories. He can't believe how much he's changed, the way he constantly visits the Demon King's castle and all these other changes. There's only one explanation, and he's sure that it must be the Demon King's curse plaguing the family. We then hear Philip calling out to Seaman, saying just this one time, surely he can take Hans's advice and that what he said just now was too much. Seaman asks if Philip really thinks this is too harsh, saying that his thoughts are a little different. He intends to not give Hans any space to think and to push back as much as possible. They can talk about that later. He then asks Philip if he's completed the task for him. Philip is surprised, saying that his voice is too loud and that this is information he barely managed to get from Hans. Seaman then asks where it is. Philip looks around, asking him to be a little quieter, and then puts his hand up to whisper. It takes us to the dungeons. We see Seaman's boots as he approaches one of the gates. He tells Philip this is different from what he told him, as the man chained up looks low-key dead. Philip tells him that just yesterday he was alive and healthy, and the man had asked who he was while exuding immense pressure. Seaman says that he can tell this is the strength of at least a fifth circle. Rather, he's probably way stronger than that. The old man tells him he's not going to repeat himself, and that he needs to answer his question. The man continues to glare at Seaman, and Seaman says that he's heard he's been locked up here for a long time, but he seems just fine to him. The man recognizes his voice, saying that it can't be. Seaman says he can't believe the fiefdom's soul iron mage is rotting away in a place like this. The old man calls out to him, asking why he stepped into such a place for his sake. Seaman asks if he really thought he would do nothing while someone wasted away in his territory. He mentions that he heard the old man has been harming himself by abstaining from food and drink, which is why Hans locked him in here. The man says that he lost consciousness due to the Gigant and an accident caused by his carelessness, asking Seaman if that was not the case. He wishes for nothing more than to atone for it with his life. Seaman asks if he believes his life to be worth that much, saying that it was already confirmed that the accident was not his fault. The old man insists that, if only he had examined it more closely, it never would have happened. Therefore, it was definitely his fault, and he wishes to be punished thoroughly for it. Seaman gets annoyed, saying that he can tell the old man is incredibly loyal, but he's just killing himself with his stubbornness. He sighs, saying that it can't be helped, and since that's what the old man wishes for, he'll do just that. He tells Philip to bring a sword. Philip is startled, asking if he's serious. The old man closes his eyes, waiting for his punishment. Seaman starts to unsheath the blade, saying that since the old man asked for it, he shall give him exactly what he wants. He raises it into the air, telling the old man not to hold it against him, and slashes the sword forward, only to cut the chains off the old man. The old man is confused. He looks up, asking Seaman what the reason is. Seaman says it would benefit him more to use the old man than to kill him, and he can't stand taking an L right now. He's planning on working the old man to the bone, to the point where he'd wish he was dead. It is his duty to pledge lifelong allegiance to Seaman and assist when needed. He tells the old man to swear it on his honor as a magician and to engrave this moment onto his heart. Seaman then tells Philip to take out what they brought. Philip starts to pour gold coins out. The old man is startled, asking where all the money came from. Seaman says that's not important. There's around 70,000 here. He points the blade at the old man once more, telling him to use this money to prepare to raise the magic tower, buy any grimoires he needs, and procure the necessary equipment to repair and manufacture Gigants. Unlike the past lords, Seaman plans to invest heavily in magic, and they need to make sure that such an incident never takes place again. The old man's eyes start to fill up with tears, and he apologizes for all the harm he has caused, saying he doesn't know if it's right for him to receive such goodwill. Seaman asks him what he thinks he's saying, reminding him that this is not goodwill, but rather a punishment. He tells him to resolve himself, as he does not intend to forgive him so easily, and he stretches his hand out towards the man. The man is speechless and then immediately starts kneeling. We learn his name is Mute, and Mute says that until the day of his death, he will devote himself to atoning for his sins. Philip says that Sir Mute's mana is incredible as he starts to exude it all through the room. Seaman smiles, saying that he has not an ounce of flexibility in his body, but that stubbornness of his is going to be really useful. He then tells Mute that there are 2 more iron mages now in the fiefdom, so he'll leave them in his care. Hans is eavesdropping, and he can't believe that he's convinced somebody as stubborn as Mute to help him. But, for some reason, he can't shake this feeling of anxiousness that he has. We get a time skip of a whole month later. We hear everybody training, and we see Hans and the other assistants watching from above. Hans says that the family is changing. Philip, who was far from Ernest, is now training harder than anybody else. Mute, who had hidden himself in shame due to his past mistakes, is now taking the initiative in training recruits. We then hear Dixon telling everybody it's been a while, and they turn, seeing him back from his journey. He says it's a relief they all seem well. Hans says that the fiefdom was in chaos searching for him, asking where he's been this entire time. He apologizes for intentionally causing them any harm, and says he'll keep a long story short by just saying that it'd be better if he showed them all this. Hans and the others wonder what it's going to be, and then we see him asking how this is possible. The village we saw a month ago has been completely changed into that of a bustling city. Dixon laughs, saying that he can't have Hans so shocked from the beginning. He starts asking him if he sees the market over on the side. Unlike before, anyone is free to sell their wares, and this was decided together with the residents. Now everybody is discussing how to improve the fiefdom together, and the old inefficient traditions are getting abolished. Dixon looks really content, asking Hans if he thinks the fiefdom is looking as it should now, with everything being more prosperous. Hans bites his lips, saying he has no choice but to agree. However, there is no denying that everything happening now is going against the last 500 years of the Locken family's policies. Back at the manor, Rogers laughs, saying that he had the same concerns that Hans is having now, but he has let it all go as Seaman has proven himself with results, so he has nothing more to say. He then sits up, saying it's time to go train, so he'll have to excuse himself. He tells Hans that it is their duty to place all of their trust in the young lord, and he tells him that he'll talk to him later as he leaves. Hans says that within that short time, everybody has already been completely won over by the young lord, and he's debating if he should succumb as well. 1 week later, it's pouring down rain, and Hans tells him that he's organized all the documents he had asked for him. We see the rain leaking into the office as well, and Seaman apologizes for dumping so much work on him, saying that he will be counting on him. Hans says that he will resolve the issue regarding the office leaks tomorrow, and if anything else comes up, to let him know. He goes to tell him he could repair it himself, but Seaman tells him that his priorities are wrong. Those who have nowhere to shelter from the rain are overflowing in their fiefdom, and he should think about those people first. Hans clenches his fist, saying that the more he comes to know the young lord, the more he finds that following him is the right thing to do. But still, there's something that he can't shake, and he has to get to the bottom of this feeling. Some other night, we see Hans dashing around, tree to tree, as he is following Seaman, saying that he secretly heads out every night. These regular visits of his are to the Demon King's castle, and he doesn't even want to consider it, but if the young lord were to be taken over by the Demon King curse, it might be the end of the family. Seaman then stops moving, and Hans wonders what's going on and if maybe he was noticed. Then we hear other men running up, asking the young lord if he's surprised that they're here already. Hans says it can't be, as we see some bandit-like men saying they've already done it, and that the thing that they were tasked to do was so easy it took no time at all. Hans says they were the bandits who were banished from their fiefdom for their plundering, so they've been living here and hiding, and there seems to be quite a lot. Seaman says that they work fast, and he likes that, and then asks them if it's time for them to begin as he's reaching into his bag. The bandits ask him if he's prepared a nice gift for them, and Seaman says yes, if they're ready for it. The bandits start to laugh, saying that they made sure to understand the books that he gave them last time. Hans wonders why they were given a book in the first place, saying it's odd and they're going too far for him to actually hear anything. He wonders what Seaman is planning, but we see it's a lot more wholesome than that as they start crying tears of joy, saying they're no longer illiterate because he summarized the plot for them. They were able to understand even the hardest parts. Hans is completely confused now. A woman comes out with her child, saying thanks to the young lord. Even her kids can read now too. It turns out this is a sentiment shared by most of the town, as he has been giving them food and medicine as well. He's pretty much all of their family's savior, and they are more than grateful to him. Seaman just says that he's glad he can help them. However, there is a price to everything, and he's sure they're prepared. The bandits say, of course, as while they may have spent their lives as bandits, they're not ungrateful animals, and he just needs to give them an order as they'll do anything he says. Seaman says that's perfect, and then he dumps the bag out in front of them, which is just a lot of golden books. Han says that's probably around 10,000 pesos, but he sees more books, wondering what he is plotting. The bandits ask what this is as well. They say they understand the books, but why the money? Seaman says the answer is within the books, and once they read them, they'll understand. Inside, some of the books are actually resident registration and land transfer papers. Seaman says that those documents acknowledge them as official residents of his territory, and with them, they'll have the right to claim this as their land. He's going to build a town near here, and they'll be able to live there. The bandits are shaking, saying that they can't believe this and that they used to just be mere bandits. They even betrayed him at one point, and they're already grateful to him for looking out for them. But after everything they've done, there's no way they can accept this because all they have done is steal from others in order to survive. They don't feel worthy to truly live here, and although they are grateful for it, the current residents will not accept them either. Seaman says that he's well aware, and he's not fully accepting them either. Even if they had no choice, plundering is a heavy crime. However, the fact that the Locke family has forced them to do it is another crime he cannot forgive. Although they have stolen from others, they avoided hurting them, and he believes they still have a chance to atone for their crimes. This money is half a year's worth of payment, and from now on, they'll become mercenaries. If they have made others fear them, they need to prepare to die fighting on their behalf, as that is the true path for them to seek atonement. This is the future he can give them. However, the path they walk toward the future is up to them. That's why he'll put his trust into them as people. The bandits hold back their tears and then start to raise up their weapons, saying they will lay their lives on the front line for him and protect his territory. Han says that the bandits were considered targets for subjugation, as that has always been a rule of the Locke family. He wonders if what he's believed up until now was the right choice. He drops to his knees, saying what he's chosen to do is to ignore the screams of the alienated. He calls himself a fool. He can't believe he misunderstood the intentions of the young lord and questioned him. Now he understands that he truly intends to improve the territory, and he promises that he'll make up for this mistake by serving by his side, and we see him starting to cry. Seaman notices him, saying that he's finally let his guard down and he really isn't knowing how to deal with it. The bandits tell Seaman to be careful on his way back and thank him once more as he leaves. Han sits there in admiration still. After a bit, Seaman sighs out of relief and says that was tough, and he assumes most of the people have been taken care of now. Then he starts to reach into what's left from the bag. As we see a purple aura, he says it's time for him to start the real work back at the Demon King's castle. He says that while he might be satisfied now, the problem is cost. As we see small little golem boys handling all the chores, he says he's managed to regain trust from his people, but it costs too much. He spent the majority of the funds earned in Lamer, and he needs a better source of income. He guesses he'll have to resort to that, but, of course, in typical fashion, doesn't say what. He then looks at two of the golems, saying that he's going to need two of them to help him out, as he's holding on to the thing from the bag again. The golems shudder, and we hear them screaming out as a bright purple light can be seen from the castle. Philip starts to tell Seaman that they've spent almost all of the pay they brought back from Lamer, and he knows it wasn't going to be enough to continue operating. Seaman acknowledges this, saying it wasn't going to be enough to maintain the territory anyway. Philip asks what the plan is now, suggesting they might need to go on another journey. Seaman tells him to shut up, asking if he's brought the records regarding mine development. Philip admits that there are only records of failed attempts decades ago, and although they've tried looking within their territory, there wasn't a single sign of a mine anywhere. Seaman asks for the reason behind incurring so much debt for something with such little chance of success. Philip explains that it was actually the only option at the time. They were in a horrible state due to a few unfortunate events happening within a short period. While residents were moving away, Seaman was unconscious. Seaman sighs, saying that now he understands how bad the situation truly is. With the failed harvest season, maintaining the territory is impossible. However, something seems off to him, as there should still be a mine. Then he spots something and points out an area on the map, asking why there are no records for this area. Philip starts to sweat nervously, explaining that the Rocky Mountain range was too difficult to scout because of the abundance of monsters. Even though they sent their knights there a few times, the monsters hiding in every corner of the region left them no choice but to return empty-handed. Seaman laughs, saying that means they weren't able to scout the region thoroughly. Philip starts to feel uncomfortable, hoping Seaman doesn't have any weird plans. Seaman grins, and of course, Philip tries to tell him that the place is too dangerous and insists on going with him if he's going. But Seaman understands that the mines must be there and heads to the Rocky Mountain range. We see Seaman looking up at something, saying that he thought Philip was overreacting as usual, but all he sees are monsters everywhere, even in the trees. He says it turns out Philip was actually right this time. Seaman notes that this is odd because these monsters should all live within separate regions, wondering why they are cooperating with one another. He sighs, asking if they've adapted to deal with humans. One of the monsters rears its sword back, swinging down at Seaman, who sidesteps it. Seaman then jumps off the ground as all the other infantry start to collapse on him. He begins to ready his magic, saying that they must think they have the advantage. Putting his hands on the ground, he creates a magic circle, saying from now on he'll be taking care of them himself. The mobs are surprised as golems rise from the ground, roaring and ready to fight. One of the monsters walks up and hits a golem in the head, but the golem completely brushes it off and punches the monster in the gut, sending it flying. Seaman comments that this is going to be a lot easier than he initially thought and praises the future mana stones for their capability. Some goblins from the tree start to launch at the golems, but they are absolutely manhandled. The golems are faster than expected, much to the contrast of their large size. Seaman says that the monsters are swarming at them endlessly. He understands why the knights failed to clear the region. Dealing with all of them is difficult, but not impossible. Then Seaman notices a special-looking monster in the back and says that it must be their leader. Seaman crouches down into a sprinting stance, saying it's his turn to join the fun. Using his magic to strengthen himself physically, he dashes off the ground, disappearing in front of the monsters and leaving them confused. He reappears behind the leader, already in the air, saying he doesn't have much time to waste. He shoves his hand onto the monster's head, casting a spell called Obedience. The monster's eyes start to glow with a purple hue. It screams, and Seaman explains that this magic is actually brainwashing magic. A symbol appears on the monster's head, leaving the others confused. Seaman smirks, saying that their leader is now his subordinate. The leader readies itself to fight its own kind, and the tide quickly turns in Seaman's favor. The remaining monsters drop to their hands and knees, lowering their weapons and surrender. Seaman tells them that he won't hurt them if they bring their other leaders to him. We see some lightning off in the Rocky Mountain range as we see another one of their leaders being brainwashed by Seaman as he's holding it by the throat. It appears to be a goblin. It then grips its teeth, and he lets go of it, causing it to drop to the floor. Seaman says he has a question, and the other goblins look scared. He says that he heard there was a place where dwarves would come and go, asking if they know anything about that. The goblins, with two orc leaders behind them, sit there completely terrified. Seaman looks at them, wondering if they aren't going to answer, but says maybe they don't actually know anything. The goblin leader, now brainwashed, starts to speak, telling him not to worry and kneeling on the ground, saying he shall guide him to that place, calling him master. Seaman smirks, saying that at least one of them seems useful. Sometime later, he heads to a mine that has completely been caved in. Seaman asks if this is the entrance, and the goblins say that this is correct. Seaman says there are traces of some kind of landslide, but something is strange. He wonders what could be in there, as all of the monsters are terrified of this place way beyond reason, which makes him a little suspicious about what could be inside. Seaman says he doesn't know what it is, but he'll figure it out once he does. He starts to imbue aura into his hand, using his dark flame spell. He explodes the rocks open, sending the debris flying, and he starts to smirk, saying he knew it, that there was a mine within their territory after all. All the monsters still look completely defeated, and he wonders what's going on with them, because he doesn't sense anything. He tells them they can all head back, and one of the orc leaders looks shocked. Seaman says, in exchange, they should never bring harm to humans again and spend their time peacefully until he gives them orders. They seem happy that he's letting them go. He tells them to stay hidden, and he's sure they'll come in handy one day. He then turns back toward the mine, saying it's time for him to get started. We get a flashback to olden times as we see some lizard people being turned into slaves. Seaman explains that in the past, with their overwhelming techniques and force, humans had oppressed other races. We see a lizard girl crying after getting whipped, and Seaman says they wish for only humans to be left on the continent. As such, Seaman, who is known as the Demon King, began to burn down one kingdom after another, rescuing the enslaved races. For them, he was considered their savior as he stood up for them when nobody else would. Back at the Demon King's tower, we see him sitting on his throne as an orc kneels in front of him. Seaman confirms with the orc that there aren't even 10 remaining survivors of his tribesmen. The orc is silent, and Seaman tells his assistant to make a base for them in a different territory and make them do construction work. The orc then begins to cry, thanking him. Seaman asks if there are any more people he needs to talk to, and if not, they should wrap it up. We then hear a man saying that he seems to be the last one, and he enters the room. We see it's a dwarf, who asks if it's all right to make an elderly man wait this long. The assistant asks how dare he show that attitude in front of their lord, but Seaman tells him that it's fine. He can't believe that a dwarf, who possesses the greatest technology, would come here, and on top of that, the energy rating for him is extraordinary. He asks the dwarf who he is, saying he never dreamed he would get to meet an ancient one. The dwarf laughs, saying Seaman seems quite perceptive, and it wouldn't be easy to tell him apart from his appearance alone. Seaman asks why he's come here, saying he doesn't believe even humans would be a match for them. The dwarf says that humans lack technology, and they indiscriminately destroy nature. Because of them, plenty of ecosystems have been ruined. Seaman asks if that means he's going to help him wipe them out, and the dwarf says that's right. If he cleans them up, then they can use their technology to improve his base. Seaman says that he too is a human, though, asking if he still plans to help him. The dwarf starts to laugh loudly right in front of Seaman for saying that. He asks him what he's talking about, saying he is clearly the Demon King. Seaman starts to smirk. Back to the present, Seaman now has a torch, exploring the mine shaft, seeing that the dwarf mentioned there was a huge mine here. It looks like he was right. He thought that it would be a lot harder to fix up, but it seems as if it's going to be pretty easy. The dwarf's abilities really are unmatched, as it's so well kept on the inside. With the amount of ores here, as long as he has people willing to work as miners, they will have no worries from now on. He's then surprised by something, saying that it's odd that the construction ends here as we see it boarded up. He turns, looking around, saying after he died, he heard that the place had been occupied by humans. He wonders if it's because of that, but despite people having worked here, there are plenty of valuables scattered around. And no matter how rushed they were, would the dwarves that dearly cherish their tools have made this kind of mistake? He starts to have a weird feeling in his stomach, saying that something is off. The ground starts to shake, and he turns, only to catch the glimpse of something red dashing past him as it's burrowing in and out of the ground repeatedly. Seaman drops his torch out of surprise, looking up, saying now he finally gets why the monsters were terrified of this place. A shadow looms over him, and we see a giant worm screeching at him. He says it's definitely the master of the mine, and that it's due to this guy that the mine was abandoned. He apologizes, but it's bothering him, and it's time for it to get out as he starts to get ready to cast some spells. Seaman then immediately summons two golems to help him fight off against the worm. They start to have a WWE stare down, and the worm lets out a screech, alerting them that they are in its territory. Then Seaman stretches his hand outward, telling them to go ahead and take it down as they start charging directly at the worm. But the worm is insanely fast as it jumps in like a bullet, forcing the two golems to do their best to block it. The golems then begin to get pushed back, but they start digging into the ground, and they manage to actually stop it right before it hits Seaman. Seaman starts to glare at it, and then tells the golems to hold it down as he leaps into the air, imbuing aura into his hand, preparing yet another dark flame spell. He shoots it out, and it explodes on the worm. He says this should be enough to calm it down, but then is surprised by something, because he knows that his magic is weak at the moment. But what the hell is it made out of for his attack to not even leave a scratch? The golems also wonder what's going on as they all get launched into the air as the worm leaps towards Seaman. It opens its mouth, going to eat him, but one of the golem brothers latches onto it and imbues aura into its hand, punching the worm back down into the ground before it can eat Seaman. Seaman tells the golem it did good, and the golem is really happy about it. But the worm looks up completely pissed. Seaman realizes this is bad and tells the golem to watch out. Instead of going for Seaman, the worm leaps straight towards the golem, taking it straight into the ground. The golem lets out a roar, and some minerals begin to fall from where he was dropped into. Seaman asks how this is possible as the worm starts eating the minerals, and its skin begins to change to reflect that as it starts to evolve. Seaman says this is hella bad, because if it's just going to continuously evolve, it's going to make things way harder for him. Sometime later, Seaman asks where this thing even came from, because no matter what he does, this thing doesn't take any damage. He has no other choice, and if he wants to defeat it, he needs to bring his Gigant here and deal with it that way. The worm then throws a rock at the exit, completely blocking it, and Seaman starts to get pissed, saying he can't believe it's intelligent as well. The worm lets out a screech, going in for another attack, and Seaman says it's way tougher than he actually expected. Then he starts to think about it, saying if a monster of this size was wandering about outside, it should have left marks around the forest. Wondering if he ever saw anything hinting at that, he says that it might only live in the mine, and if that's the case, there's no point in bringing the Gigant here, as it will be unable to fit into the mines to begin with. This makes things even more complicated, and if only he knew its weakness, then he wouldn't have to struggle. He then senses something as we see the golems holding onto it, low-key rodeoing this thing. Seaman says that the flow of mana was disturbed just now, and that must be it. He tells the golems to buy him some time as he starts running away, because if he's correct, there has to be something nearby he can use. He starts looking around the mine shaft, wondering where it is, and then finally spots it in the corner. He says that this is a necessity for dwarves when mining, and it's an ancient pickaxe. He says with this, he's going to have a chance as he uses his physical strengthening magic. He readies himself, and then starts running up on the back of the worm, Shadow of the Colossus style, and raises the pickaxe into the air, saying with this he'll be able to mine anything. He swings it down straight into the forehead of the worm. Seaman is confused because all he did is piss it off, and he wonders if maybe he didn't put enough force into it. He then loses his grip and falls off the back of the worm, and it looks like it's going to land on him. Back at the mansion, we hear Rogers asking Philip if he was aware that the young lord disappears every night. Philip says there have been times when he would disappear without warning, and Rogers calls him an idiot, asking if his escort knight is unaware of his whereabouts. Philip starts to cry, saying every time he tried to follow him, he kept managing to disappear from his sight. Dixon says he's actually heard people say he visits the Demon King's castle, and Roger sighs, saying he didn't think twice about it since he was unaware of the situation, but now that he heard about it, he understands why Hans is so worried. Hans then speaks up, saying he's not worried anymore, and Rogers is surprised and turns around. Hans says that he has decided to fully trust the young lord. Even at this moment, he believes that he is doing his utmost for the sake of the people, when in reality, Bro is just stuck in a slugfest with the worm. He starts to ready another spell, saying it might not have worked before, but now there's damage on the worm, so it might have a shot. He shoots off a giant dark flame this time, and it starts to go straight towards the worm, exploding on its head. The golems catch him, and Seaman says that this is seriously a problem, and he doesn't think he can handle another one of these worms, so hopefully that was the last of them. Sometime later, after the fight, he says that thanks to the worm, it looks like he's going to be able to save on manpower, as we see the golems mining the ore off of its head. I don't know if it's dead or not. Seaman then looks to his side, spotting a skeleton as it's none other than a dwarf who is dripped out in some artifacts in his armor behind him. Seaman says that it looks like he tried to protect this place, and that he can respect that. He gives him a proper burial, saying that he hopes this is good enough, as now he has a place to rest and leave all of his burdens to be at peace. He hopes he understands that even if he takes all of his stuff, it doesn't mean he bears any ill intentions. After returning from his expedition to the Rocky Mountains, Roger gathered with the group in the meeting room to share exciting news. Among the attendees was Dixon, the accountant, who couldn't contain his shock when Roger revealed he found a mine. Roger confirmed the discovery with a chuckle. Yes, we checked it out, and it's overflowing with ores. The best part? No signs of monsters. The group collectively breathed a sigh of relief, especially Dixon, who remarked, "That's truly good news. We've finally solved the financial issues of the territory." Mute, always focused on practicality, added, "Then I can focus on preparing the tools needed to mine properly." Hans, who had been reviewing the report, had a different perspective. That might not even be necessary. The mine appears to be in excellent condition. Someone's already worked on it. With proper manpower, we could see significant returns without much setup. Sitting slightly apart from the group, Seaman watched their discussion unfold, a faint smile on his face. Their optimism and energy were infectious, warming him. Reflecting on the stability they'd achieved, he thought to himself, "Looks like the territory's foundations are finally stable. Just in case, I force the monsters to migrate deeper into the mountains. If the territory faces a crisis, they could even serve as an emergency military force." Lost in his musings, Seaman was jolted back to the present when Hans approached him respectfully. "Young lord," Hans called. "Yes," Seaman replied, meeting his gaze. Hans spoke honestly. "This is all thanks to you, young lord." Seaman, ever humble, dismissed the compliment. "It's nothing. It's because of everyone's hard work. I merely tied up the loose ends." Despite his modesty, the group expressed their gratitude. Seaman, however, tempered their enthusiasm with a reminder. "But if you don't want things to return to the way they were, don't let your guard down. Lose focus for a moment, and it could all come crashing down." Then, without missing a beat, Seaman added, "Anyway, I have a request." Hans said, "Yes, of course." "What is it?" Seaman asked. "Could I leave the fiefdom in your hands for a while?" The room fell silent. The group exchanged puzzled and concerned glances until Hans broke the silence. "Where do you plan to go?" Seaman offered a brief, enigmatic reply. "Ask Philip for the details." Philip, always eager to share news, grinned broadly. The young lord has decided to purchase a Gigant. And who better than me to ensure he gets the best one? I'll personally escort him. Before Philip could finish his sentence, Roger playfully knocked him off his chair with a solid punch. Don't worry, everyone. To ensure there are no issues, I'll accompany the young lord myself. Mute, not one to be left out when it came to Gigants, stood up decisively. If it involves Gigants, then the Iron Mage will handle it. Dixon, ever mindful of finances, quickly followed. This involves finances, so I must go as well. From his undignified position on the floor, Philip groaned. Aren't you all being too mean to me? His complaint fell on deaf ears as the group continued their discussion, focused on their next steps. As the group journeyed by cart, Roger took charge of the reins, leaving Seaman and Philip seated inside. The ride was relatively quiet, save for Philip's unusually cheerful mood, which caught Sermon's attention. You seem happy, Seaman observed, breaking the silence. Philip beamed, his enthusiasm evident. Of course, I'll finally get the Gigant of my dreams. Seaman frowned, his practical nature surfacing. We already have Gigants in our territory. Philip dismissed the comment with a scoff. What a dull thing to say. New models are leagues ahead of that junk. A true rider deserves the best. Up front, Roger overheard the conversation and let out an exasperated sigh. Cut the chatter and spare us your Gigant philosophy. Don't even dream of fancy nonsense while I'm around. Philip, feigning hurt, protested loudly. Why are you so mean to me? Roger didn't hesitate to respond. If you weren't an escort knight, I'd have you driving the cart. Philip leaned back with a dramatic sigh. Uncle, you're cruel. Seaman, watching the banter unfold, couldn't help but smirk. Bringing Roger along was proving to be a smart decision. He was perfect for keeping Philip's boundless energy and flamboyant ideas in check. As the cart continued along the road, a large vehicle approached from the opposite direction, stopping abruptly. Roger immediately grew alert, narrowing his eyes. A trailer appeared out of nowhere. I'm sorry, young lord. Intrigued, Seaman stepped out of the carriage to get a closer look. A trailer? This is my first time seeing one. Roger pointed to the imposing vehicle. It's a large cart made with magic engineering. It's expensive but far sturdier than a regular cart. It's mainly used for transporting heavy cargo. Seaman examined the trailer thoughtfully, its impressive build sparking an idea that looks useful. Should he buy one? Before they could leave, a man emerged from the trailer, breaking the silence. Apologies, you seem surprised. Maybe their first time seeing a trailer? Roger turned to the man, his tone sharp and guarded. Who are you people? The man smiled disarmingly. We're peddlers from the Shade Company, traveling the countryside selling regional goods. Seaman raised an eyebrow, skepticism in his voice. Shade Company? I've never heard of you. The man laughed, his demeanor casual. We're new, but mark my words, we'll be the best in no time. Seaman shrugged, seemingly uninterested. The man's gaze lingered on Seaman, his expression turning curious. By any chance, are you the lord of a family? Seaman's expression instantly darkened, his voice cold. Why do you ask? The man raised his hands in mock surrender, chuckling nervously. No offense meant. Peddlers like us seek goodwill with lords. It's just good business. Seaman dismissed him curtly, saying I'm no lord worth your interest. Now, if you'll excuse us. With that, Seaman and his group resumed their journey, leaving the peddler behind. As the carriage faded into the distance, the man turned to his guards, a sly grin spreading across his face. Teisel. He introduced himself, the name carrying a sinister weight. Holding up a worn poster, he sneered. That's him, the young lord of the Locken family. I didn't expect to find him here. This job just got easier. The poster in his hand displayed crossed-out pictures of young lords from various families. Only Seaman's image remained unmarked, a chilling testament to the man's true intentions. That night, as the group rested around a crackling campfire, Philip broke the uneasy silence. Those peddlers didn't seem like merchants, he remarked. Roger nodded, sharing his doubts. No way an up-and-coming trader could afford a trailer like that. And that Teisel guy? He's shady. His men didn't look like merchants either. Seaman remained silent, his sharp mind turning over details from earlier. That trailer carried something emitting a faint mana flow, he mused. It was well hidden, but I recognized it. Before he could finish his thought, the sound of footsteps broke through the night. Philip shot to his feet, drawing his sword in a flash. Who's there? A familiar voice answered as a figure stepped into the firelight. Good evening, sirs. Fate seems to have brought us together again, Teisel said, his grin unsettling. Seaman's eyes narrowed as he studied the man. You were heading in the opposite direction earlier. Why are you here now? Teisel shrugged nonchalantly, his smirk unwavering. Unfinished business brought us back this way. When I saw your fire, I thought I'd join you. If you don't mind, that is. Seaman's gaze flickered to the surrounding darkness. He gestured calmly toward the shadows beyond the campfire. Join us? Are you sure there's room for all of you? Teisel laughed, his tone tinged with amusement and menace. You catch on quick, young lord. I underestimated you. But a job is a job. His grin widened into something far more sinister as his voice dropped. I have no personal grudge. Please die here. With Teisel's subordinates rushing forward and attacking, but Seaman's knights, Roger and Philip, successfully blocked their advance and fend off the assault. Teisel then orders his subordinates to kill everyone, with particular emphasis on the young blonde lord, Seaman, and to ensure his death. Roger, aware of the danger, instructs Philip to protect Seaman, which Philip agrees to do, moving quickly to intercept an enemy's attack. Philip stands firm and commands Seaman to get behind him, swearing to protect him with their lives. Seaman follows, but as he steps behind Philip, he reflects on the situation, realizing the scale of the attack is far beyond what one would expect for an assassination. The enemies are highly skilled, holding their own against both Philip and Roger. Seaman is concerned that if this becomes a prolonged battle, they will be at a disadvantage. As Seaman contemplates, an assassin sneaks up behind him. However, Roger quickly intervenes, countering the attack and pushing the assassin back. The assassin regains his balance, but Roger checks on Seaman, asking if he's all right. Seaman thanks Roger, but internally he realizes that these are no ordinary assassins or bandits. The fact that they can get past Roger indicates that each one is a highly trained knight. At that moment, Teisel taunts them, signaling his subordinates, and unexpectedly, a Gigant, an enormous mechanical being, arrives on the scene, startling Seaman and his knights. Seaman recognizes the energy he had sensed earlier and realizes that it was the presence of the Gigant. In a moment of urgency, Seaman orders Roger and Philip to close their eyes to protect them from the impending danger. Both knights comply, closing their eyes just in time. Seaman begins chanting a spell. O sun, awaken from silence and shine your light in the darkness, and casts a flash of light powerful enough to temporarily blind the assassins. This creates an opening for them to escape. Seeing the opportunity, Seaman orders his knights to run. Roger and Philip quickly agree and follow Seaman, fleeing the scene in haste. Seeing that Teisel, half-blinded from Seaman's flash spell, angrily orders his subordinates to chase after them. One of his subordinates, struggling with the blinding effect, complains that they can't see. Teisel snaps at them to pull themselves together and continues to berate them, frustrated that they weren't prepared for Seaman's unexpected use of magic. As his subordinates mutter about their lack of preparation, Teisel grows more agitated and vows to catch Seaman, promising a painful death for him. Meanwhile, Seaman, Philip, and Roger continue running through the forest to escape their pursuers. Roger praises Seaman for his quick thinking, saying the plan to use magic saved them from a dangerous situation. Philip also commends Seaman's abilities, stating that he's sure Seaman will become a powerful rune knight in the future. Seaman, still focused on escaping, chastises them for talking when they should be running faster, warning that their enemies won't give up so easily, especially with a Gigant involved. Seaman reflects that camping in the woods may have been a good decision since it's too dark for their pursuers to track them, and they need to get as much distance as possible. However, to their surprise, the assassins catch up with them. The assassins shout to each other to stop Seaman's group, and both sides prepare for battle, swords drawn. Seaman is shocked at how quickly they've caught up, realizing everything is going wrong. Roger urges Seaman to keep running, while Philip notes that the enemy force is smaller now, with fewer opponents than before. Seaman, assessing the situation, asks Philip and Roger if they'll be all right since the remaining assassins appear to be quite skilled. Philip reassures him that they didn't display their true skills before and are capable of handling the situation. Roger adds that it will be hard for them to fight at their best if Seaman stays with them. Understanding their point, Seaman decides to leave the battle to them and continues running to further distance himself from the attackers. Philip, determined to protect Seaman, swiftly summoned his mana blade and confronted the remaining assassins. Declaring, "Things are different this time," he unleashed his Phantom Sword technique, swiftly killing the first assassin in front of him. He further stated, "From now on, I'll show you my true abilities." Roger, equally furious, stepped forward and shouted, "How dare you try to harm the young lord?" With his own powerful technique, he quickly cut down several enemies, delivering a harsh warning. Don't bother begging for mercy. The remaining assassins, witnessing their comrades fall, grew visibly nervous. Philip, taunting the assassins, said, "Hey, you self-proclaimed merchants. If you dare to point your blades at the warrior clan of Locken, then you must be ready to pay the price for it." Meanwhile, in Lamer, chaos reigned as houses were engulfed in flames, with residents desperately trying to extinguish them. Princess Raina stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sight of the fire. Her butler, Victor, urgently warned her, "Princess, this is no ordinary fire. It's like they poured oil on it. It's extremely dangerous. Please get away from here." Raina, in tears, refused to leave, saying, I can't abandon the citizens and run away." Nearby citizens, also fighting the flames, called out to her, "We'll be fine. The people will survive if you do, princess. Please get to safety." With no other choice, Victor grabbed Raina's hand and began pulling her away from the scene, insisting, "You must run, even if it's only for the people's sake." Reluctantly, Raina followed, glancing back at the burning town as they fled. After the fire eventually burned itself out, the residents returned to the wreckage, heartbroken. A little girl mourned over her father's charred body, and a woman cried out for help, frantic that her daughter was trapped inside one of the burned homes. Raina, devastated by the loss, could only cry, "I'm so sorry." At that moment, Count Monike appeared with his knights and smugly greeted Raina. "It's been a while, Princess Raina." He casually added, "I just happened to be training in the area. Wouldn't you say this is fate?" Raina, shocked by his coldness, asked, "You were training at this hour?" Monike coolly replied, "I've been training my soldiers' discipline recently. That's why we've been training at night, to ensure the safety of the people throughout the night." Victor, furious at Manak's blatant disregard for the suffering, shouted, "You! How dare you speak such lies?" Before he could continue, Manak's knights drew their blades and aimed them at him, silencing him. Leaning closer to Raina, Monike sneered, "Princess Raina, I told you before. The one causing the most suffering to these people is you." He then turned to leave, laughing, "Swallow your despair as you regret your actions, princess." Raina stood there, shaking with anger and guilt, her fists clenched tightly. As tears streamed down her face, she vowed to herself, "Count Monike, I will never, never forgive you." The scene shifts back to Seaman, who had been running for some time, catching his breath and analyzing the situation. He thought there was no sign of further pursuit, and it seemed Rogers and Philip were managing the enemy on their end. Despite this, Seaman remained uncertain about who was behind the enemy's forces, especially considering they had the ability to mobilize a Gigant. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he concluded he might need to return to his territory and prepare for war. As Seaman emerged from the dense forest, his path was suddenly blocked. Standing before him were Teisel and his men, accompanied by 2 Gigants. The sight stopped Seaman in his tracks. Teisel spoke first, his tone full of disdain. "It seems you've been underestimating us too much. I must admit, though, I underestimated the young lord. Should we call it even? Who would have guessed the heir of a hero's family would resort to such petty magic?" Seaman, unfazed, retorted, "Did my magic not suit your taste? Even if you don't like it, going this far to capture a mere child seems a bit excessive, don't you think?" Teisel, indifferent, shrugged and replied, "Who knows? Even a lion gives it their all when hunting a rabbit." Seaman's reaction to this comment was laughter, which left Teisel visibly confused. Seaman's demeanor shifted as he calmly addressed Teisel. "You've separated me from my knights and think you've cornered me, don't you?" Teisel, still trying to gauge Seaman's mindset, asked, "Have you given up, or have you lost your mind? If you're trying to buy time, it's pointless." Seaman smirked confidently and replied, "The moment you witness my power, you'll realize not a single one of you will survive." He began casting a dimension spell, and a large magic circle appeared behind him. From the circle, golems started to emerge, one after another, visibly alarming Teisel and his men. As the golems roared, Teisel's subordinates shrank back in fear, clearly intimidated by the sudden surge of summoned creatures. Seaman, with a smirk, commented, "The one frustrated by not being able to unleash his full power was actually me." His golems continued to form, and their roar only added to the growing tension, leaving Teisel's men unsettled by the overwhelming presence of the summoned creatures. Teisel's subordinates, seeing the overwhelming presence of the golems, exclaiming in disbelief, "Where did all these golems come from? Summoning even one is difficult. So how could he summon so many? Teisel, who understood the danger but remained composed, thought of his next move. He issued a calm but firm order to his men. Golems may have once been a threat, but they're just piles of rocks. We have the Gigant. Even dozens of golems won't stand a chance against it. Whoever brings me the young lord's head will be promoted to Knight Commander. Show your skills. Encouraged by Teisel's words, his subordinates' resolve hardened. They responded with determination. Knight Commander, you say? Sir Teisel, we'll make sure to fulfill that promise. With that, they rushed forward to attack. Some of them yelled to one another in competitive zeal, saying that one's head is mine. Seamen, observing their approach, couldn't help but think simple and brutish, dismissing my immortal army as mere piles of rocks. We'll see how they fare after 500 years. Shall I give them a history lesson? He cast a spell named Marionette to take control of the golems. In response, the golems immediately surrounded Teisel and his men from all sides. Teisel's subordinates, startled by the unexpected speed of the golems, gasped in shock, were surrounded in an instant. Their fear was evident, but Teisel barked at them. You idiots! They're just golems. Why are you panicking? Seamen, sensing their underestimation, warned them. If you keep underestimating them, you'll regret it in the afterlife. Then, with a swift motion, Seaman raised his left hand into the air. The golems mirrored his action, raising their left hands simultaneously before slamming them down onto the ground. This synchronized attack puzzled Teisel's men, who whispered in confusion. Why did the golems hit the ground? Could it be that he is not controlling them properly? Seaman's voice cut through the uncertainty. This body has fought in hundreds of wars. Let me give you a piece of advice. Understanding the terrain is the foundation of strategy. Teisel, now realizing the golem's deliberate targeting of the ground. Before Teisel could fully process the implications, the ground beneath them began to crack open. Panic erupted as Teisel's men screamed. The ground is collapsing. Everyone retreat. It was too late. Seaman smirked and delivered his judgment. I warned you. Arrogance born from relying only on numbers and the Gigant. This is your downfall. Reflect on it in the afterlife. With that, the golem struck the earth with devastating force, causing the ground to crumble entirely. Teisel and his men fell into the newly formed crevasse. Seaman, watching the collapse, murmured, it's settled? What a shame. I should have captured a few to learn who's behind this. Just then, a sword aura attack struck Seaman, injuring him. He turned his attention to the source of the attack and saw that it was Teisel, still alive. To his surprise, Teisel was perched atop a Gigant that clung to the side of the crevasse wall, visibly furious. Teisel growled, Damn bastard, how dare you destroy my knights? I'll never forgive you. Seaman chuckled darkly, his eyes narrowing. This might actually work out better. I'll capture you and make you confess everything. Teisel sneered, his tone laced with venom. Try it if you can. I won't let you die easily, until you beg me to kill you. I'll make you suffer. Without hesitation, he charged at Seaman, dagger in hand. As Teisel closed the distance, Seaman attempted to cast a spell, but his mana spiraled uncontrollably. The golems he had summoned began to crumble, and a sharp pain coursed through his chest. Seaman groaned, thinking, my heart feels like it's going to burst. This damned curse. Teisel, now inches away, taunted him further. Looks like your mana's run dry. This is the end. You'll beg me to kill you. I'll crush you alive. Gritting his teeth, Seaman hissed, how noisy. Do you really think a curse of this level would stop me? With renewed determination, he cast another spell. Dark hands erupted from the ground, reaching out toward Teisel with unsettling speed. Teisel's confidence wavered as his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Is this black magic? He could hardly believe it. A descendant of heroes wielding such forbidden power. Seaman's voice turned cold. Before my patience runs out, you'd better tell me who your master is. Answer me. As the dark hands closed in, Teisel cried out in agony, unable to withstand the pressure. Realizing his defeat, he screamed, I'll talk. It's Count Monache. Everything was under his orders. Seaman's gaze darkened. Count Monache? From the arena, Teisel, desperate and trembling, begged, That's all I know. Please have mercy. Without a trace of hesitation, Seaman's voice turned colder. Mercy, you say? He ended Teisel's life swiftly, muttering, I've never once forgiven my enemies. With Teisel's death, a surge of power flowed into Seaman, mending his injuries. Though physically healed, Seaman grimaced at the sensation. Whether demons or humans, absorbing power never feels great. His thoughts drifted to Count Monache. This plan of his from lamer to meticulous, deploying knights, assassins, and even a Gigant to move such a large force so discreetly. Is there another reason they targeted the Locken family? His expression hardened. Count Monache, whatever it is, the price for crossing me will be paid in full. They'll regret it deeply. Suddenly, Seaman heard rustling from the bushes. Turning swiftly, he spotted his escort knights, Philip and Rogers, emerging. Both looked relieved to find him unharmed. Philip was the first to speak. "You're safe. We were worried." Seaman's tone softened slightly. "You arrived quicker than I expected." Philip replied with a grin. "Of course. What did you expect?" Seaman didn't linger on the pleasantries and urged them forward. "Let's go quickly. We've already wasted too much time." As they moved, he informed the knights of Count Monache's involvement in the attack. Rogers furrowed his brow. So it was Count Monache behind all of this. Seaman nodded but added cautiously, "I can't be certain yet, but we can't take any chances. Either way, it's best to avoid returning to lamer territory." Rogers, ever the strategist, suggested, "Young lord, you should return to the territory and strengthen the troops. We can't guarantee something like this won't happen again." Seaman looked at him in confusion. Rogers explained further, "There's no guarantee this won't happen again. We can't afford to be complacent. We need to prepare for the worst." Seaman, evaluating their position, confidently stated, "After sustaining this much damage, the enemy won't make a move anytime soon. This is the perfect opportunity to secure a Gigant." Rogers responded with a practical concern. "There's a place nearby that sells Gigants, but without a carriage, we won't be able to get there." Seaman smirked and gestured toward the trailer left by their attackers. "Who says we don't have a carriage?" They conveniently brought one with them. As they boarded the trailer, Philip chuckled, "What a twist of fate. We didn't plan this, but we ended up with a free trailer." Rogers, clearly displeased, snapped at Philip, "Stop with the carefree attitude. Have you already forgotten what just happened? From now on, we're doubling your training. The young lord's safety is paramount." Philip, attempting to lighten the mood, said, "Uncle, relax. Everything ended without a major incident, and the young lord is safe." The ground collapsing and taking out all the enemies at the critical moment. It must have been the blessing of our ancestors. Seaman, unimpressed, gave Philip a bewildered look and sighed. "Blessing? Don't be ridiculous." Internally, he thought, "I nearly died, and my revenge would have been left incomplete. All because of this damned curse. The ripple I felt when I tried to use black magic. That power stopped the black circle in my heart. It was definitely the ripple of a curse. Although I've regained some ability to counter it, the current circle isn't strong enough. Who in the world could have placed such a powerful curse on me?" While Seaman grappled with his thoughts, events unfolded elsewhere in the capital's main branch. Darren, a trembling figure, knelt before a masked individual seated on a throne. The masked figure spoke in a chilling tone. "Are you the one called Darren?" Darren, visibly shaking and drenched in sweat, stammered, "Why yes, that's me. But why have you summoned me?" The figure replied, "As the intermediary, I'm here to act on last year's directive from the guildmaster. Do you remember the order to secure Demon King Seaman's stronghold?" Darren nodded nervously. "Our guild was close to succeeding, but someone interfered." The masked figure leaned forward, removing their mask. "Interference? How intriguing. Do you know who it was?" When the mask was removed, Darren's face turned ashen with terror. The figure was revealed to be undead, their lifeless yet menacing presence sending a wave of fear through him. Desperate, Darren begged, "Please spare me. I swear, this time I'll succeed." The undead being stepped closer, their voice eerily calm. "Who said I was going to kill you? I'm merely curious. Tell me, who is the one disrupting the plan?" Seaman arrives in the city of Magic Towers, Brendan, which is bustling and much busier than the city of Lamber. Romer, explaining the city's significance, reveals that Brendan is famous for its many magic towers, which bring magicians, merchants, and technicians together. These elements have helped the city's growth, making it a prime location for purchasing Gigants, ranging from warrior class to hero class. Some workshops even produce dozens of units every month, sparking Seaman's interest. Philip adds that Brendan is home to a branch of the renowned Veritas Magic Tower, which has built a solid foundation in Gigant production. Seaman reflects on his past with the Veritas Magic Tower, remembering the elder and duke who were responsible for his lover's death. He thinks that despite the unpleasantness of dealing with them, he can use this opportunity to evaluate the quality of their Gigants and potentially improve on them by breaking them down and identifying their strengths and weaknesses. At the gate of the Veritas Magic Tower, a guard stops them, saying only those with Baron status or higher are allowed entry. When Seaman objects, Philip identifies him as Luke, heir to the Locken barony, prompting the guard to mock the family, claiming they are too poor to afford a Gigant. This insult angers Rogers and Philip, and both draw their swords in anger. However, Seaman calmly stops them, choosing to ignore the guard. He reflects on how, despite the passage of time, the Veritas Magic Tower still maintains its arrogance. Despite this, he's impressed by the scale of the tower, noting that the Gigants produced here must be of impressive quality. Seaman expresses his frustration with the guard's attitude, declaring that there is no value in spending money at a place that shows such poor manners. As they leave, Rogers, feeling ashamed, apologizes for the encounter, but Seaman reassures him, recognizing that the gatekeeper's behavior likely reflects the attitude within the tower. He suggests that they move on and explore another magic tower instead, with Rogers agreeing to guide him to other options. Seaman, while temporarily putting aside his desire for revenge on the Veritas Magic Tower, focuses on his primary goal of acquiring a Gigant. He resolves to take revenge later, after completing his mission. They soon arrive at the modern Magic Tower in Brendan. Seaman is immediately impressed by the tower's appearance, remarking that it seems worth exploring. Rogers explains that it's one of the top 10 Magic Towers, known for unmatched production speed. Inside, they observe various Gigant models being created. Seaman notes that if the quality of these models is as good as it looks, the Gigants should be of excellent craftsmanship. They are then approached by Garrett, the general manager of the modern Magic Tower. He asks if they are searching for a specific type of Gigant. Seaman mentions his interest in a model priced around 30,000 pesos and inquires if Garrett has any suggestions. Garrett enthusiastically offers a detailed catalog of their Gigants, highlighting options focused on power, defense, and more. Seaman is impressed with the thoroughness of the presentation and the exceptional customer service. Unlike the Veritas Magic Tower, where people are judged by their status or appearance, this tower seems genuinely attentive to their customers. Seaman considers making a purchase here, provided the performance aligns with his standards. However, the atmosphere shifts when a customer shouts, demanding a repair for a Gigant. Garrett tries to calm the situation, explaining it's not a defect, but something else. But the customer interrupts, accusing the Gigant of having a serious durability issue as it crumples on impact. Seaman, uninterested in further delays, decides it's time to move on. They continue to explore other magic towers in the city, but fail to find a Gigant that meets Seaman's expectations. Eventually, Seaman expresses his frustration, stating that while the city is reputed to specialize in Gigant production, the reality is chaotic and unsatisfactory. Philip concurs with Seaman's assessment, agreeing that the situation is disappointing. Rogers adds that during the Empire's strict regulation period, only top-tier Gigants were produced, but now, with fewer controls, the quality has plummeted, and money seems to be the only requirement. Seaman and his group are walking through the streets of Brendan when they encounter a young man in his 20s, standing with blueprints for a Gigant. The boy is fervently trying to attract attention from passersby, proclaiming, "This is a truly innovative Gigant. Please, just take a look." However, one person dismisses him without even looking at the blueprints, shoving him aside and telling him to stop begging and leave. Philip, witnessing the interaction, sighs and comments, walking around begging with blueprints in hand. It's no wonder the quality of Gigants has declined so much. Intrigued by the boy's persistence, Seaman approaches him. He picks up the blueprint from the ground and examines it. "This design is quite interesting," Seaman remarks. "It's based on golem theory. It might be considered old-fashioned, but it's not bad." As Seaman studies the blueprint, he reflects, is this because of Mute's teachings? Now I can truly appreciate Gigants. He then asks the boy, "Tell me, how much investment do you need?" The boy, taken aback, asks, "Investment? Are you serious?" He hesitates before answering. "To finish the project, I'll need about 10,000 pesos. Seeing the boy's surprise and joy, Seaman is reminded of his own past struggles. Seaman agrees to the investment and says, "Take me to your lab." The boy leads them to his magic tower, an old and dilapidated building. Rogers, observing the tower, remarks, "Since you mentioned lacking money, I assumed you'd also lack space and equipment for Gigant production. But it seems I was wrong. You have your own magic tower, though it looks like it might collapse." The boy laughs and explains, "The previous Gigant model sold well enough to keep this place running. But the new model cost too much time and money to make. That's why most of the team left, and only a few of us remain." Seaman and his knights exchange skeptical looks, questioning whether the boy is truly trustworthy or just another scam artist. Inside the tower, the boy urges them to take their time and look around. When Seaman sees the new Gigant model, he comments, "This is Sting, isn't it?" The boy, surprised, asks, "Do you know about Sting?" Seaman acknowledges that he's seen it before and recalls how impressive the magic implementation was, thinking to himself, this guy has some real skill. The boy grins and clarifies, "The exterior might look similar, but this is a completely different machine. It's Sting too. We've applied all the latest technology from our Hallis Magic Tower and redesigned the internal performance." Seaman, intrigued, asks, "How long will it take to complete?" The boy replies, "The major work is done. Only the fine-tuning remains. It should take 1 or 2 months." Seaman, eager to expedite the process, presses, "Will it really take that long?" The boy apologizes, explaining that precision work requires extra caution, and their limited staff is slowing things down. Seaman, wanting to accelerate the timeline, offers an additional 20,000 pesos to hire more technicians and complete the work within a week. The boy, visibly excited by the offer, rushes off to gather the necessary staff, promising to return shortly. He hurriedly enters another room of the tower where the magic engineers, bored and exhausted, are sprawled out on the dining table, asleep. He announces that they can return to their work and promises them generous pay in exchange. The engineers, curious, inquire whether this includes better wages and improved efficiency. Shortly after, he brings them to the Gigant project, where one of the engineers explains that progress had stalled at around 67.3% because the magic core needed recalibration. However, with the proposal of night allowances, they can implement 24-hour work shifts, and the necessary optimizations are complete. The engineers eagerly begin their work on the Gigant. Philip, watching the engineers prepare to resume, expresses concern, asking Seaman if he is truly sure about entrusting the Gigant to them. Seaman reassures him, acknowledging the nature of research-focused magicians, and expresses confidence that the work will help elevate the Magic Tower to one of the top 10 in the world. Later that night, while everyone else is asleep, Seaman is not in his room. Instead, he sits on the rooftop of a nearby house, looking out over the Veritas Magic Tower. With a sense of satisfaction, he reflects on how he has achieved his goals, and now, it is time to begin his revenge. Meanwhile, the Veritas Magic Tower's guards are on duty when Seaman causes the nearby bushes to rustle, drawing their attention. The guards approach and call out, "Who's there?" but find nothing when they check the bushes. Seizing the opportunity, Seaman sneaks past them and enters the tower, his thoughts focused on the consequences awaiting those inside. As he moves forward, he contemplates what kind of price he will make them pay for their actions. Seaman infiltrates the Veritas Magic Tower, a hub of magical research and power, where he observes guards on security and wizards working on blueprints for Gigants. To avoid detection, he casts Dark Invisibility, a spell that transforms his body into a black shadow, allowing him to maneuver stealthily by leaping between the shadows of individuals in the tower. Despite the tower's reputation, Seaman notes the surprisingly lax security, criticizing the reliance on visible guards rather than magical countermeasures. Realizing that aimless exploration will yield little progress, he decides to target a useful wizard who could unwittingly aid his goals. His attention shifts to a nervous, low-ranking wizard who is superficially inspecting guards while radiating anxiety and ambition. Seaman slips into this wizard's shadow, exploiting his unassuming appearance. The wizard, emboldened by his successful evasion of the tower's security, enters a restricted area, the exclusive archive for senior wizards, while muttering to himself with a mix of triumph and greed. He reveals his plan to steal high-level magic books reserved for elite practitioners, driven by resentment toward the hierarchical structure of wizardry. He believes possessing these texts will elevate him from a low-ranking wizard to a mid-level or even Meister, a master-tier magician, defying the societal bias that privileges innate talent over effort. Unbeknownst to the wizard, Seaman, still concealed in his shadow, overhears this soliloquy and reacts with amused contempt. Recognizing the wizard's naive ambition and recklessness, Seaman likens him to the archetypal idiot present in every organization, someone whose greed and overconfidence create exploitable vulnerabilities. However, Seaman also sees an opportunity for entertainment and strategic gain, deciding to manipulate the wizard's actions to further his own agenda. The fatty wizard carefully approaches the locked door, his hands trembling with both anticipation and greed. He kneels before the intricate locking mechanism, holding a small metal pin between his fingers. With a smirk, he thinks to himself, even the lock mechanism is nothing special. High-ranking wizards are so careless with these things. His confidence grows as the pin slides into the keyhole. He manipulates it skillfully, already imagining the wealth of forbidden knowledge that lies beyond this door. If he succeeds, his days of mediocrity will finally be over. However, before he can finish picking the lock, an unfamiliar yet commanding voice suddenly echoes from behind him, laced with amusement and authority. Recently, I don't recall granting any entry permits. Then, you must be an intruder? A chill runs down his spine. His entire body stiffens. Slowly, he turns his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His heart pounds violently against his ribs as he meets the gaze of the Veritas Magic Tower branch meister, Jameson. Jameson stands there, exuding an aura of overwhelming mana pressure, his piercing eyes locked onto the trembling intruder. There's no immediate hostility in his expression, just a calm, almost casual curiosity, which makes the situation even more terrifying. If you're an intruder, Jameson continues, stepping closer, I have every right to kill you on the spot, don't I? The fatty wizard's throat goes dry. His mind races as he desperately tries to come up with an excuse. No, I just took a wrong turn, he blurts out hastily. But the intensity of Jameson's presence only grows stronger, pressing down on him like an invisible force. He realizes instantly that lying won't get him out of this. Swallowing hard, he corrects himself in a trembling voice. I mean, sorry. Please forgive me just this once. Jameson tilts his head slightly before breaking into a smile. His expression softens, his tone almost friendly as he responds. Then, that's a relief. I almost thought you were a thief for sure. I almost accidentally harmed a valuable colleague of the tower. A thin thread of hope flickers in the fatty wizard's eyes. Maybe, just maybe, he can still walk away from this unscathed. Jameson sighs, rubbing his temples, as if burdened by something far more important than this situation. I happen to have a very important scroll with me right now, he continues casually. It's top secret, so it absolutely cannot leak out. I hope you understand the sensitivity of security. The fatty wizard quickly nods, eager to show his loyalty. Yes, of course. I always admire your efforts for the prosperity of the tower. Jameson's smile widens. Oh, thank you for understanding. Honestly, it's quite burdensome for me. Since you're also a colleague of the tower, you must know, right? It's about the new hero-grade Gigant. At the mention of that rank, the fatty wizard's eyes widen with shock and excitement. Hero grade? Isn't that a rank that's rare even across the continent? Jameson nods in approval, as if speaking to someone worthy of deeper knowledge. You know well, security aside, even interpreting the blueprints is a big challenge. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unrolls a scroll, revealing intricate designs and magical inscriptions. The fatty wizard's breath catches in his throat. He stares, mesmerized by the sheer complexity and grandeur of the blueprints. Amazing! Hero-grade Gigant blueprints. Just a quick glance tells me this is an incredible magical masterpiece. Just looking at it makes me feel like my magic rank is increasing by several levels. His mind swirls with possibilities. If he could somehow take even a fraction of this knowledge. But before he can indulge in his fantasies any longer, Jameson's voice turns cold. But you saw it, didn't you? The air instantly becomes heavy with killing intent. The fatty wizard's heart plummets. Jameson raises a hand, and arcs of red lightning crackle at his fingertips. Please understand, he says with a devilish smile. It's the rule to erase anyone unqualified who sees the scroll. Panic surges through the fatty wizard. His instincts scream at him that he's seconds away from death. How the branch wait? This is unfair. This was something the branch head showed me, he cries out, scrambling for any justification. Jameson scoffs, his smile vanishing. What are you talking about? You shouldn't have even looked at it. You pathetic little thing. Desperation overtakes him. He drops to his knees, hands clasped together in a pleading gesture. Please, I was wrong. But Jameson doesn't stop. With a sharp flick of his wrist, a bolt of pure lightning erupts, striking the fatty wizard head on. A blinding flash. A scream cut short. The stench of burnt flesh fills the air. His lifeless, charred corpse collapses to the ground, smoke rising from his still body. Jameson steps over the body without even a hint of remorse. He looks down at the pathetic, lifeless form and mutters, See? You dared to reach beyond your limits. If you'd stayed in your place, you could have avoided this. If you're reborn, act according to your position. With that, he turns and walks away, leaving behind nothing but the lifeless body of the fatty wizard lies sprawled on the cold stone floor, charred and unrecognizable, the lingering stench of burnt flesh thick in the air. The room is silent, save for the faint crackle of residual lightning dissipating into nothingness. Moments pass. A ripple stirs within the dead man's shadow. A figure begins to emerge, shifting from pure darkness into something more defined, a vague, humanoid silhouette formed entirely of shadow semen. He straightens, glancing down at the corpse beneath him, then shifts his gaze toward the door where Jameson had disappeared. His voice, cold and emotionless, barely above a whisper, cuts through the silence, showing classified information just to justify killing him. You just wanted to kill him, right? He scoffs, shaking his head slightly. As expected, whether in the past or now, there's no sane person in Veritas Magic Tower. His voice carries no surprise, only quiet disdain. This place, this wretched tower, was the same as it had always been, corrupt, ruthless, and utterly devoid of humanity. Sometime later, Veritas Archive Room. Inside a dimly lit chamber deep within the tower, Jameson sits alone, his fingers slowly unrolling a large scroll covered in intricate inscriptions and complex schematics. The flickering light from a few floating mana lamps casts sharp shadows across the room. His sharp eyes scan the blueprints, his mind meticulously dissecting every detail. His fingers tap rhythmically against the table as he thinks. At last, the tower's latest hero-grade Gigant. But it's taking longer to analyze than I thought. To think it's this sophisticated. He exhales slowly, furrowing his brows. It seems my plans will be delayed further. A slight disturbance in the air makes his muscles tense. A faint flicker of mana, an almost imperceptible shift in the shadows. Jameson's gaze sharpens. I don't know who you are, but show yourself. His voice rings calm and commanding, but his fingers subtly tighten around the edge of the table. For a brief moment, silence reigns. Then from beneath the table's shadow, Seaman's figure rises once more, his body still wrapped in darkness, a featureless form save for the two faintly glowing eyes of malice staring directly at him. So, you're the branch head of Veritas Magic Tower? Seaman muses, his tone laced with mockery. At least you have some sense. Jameson narrows his eyes, his mana flaring in response. Electricity snaps and crackles at his fingertips. Where are you from? What's your purpose? Seaman remains unmoved. His voice carries no hesitation. Purpose? He lets out a dry chuckle, his shadow-like form shifting ominously. My purpose has been the same for 500 years, even now. To rid the world of rotten trash like you. To remove it from the world. The moment the words leave his lips, Jameson reacts. A massive arc of lightning erupts, illuminating the chamber with a blinding red glow. The explosion rips through the room, shattering furniture, scorching the stone floor, sending loose scrolls flying into the air. The air becomes thick with the smell of ozone and burning parchment. Jameson's voice booms through the chamber. How dare you speak such nonsense? Did you just call the branch head of Veritas trash? His mana flares violently, arcs of electricity twisting around his form like living serpents. Veritas is a group with intelligence beyond your reach. We are the chosen ones. If you speak recklessly, you'll never see the light again. But before Jameson can release another attack, he suddenly feels a presence behind him. A chill creeps up his spine. Before he can react, shadowy hands lash out, gripping him like an iron vice. A powerful force yanks him backward, immobilizing him midair. Seaman's voice whispers near his ear, low and mocking. Oh, the chosen ones? He tilts his head slightly. Who decided that? Jameson grits his teeth, struggling, but the shadows hold him in place. You haven't changed in 500 years. You still think only you are special, that no one else matters. Seaman's voice darkens, dripping with cold finality. But starting today, that delusion of yours ends. The word Veritas itself will be erased from history. Before Jameson can respond, Seaman raises a hand, and in an instant, a blast of darkness rips through the chamber, narrowly missing Jameson's head. The sheer force sends shockwaves through the air, overwhelming him. His eyes widen in shock before the pressure becomes too much. His consciousness fades as he desperately pleads for his life. Seaman watches, unimpressed. He mutters under his breath, a faint smirk forming. I heard iron mages keep away from battle, but I didn't think a sixth circle branch head would be such a coward. The room falls silent once more. Seaman turns, his gaze falling upon the scroll resting on the table. He steps forward and slowly unrolls the blueprints, his eyes gleaming as he examines the delicate, masterfully inscribed schematics. There are only a few of these across the entire continent. His voice is filled with amusement and intrigue. His fingers brush over the intricate magical inscriptions. The hero-grade Gigant blueprints. I don't know why they're here, but I'll put them to good use. He lets out a low chuckle, which gradually grows louder until it fills the chamber. The secret weapon of Veritas Magic Tower. Watching it destroy the Veritas Magic Tower will be quite the sight. As his laughter echoes, his shadowy form seems to pulse, a harbinger of the tower's impending ruin. Seaman takes a deep breath, steadying himself. The echoes of his laughter fade, leaving only the dimly lit archive filled with ancient texts and forbidden knowledge. His hands slowly close the hero-grade Gigant blueprints, and his eyes gleam with satisfaction. I've gained an unexpected great reward. Just losing these alone will be a huge blow to the Veritas Magic Tower. But his expression hardens. Still, this isn't enough to satisfy me. He lifts his hand, mana swirling at his fingertips, forming a dark incantation. Immediately, a soft dark glow begins to envelop the books, scrolls, and artifacts scattered throughout the chamber. Seaman speaks, his voice filled with cold amusement. If this is the prize for the secret techniques and magic books you've gathered for 500 years, then I should at least give you this as a gift. The glow intensifies, crackling with raw magical energy. In this space filled with greed, built by trampling others, this is quite a fitting end. As he steps away, the glow erupts into an all-consuming fire, not of flame, but of dark magic, hungrily devouring the knowledge and history hoarded by the Veritas Magic Tower. The scene shifts to a trailer rumbles along a dirt road, heading toward Locken State. The sun casts a golden glow over the landscape, contrasting sharply with the destruction Seaman left behind. Standing inside the trailer, Seaman leans closer to the window, a small smile playing on his lips. He gazes out at the open road, lost in thought. By now, it's probably complete chaos, right? All the core secrets of the Veritas Magic Tower must have turned to ashes. Roughly calculating, the damage is equivalent to dozens of Gigants. His fingers tap lightly against the metal frame of the trailer as he reflects on his unexpected gains. Securing expensive magic books and hero-class Gigant blueprints was a bigger gain than expected. Revenge was the goal, but I gained a lot. His thoughts are interrupted as two familiar figures approach, Rogers and Philip. Rogers, always perceptive, studies him for a moment before smirking. Young lord, did something good happen? You look even happier than when you received the new Gigant. Philip, nodding eagerly, chimes in, tell us too. Seaman chuckles, but his response is measured. Well, it's just that I'm happy to return to my territory. Philip stretches, letting out a dramatic sigh. Me too. I want to hurry back and get some rest. Before he can relax, however, Rogers shoots him a sharp look. Rest? No way. We're heading straight to the training ground. Philip groans in protest. What a terrifying thing to say. Rogers crosses his arms, his expression firm. Have you already forgotten the confrontation with the merchants? As knights, protecting while fighting is the basics. Once we return, I'll make sure you train your stamina again. Philip, realizing he won't escape this fate, turns to Seaman in mock desperation. Young lord, please stop my uncle. Seaman simply glances out of the trailer window, ignoring the exchange. His thoughts drift elsewhere. We've achieved more than we aimed for. Once we return, I can focus solely on recovering my mana circle. Just as he settles into his thoughts, something catches his eye. Up ahead, at the entrance of a grand castle gate, a lone figure kneels on the ground, a woman. Her head bowed, her hands clasped together in prayer. The gentle wind ruffles her silver hair, which shimmers under the fading sunlight. Her expression is one of deep devotion. Seaman's eyes narrow slightly as he recognizes her as Princess Raina. She's saying, "Oh, great God Elkasel, as the daughter of Bella's mother of the earth, I am a young and humble daughter. Please grant me the power to help our Vulcan refugees. I earnestly pray." Seaman steps forward, curiosity flickering in his gaze. He wasn't expecting to see her here. Approaching her, he speaks, "Why are you here, praying like this?" Raina, startled by the familiar voice, turns her head sharply. Her violet eyes widen in surprise as she looks up at him. The scene shifts as Princess Raina follows Seaman back to the trailer, her delicate steps contrasting with the rough terrain beneath her. Her silver hair sways as she walks, her expression laced with curiosity and determination. She glances at him. "How are you here, young lord? In this trailer? What is it?" Seaman lets out a small breath, his voice steady. A lot has happened in the meantime. But what about you, princess? Why are you here instead of in Lamer? Could it be that Count Monarch did something? At the mention of Monarch, Raina's shoulders tense. She nods slowly, her expression shadowed with regret. Yes, young lord. You warned me, but in the end, this happened. Her hands clench in a fist as she continues. After you left Lamer, I thought the Count's tyranny would quiet down. But with no justification left, he became even more aggressive. Instead of keeping his promise, he doubled the refugees' taxes and tormented them. He even set fire to their homes, injuring and killing many people. We had no choice. We could no longer stay in Lamer. So we came here, seeking help from Marquis Myers, one of the 3 noble leaders. Seaman's gaze sharpens. But he hasn't agreed to meet you? A tired sigh escapes Raina's lips. Yes, not yet. At that moment, her butler, Victor, steps forward, his face drawn with exhaustion. We've been like this for 3 days already. As you can see, we are being completely ignored. The princess couldn't give up, so she kept praying at the castle gates until Before Victor can finish, Seaman interrupts, frustration flashing in his eyes. This is frustrating, really. Waiting endlessly, exhausting yourself while praying to a god that won't answer. Think about it. His voice is sharp, cutting through the night air. From Marquis Myers' perspective, he has no reason to accept this request. Taking in tens of thousands of refugees? Considering the territorial war with Count Monarch, it would be a massive risk. What kind of fool would agree to that? Hearing his harsh words, Raina's expression darkens. She looks at him with a mix of shock and disappointment. Are you saying that I'm doing something pointless? Seaman meets her gaze, unwavering and blunt. Yes, that's right. After everything that happened in Lamer, did you learn nothing? To protect something, you need power. Without power, you can't protect anything. As he speaks, his thoughts briefly drift elsewhere. Even though I know she's not Katarina, when I see how much she resembles her, I can't help but care. He exhales sharply and steps back, crossing his arms. For now, let's return to the territory. I'll escort you nearby. Raina shakes her head. No, I can't do that. I won't leave until I meet the Marquis. Seaman grits his teeth in frustration. Are you really going to keep doing this? His voice rises. Are you planning to die here if he doesn't see you? His words cut deep, but Raina remains firm. Please face reality, Princess Raina. Trying to take care of tens of thousands of powerless refugees, of course, problems will keep happening. Right now, you should be worrying about yourself, not the refugees. Raina meets his gaze unwavering. If I take care of myself and gain the power to protect the refugees, how long will it take? A few months? A few years? If the people die during that time, what meaning would it have? Seaman falls silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he exhales. You can't save everyone. His voice is softer now. If you die trying to save the refugees, wouldn't that be a meaningless death, princess? She tilts her head slightly, her violet eyes filled with conviction. Young lord, do you think my life is more valuable than the refugees' lives? Without hesitation, Seaman responds. Well, of course. Raina shakes her head slowly, a faint sadness in her eyes. No, every life is equally precious. Their lives and my life are the same. These are the people who believe in me even in hardship. I can never abandon them. From my position, I must do whatever I can for them. Seaman's eyes widen slightly, caught off guard by her words. For a moment, a long-buried memory resurfaces, one from 500 years ago. The streets were filled with unrest. Back then, Katarina had always been the type to question the world, to fight against the injustices she saw. She had once said, Seaman, did you hear the news? Why? Just because of a fixed status, should that child have to suffer injustice? At the time, Seaman had replied, his voice weary but certain, we weren't born into this by choice. Don't you think a day will come when everyone is equal, a day when everyone can be happy? Back in the present, Seaman stands still, his mind replaying those distant words. He murmurs under his breath, almost to himself, if 500 years ago, someone like you had been by our side, maybe things would have been a little different. Raina, confused, tilts her head. What do you mean? Seaman slowly turns back to face her. The reason I wanted to change the world wasn't just about revenge, but I had forgotten that for a long time. Thanks to you, I remembered. Raina blinks, bewildered. Young lord, I don't understand what you're saying at all. A small smirk crosses Seaman's lips. Hearing your dream-like story, I also want to lend my strength. His voice becomes firm, resolute. Princess, the fate of you and the Vulcan Kingdom refugees, the Locken family will stand with you. Meanwhile, in Brandon, inside the Veritas Magic Tower branch, chaos erupts. A guard shouts in panic. Emergency! An intruder at the archive. All guards, gather at the archive immediately. The guard leader quickly issues orders. Everyone be careful. The enemy is a magician. A lone figure stands before them, draped in a dark hooded cloak. One of the guards snarls at the intruder. You bastard! Are you the one who set fire to the archive? The hooded figure remains calm, his voice carrying an air of authority. Your defense is already lacking, and your identification process is even worse. The guard leader's eyes widen as he notices the emblem embroidered on the figure's cloak, a symbol of 7 lilies. His face immediately pales. He quickly shouts, Everyone, drop your weapons. The guards hesitate for only a moment before falling to their knees, their heads bowed in submission. The guard leader speaks with a trembling voice. We greet the 7th Elder of the Veritas Magic Tower headquarters. The hooded man, Inspector Piero Autolang, steps forward, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Where is the branch leader? The guard leader quickly answers. The branch leader is inside the archive. I will guide you. But before he can finish, Piero places his hand on the guard's head. Being escorted by the incompetent is disgusting. Without another word, he casts a spell, killing the guard leader instantly. The remaining guards freeze in terror, their faces pale. As Piero Autolang strides toward the archive, his voice is chillingly indifferent. In the name of Veritas, trash is not needed. The storm raged on, thick sheets of rain hammering down upon the dense canopy of the forest. The deafening roar of the river, swollen from the downpour, echoed through the trees as violent currents crashed against jagged rocks. Amidst the chaos, a child's desperate cries for help pierced through the storm, a frail voice struggling to rise above the relentless rush of water. From the muddy shore, Seaman and Katerina stood frozen, their eyes locked on the small figure being mercilessly dragged by the current. The child flailed, arms floundering in the surging waters, his face pale with terror. Seaman clenched his fists, his voice barely audible over the storm. At this rate, the child will drown before anyone arrives. I'll run to the nearest village and bring help. Katerina's gaze remained fixed on the struggling child, her expression steely with determination. By the time you return, it will be too late, Seaman. Her fingers moved swiftly, tying her hair back with practiced efficiency. Seaman reached out to stop her, but before he could, she took a deep breath and dove into the water. The river surged around her, icy and unrelenting, as it threatened to pull her under. Sometime later, gasping for air, she hauled the child onto the shore, then quickly pressed her hands against his small chest, forcing out the water that had filled his lungs. A tense moment passed before the child sputtered, water gushing from his mouth as his frail body convulsed in a fit of coughs. Katerina exhaled deeply, a relieved smile spreading across her face. She turned to Seaman, drenched and breathless. Thank goodness, she said, her voice trembling with exhaustion. The child is breathing again. Seaman remained silent, staring at her with an unreadable expression before finally speaking, his voice laced with concern. Why did you do something so reckless? You nearly got swept away yourself. Katerina let out a soft chuckle, brushing wet strands of hair from her face. I knew it was reckless. The moment I jumped in, I was terrified. Then why? Seaman pressed, his brows furrowed. She met his gaze, eyes unwavering. Because sometimes, saving a life takes reckless courage. Seaman was taken aback, his breath hitching. He had no words. Instead, he simply looked at her unwavering resolve, her drenched yet unyielding form. A memory he would never forget. The scene shifted abruptly, dragging Seaman back to the present. The memory of Katerina's reckless bravery overlapped with the face of Princess Raina, standing before him now. He sighed inwardly, rubbing his temples as he thought to himself, Princess Raina, I assumed your resemblance to Katerina was only an appearance. But you're just as impossibly reckless as she was. A voice shattered his thoughts. Young lord, what is going on here? Philip's tone was laced with frustration. I heard you're accepting all the Volga Kingdom refugees. Are you truly planning to go to war with Count Monache? Knight Commander Rogers stepped forward, his voice grave. I must agree with Philip, my lord. If we take in that many refugees, a territorial war with Count Monache will be inevitable. Our situation may have improved recently, but we are still in no position to wage war. Philip scoffed. He's right. This is absolute madness. So you can't do it while you still have the chance. Seaman remained silent, his frustration growing as they continued to protest. Roger's voice was firm. Young lord, this is not the time for war. Philip added, especially against a count who commands dozens of gigantes. Even if warrior Locken were to return, it wouldn't be enough. Finally, Seaman's patience snapped. His voice was cold and sharp as a blade. Mind your own business. I will handle it. Both became silent, the weight of his words settling heavily. Philip, taken aback, hesitated before speaking. Young lord, are you truly in your right mind? We're talking about 30,000 people. 30,000. Our own citizens are barely surviving. The moment we take them in, we'll plunge straight back into starvation. Where do you expect to find food for all of them? Seaman's jaw tightened. Philip, that's enough. But Philip wasn't finished. His frustration erupted. No, I won't stop. Should I just lay it all out? You keep sneaking off to odd places without your bodyguard. No matter how beautiful the princess is, this is insane. What are you doing? Acting like a reckless fool just because you've never been in a relationship? Is this just some desperate attempt to impress her? A deadly silence fell. Seaman's voice, low and ice-cold, cut through the air. Philip stiffened. Kneel and bow your head. A nervous chuckle escaped Philip. Young lord, you didn't like my joke? Seaman's gaze was unwavering. Bow. Later, in the trailer room, Seaman, Philip, Rogers, Victor, and Princess Raina gathered around a large wooden table covered in maps and notes. Seaman folded his arms. You said the number of refugees is about 30,000? Victor nodded. Yes, that's correct. Philip sighed. With that many people moving, they'll stand out immediately. Seaman nodded grimly. The moment they start moving, they'll be hunted down. Taking the sea route would be ideal, but in this season, the waters are too rough. The land route is too long. If we're pursued, we'll be caught. Rogers asked, should we wait until we can set sail? Philip suggested, what if we send troops to delay the pursuers? Seaman shook his head. That would be a declaration of war. We can't give Count Monike an excuse to gain imperial support. Philip frowned. Then what do we do? Seaman leaned forward, his voice steady. There is only one way. We travel by river. Victor blinked. The river? But ships can't sail right now. Exactly, Seaman said. But rafts can. We'll build rafts large enough to carry tens of thousands of people. The water may be too shallow for ships, but rafts can float just fine. Rogers crossed his arms. That will be slow. If they chase us along the riverbank, we'll be easy targets. Seaman smirked. That's why we'll use trailers. We'll connect them to the rafts for stability and speed. With them, we can outrun our enemies. Rogers' eyes widened. A method like that? Philip grinned. Those trailers are fast even with giants. Victor hesitated, but we lack the resources to build rafts that large. Seaman waved off his concern. We have funds left from the giants. I'll allocate 30,000 pesos to the effort. Make sure the rafts are strong. Princess Raina spoke, her voice soft yet firm. I know this burden is immense, but still, Seaman interrupted with confidence. Princess Raina, don't worry. We will win. Philip crossed his arms and let out a confident smirk. That's right. As long as we put our faith in the young lord, everything will fall into place, he declared, his voice firm with conviction. Rogers, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Indeed, he said, his tone steady. I had already been considering taking action against Count Monike at some point. It was only a matter of time. Seaman, however, remained composed, his gaze sharp and calculating. We cannot afford to act recklessly in this operation, he cautioned. Our success hinges entirely on whether we can reach the river safely. Princess, can we entrust you with leading your people through this? His eyes locked onto Raina, searching for any hesitation in her resolve. Raina straightened her posture, determination shining in her expression. Yes, she said with unwavering confidence. I will do my best. As the weight of their plans settled among them, the scene shifted to the dimly lit archives of the Veritas Magic Tower. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and dust, yet it was tainted by the bitter stench of alcohol. Jameson slouched in a worn-out chair, his fingers loosely gripping a bottle as he took another swig, the liquid burning his throat. At that moment, the heavy creak of a door interrupted the silence. A figure stepped into the room, his presence casting an unsettling shadow over the cluttered shelves. The inspector observed Jameson with a look of disdain before speaking in a tone laced with mockery. What a pathetic sight, he remarked coldly. If the great Meister himself is reduced to this sorry state, it's no wonder his subordinates are falling apart as well. Jameson, sluggishly lifting his gaze, let out a humorless chuckle. So, the esteemed elder of the Inquisition has finally graced me with his presence, he mused, his voice hoarse. I assume you're here to hold me accountable for the fire. Well, I have nothing left to lose anyway, so do as you please. He leaned back, his expression hollow, as if he had already resigned himself to whatever fate awaited him. Hearing those words, the inspector's expression darkened. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Punishment is inevitable, he acknowledged. But before that, I have another question for you. What did you do with the Atlas blueprints? Jameson stiffened. The haze of intoxication faded almost instantly as his body tensed. His grip on the bottle faltered, nearly slipping from his fingers. He bolted upright, his eyes wide with shock. How do you know about that? He demanded, his voice now laced with suspicion. The inspector remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering. I've known for a long time that you stole them, he admitted, his voice steady. I merely chose to wait and observe, to see if you had any connections to the darker forces lurking in the shadows. But, surprisingly, you acted alone. Even now, your true intentions remain unclear to me. Jameson narrowed his eyes. His instincts screamed that something was amiss. Wait, who are you? He asked, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. The inspector cocked his head slightly. What are you implying? Jameson's breath hitched as a realization struck him. His voice grew sharper. I have met every elder of Veritas, he stated. Each one of them possesses vast and distinct magical abilities. But I have never felt an aura as unnerving as yours before. A slow, eerie smile spread across the inspector's lips. They said you were a genius once, someone who could rival Albert before the accident, he mused. It appears they weren't wrong. Before Jameson could fully process the words, a chill ran down his spine. In the blink of an eye, the inspector was gone from his line of sight. Alarm surged through Jameson's body, but it was too late. A searing pain exploded through his skull as a hand, wreathed in a sickly green glow, plunged into his head. His body convulsed violently, a scream ripping from his throat as agony overwhelmed him. Through the haze of pain, he barely registered the inspector's hand withdrawing. Clutched within his fingers was a luminous orange orb, pulsating with energy. Jameson's body slumped back into the chair, trembling uncontrollably, his vision swimming with black spots. The inspector stepped away, examining the orb with satisfaction. Since you refuse to answer, he muttered darkly, I'll just have to find out myself. The room was suddenly filled with a suffocating aura as his energy flared, shrouding his form in a dark mist. The illusion that had concealed him flickered and dissolved, revealing the truth. This was no elder. This was the undead from before. Gripping the orb tighter, the undead poured his energy into it, his voice now a distorted, chilling whisper. Let's see, where's the Atlas blueprints?
The undead's eyes flared as it glimpsed into Jameson's memories, searching for the truth of what had occurred. There, it saw the figure who had stolen the Atlas blueprint. It was none other than Seaman. The undead's expression twisted in surprise when it saw Seaman unleash Dark Bullet, a spell infused with a shadowy force that struck Jameson with pinpoint precision, leaving him incapacitated. A dark magician? The undead murmured, its skeletal fingers trembling with both intrigue and caution. This just became troublesome. Since the Demon King's death 500 years ago, only one place harbors dark magicians besides me, the Dark Moon of the Volga Republic. The undead's thoughts raced. So, the Dark Moon is involved? The Volga Republic, founded after the fall of the Volga monarchy. The fact that dark elves now rule that republic remains hidden from the world. Oppressed by humans for so long, they've likely been plotting something all this time. But to think they've already made their move. Its gaze turned icy as it continued to ponder. Their power may be weak now, but if they continue to study dark magic and grow stronger, they could become a force capable of rivaling even the Baroque Empire. But not yet. The Republic still requires time to strengthen itself. If they create a hero-class Gigant, the Empire will crush them before they can truly rise. I cannot allow that. The undead lifted a bony hand, its fingertips glistening with the sickly green mana that condensed into the form of a writhing, grotesque worm. With calculated precision, the undead placed the worm into the unconscious Jameson's ear. The creature slithered into Jameson's ear canal, and moments later, his body began to tremble violently. His limbs jerked and spasmed until, at last, he stood from the chair, eyes glazed over with a disturbed, unnatural light. A sickly greenish aura enveloped his frame. "You've awakened," the undead said with cold satisfaction. Jameson's mouth moved, but it was no longer his voice that spoke. "Eternal Lord, with rotten blood and broken bones, I swear my loyalty." He dropped to one knee, his head bowed low in submission. The undead's hollow eyes glimmered with satisfaction. "I planted a worm within him, just in case something like this happened. It will prove useful someday." Turning to the window, the undead looked northward. "Then, shall we go?" To the north. The scene shifted to the Locken State. In the meeting room, Knight Commander Rogers provided the grim details of the ambush on their young lord during his travels. His voice carried urgency and worry. Hans shot up from his seat, his face pale. "Is that true? They dared to try and assassinate the young lord?" Mute's expression twisted with rage. "Monkey, that disgusting count. If they even deployed a Gigant, their intention was to target Locken's territory from the very beginning." Dixon's hands trembled. "The previous Gigant accident. Could that have been their doing too?" Rogers nodded, his tone darkening. "It's highly likely. They might be preparing for a territorial war. But to officially declare war, they need approval from the Imperial family and the Nobles' Council, right?" Philip interjected. "They don't have a valid justification, so how? Count Monike has close ties to the Imperial family," Rogers explained. "Getting approval from them would be simple for him. Fabricating a justification wouldn't be difficult either." Dixon looked toward Hans with desperation. "In such a tense situation, is it wise to take in refugees? We're already struggling to manage our lands with the funds we have. Feeding tens of thousands of refugees would take a colossal amount of money." Before Hans could respond, a thunderous crash echoed throughout the room, making everyone flinch. "What was that sound?" Dixon cried, his voice trembling. But Rogers and Philip had already leaped into action, rushing outside toward the source of the noise. Philip, his sword drawn, lunged through the open window. "Those bastards! Do they even know where they are?" he growled. Rogers followed closely behind. But what they saw made them halt in their tracks. Standing alone amidst the scattered debris was their young lord, Seaman. Philip's eyes widened as he approached. "You're here. Is this some kind of new welcome greeting?" Seaman offered a smirk. "I thought it'd be a more interesting entrance." "No, more importantly, where have you been?" Philip demanded, his concern apparent. But then his gaze shifted to the pile of glittering gold and precious stones behind Seaman. "And what's all that behind you?" Seaman's grin widened. "This is the war fund hidden by the Demon King Seaman." Rogers and Philip both stared in stunned silence. "The Demon King's war fund?" Rogers echoed. "While inspecting the Demon King's castle, I found it beneath a collapsed wall. Judging by the amount, it seems the Demon King hid it, and it was forgotten. But is it really safe to use?" Rogers hesitated. "What if it's cursed?" Before anyone could respond, Dixon burst into laughter. "Cursed? Are you afraid of maggots and refusing to make jam? Just overcome a curse with sheer willpower. This treasure now belongs to Locken's Viscounty. Even if the Demon King's grandfather comes back, we won't return it." "Sir Dixon, please calm down." Rogers sighed. Seaman's thoughts raced. "Actually, before the mine's full-scale excavation began, this was an emergency fund I'd secretly accumulated using golems and monsters. But if we are to take in refugees, we need funds. There's no choice." With the financial issue resolved, he turned to Rogers. "Do you have a moment?" Rogers raised an eyebrow. "Yes? There's something I'd like you to help with." Rogers looked at him curiously, nodding in agreement. The next morning, Seaman stood at the training grounds, a sword in his hand. He mused, "Learning the magic that has advanced over the 500 years since my death and expanding the magic circle is urgent. But if there's ever a situation where magic can't be used, or if we face an enemy immune to magic, I need to be prepared." He unsheathed his sword, pointing it toward Rogers. Rogers eyed Seaman with a mix of concern and curiosity. "I was worried since you hadn't trained in swordsmanship since the accident," he admitted, his gaze steady. "But I have to say, I'm surprised you're the one asking for a duel first." Seaman's eyes narrowed with determination. It would be disgraceful if the successor of a warrior's family couldn't wield a sword. Hearing that, Rogers couldn't help but smile, genuine satisfaction shining through. "Hearing you say that makes me truly happy." Without warning, Seaman lunged forward, his sword slicing through the air with a swift, powerful arc. "Then, let's begin," he declared. Rogers raised his sword with precision, meeting Seaman's attack head-on. The sharp clang of steel against steel echoed around them. "I was worried since you haven't held a sword in a long time," Rogers said with a hint of admiration. "But it seems I was worried for nothing. Your movements are even better than before. You've also become stronger." Not letting up, Rogers tightened his grip on his sword's hilt and swung it down at Seaman with calculated force. Seaman's eyes widened, but his reaction was quick and instinctual. He raised his sword just in time, catching Rogers' blade in a solid block. More importantly, Rogers continued as their swords remained locked. "You're reading your opponent's moves." His eyes sharpened, the spark of a seasoned warrior igniting within. As expected of Locken's descendant, Rogers thought. You must have continued training in secret. However, it's still not enough to be satisfied. Their blades clashed repeatedly, the intensity of their duel escalating. Seaman gritted his teeth, struggling against the pressure of Rogers' relentless attacks. At one point, he managed to halt Rogers' sword with a forceful parry. Rogers acknowledged the effort but quickly pointed out the flaw. In this situation, it's best to let the attack flow. That way, you can chain it into a counterattack and turn the situation around. Determined to apply Rogers' advice, Seaman swung his sword once more, this time with more intent. But Rogers dodged the attack with effortless agility, flipping through the air to avoid the strike. "You're too slow," Rogers commented, landing gracefully. "Countering like that will only give your opponent a bigger opportunity." A flicker of doubt crossed Seaman's face as he thought, "I thought my past experiences sparring countless times with knights would allow me to keep up to some extent. But this level of difference. Aren't you being a little too relaxed?" Rogers taunted, his expression calm but his gaze scrutinizing. "Sorry, but I actually have plenty of room to spare," Seaman replied, his voice steady, though his grip on the sword tightened. "Yet you haven't even landed a single effective hit," Rogers pointed out bluntly. Refusing to accept defeat, Seaman activated his physical enhancement, his body surging with power. He charged at Rogers with newfound speed and strength, his every step leaving faint imprints on the ground. Rogers met him head-on, but this time with a force that pushed Seaman back. As the two clashed, a radiant golden aura began to envelop Rogers' sword, its brilliance like a blazing sun. Seaman's eyes widened in disbelief. "This can't be. This is impossible. That's Locken's golden sword. I never expected you could move this fast," Rogers admitted, his tone genuinely impressed. "It's astonishing. But against me, were you holding back your strength?" Seaman's gaze locked onto the golden sword aura radiating from Rogers' blade, burning as fiercely as the sun itself. It was a transcendental level of power, something no one could imitate. That was the golden sword. How could I ever forget? Seaman thought bitterly. Locken's swordsmanship. The technique that sliced my throat 500 years ago. Though centuries had passed, to him, it felt like less than a year. With a twisted smile, he reached up and gripped his neck. "My neck still tingles, but my blood is boiling." A thick, ominous purple aura erupted around Seaman, swirling like shadows given form. Dropping into a stance, he called out with a challenging grin. "Hey, Rogers. If you hold back, I'll punish you. So take this seriously." Rogers' eyes widened as he stared at the dark energy enveloping Seaman. "This can't be aura. It's still weak, but there's no doubt. That's definitely aura." Without hesitation, Seaman lunged forward, his blade tearing through the air. "Answer me, Rogers!" he roared. Rogers met Seaman's strike with a steady hand. "Of course, young lord. You always manage to surprise me." Their swords clashed with a resounding crash, the sharp ring of metal echoing throughout the training ground. Strike after strike, they pushed each other to their limits. Some time later, Seaman's breathing grew ragged, his shoulders heaving. "Let's stop here for today," Rogers suggested, his tone firm yet respectful. "I can still continue," Seaman insisted, wiping sweat from his brow. "You've done enough for now. Overdoing it won't do you any good." Rogers' eyes glimmered with something between pride and curiosity. "More importantly, I was truly surprised, young lord. Since when were you able to wield aura?" "Aura?" Seaman repeated, confused. "Yes. That purple aura you released just now. I never taught you how to use it, yet you wielded it effortlessly." Seaman's thoughts raced. Did I unconsciously release demonic energy out of rage? But something didn't add up. Wait, something strange. Aura is supposed to be the physical manifestation of mana. Simply coating a sword with demonic energy shouldn't produce aura. His mind flashed back to the assassin who had attacked him before, someone who used aura. Could this be the result of absorbing power during that encounter? Rogers continued speaking. Actually, I was planning to tell you after you completed the silver sword. But seeing how quickly you're progressing, now seems like the right time. What are you talking about? Seaman asked, his confusion deepening. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the golden sword. The words hit Seaman like a hammer. The golden sword, that detestable Locken's technique. And now I can make it my own? But wait, Seaman said aloud, skepticism evident in his voice. Wasn't the golden sword only meant to be passed down to a single successor? How can you, someone who's not even the family head, wield it? It seems you've forgotten part of our history. Rogers replied calmly. The Demon King's curse shortened the lives of our family's past heads. Fearing the loss of the family's secret swordsmanship, our ancestor entrusted it to the most trusted knight commanders. Because of that, the knight commanders have preserved Locken's legacy while also serving as the family's strongest foundation. So even though the lords died young, the family survived because of this. Seaman realized. That's how they managed to continue. He looked directly at Rogers, his gaze now sharp and determined. If I master the golden sword, can I become a sword emperor like Locken, or rather, like our ancestor? Rogers shook his head, a hint of regret shadowing his expression. Unfortunately, that would be difficult. The latter half of the golden sword, which contains its ultimate techniques, was lost 400 years ago. However, even mastering the first half is enough to reach the level of a sword master. In fact, 7 of the past knight commanders became sword masters. I understand. Seaman nodded with grim resolve. The technique that once took my life. I never imagined I'd face it like this. But Locken is already dead. The golden sword is nothing more than a technique for me to conquer. I will master it completely and make it mine. The scene shifted to the slums of Lamer fiefdom, where a crowd of refugees from the Valdic kingdom gathered in the square. A child in the crowd spotted Raina approaching the stage and shouted, "The princess has arrived!" Raina's gaze swept over the anxious yet hopeful faces before her. Thank you all for gathering here. It has been over 10 years since we left the Valdic kingdom and settled in Manak's territory. During that time, we have endured endless discrimination and persecution. The lords and soldiers who were supposed to protect you instead became a source of suffering. Her voice trembled slightly with emotion. I could not even raise my voice to defend you. You must have resented me for my helplessness. But we can no longer remain trapped in this cycle. Tonight, we will leave this place and move to Locken's territory. I made this decision on my own, but I believe it is the only way to secure a better future for all of us. She bowed deeply. I understand your fears that the past may repeat itself. I cannot force this decision upon those already wounded. Even so, will you trust me and follow me one last time? Let's end the days of despair and oppression and begin a new chapter together. A man's voice rang out from the crowd. What are you saying? Of course, we'll follow you. When you called us here, we feared the worst. We wouldn't blindly follow anyone, but we all know how much you suffered for our sake. A woman beside him added. If this is your decision, then it must be the right one. You have nothing to apologize for, Princess. We trust you completely. Raina's butler approached her. Princess, haven't I already told you? We have chosen to follow you of our own will. So please do not worry. Everyone. Thank you, Raina said with tears shimmering in her eyes. The butler handed her a document. Also, we just received a message from Lord Luke. The rafts and trailers are ready. What about the Count's movements? Raina asked. So far, they haven't detected our preparations. Good. But can we really move this many people at once without being caught? Victor approached, carrying a box of masks with a confident smile. Leave that to me. Everything's taken care of. The next day, as the first light of dawn crept over the bleak landscape, a frantic voice shattered the quiet of the slums. What is the meaning of this? One of Count Manak's men shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he surveyed the empty, desolate streets. The slums. They're completely empty. The guard captain, whose face was pale and drenched in sweat, stumbled forward. That's impossible. They were all here just last night. Then explain this disaster. The man barked, his frustration morphing into fury. I told you to keep a close watch on them. Why in the world did you withdraw the soldiers? The guard captain stammered, his gaze dropping to the ground. I had no choice. A plague broke out in the slums. I couldn't risk the soldiers being exposed. A plague? The man's expression twisted with suspicion. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a crude, tattered mask and thrust it toward the captain's face. You mean this? The captain's eyes went wide. No. How? The man hurled the mask at the captain's chest with a snarl of contempt. This is nothing but a mask designed to mimic the symptoms of a plague. How pathetic. You fell for such a cheap trick. The captain's face crumbled with the realization of his blunder. His shoulders slumped, and his voice was a broken whisper. A trick? Then they've escaped? Meanwhile, Count Monique sat a short distance away, his body reclined in his high-backed chair, but his knuckles were white with tension. His jaw clenched, and his teeth ground together audibly as his anger simmered just below the surface. Ungrateful Princess Raina! He seethed, slamming his hand down onto the arm of his chair with a resounding thud. After all the generosity I've shown you, after all the resources I so graciously provided. His voice quivered with rage. You dare stab me in the back like this? If you get caught, you won't be spared. Just then, the heavy clatter of boots against stone drew his attention. A group of knights approached, their armor gleaming despite the morning's dull light. They bowed deeply, their posture rigid with discipline. We greet the esteemed Count, one of the knights announced, his voice unwavering. The entire Scorpion cavalry has returned from the battlefield. The Count's scowl twisted into a sinister smile as he rose from his chair with predatory grace. Perfect timing. His gaze lingered on the assembled knights, eyes glinting with satisfaction. There's something I need you all to take care of. He moved to a nearby desk, his fingers tracing the polished wood before lifting a delicate glass filled with amber liquid. His grip tightened around the glass as he took a slow, deliberate sip, his eyes narrowing with malicious intent. It seems the heavens are on my side, he thought with a bitter satisfaction. Princess Raina, running away from my grasp like this. You will regret it deeply. The scene shifted to a dense forest, where a ragged procession of exhausted refugees from the slums trudged wearily through the undergrowth, their faces etched with fear and desperation. They were heading toward the safety of Locken State, but their strength was rapidly waning. One of the children, her small legs trembling with fatigue, stumbled and collapsed onto the cold, damp ground. Mom, I can't walk anymore, she whimpered, her voice quivering as tears welled up in her eyes. Her mother knelt beside her hands shaking as she gently brushed her daughter's disheveled hair. My dear, just hold on a little longer. We're almost there. She glanced up desperately. Sir Victor, the people's stamina has reached its limit. The plea caught the attention of a man walking briskly toward the front of the procession. He approached Victor, who was guiding a creaking carriage laden with supplies and weary passengers. Sir Victor, the people can't go on like this. Their stamina is running out. How about we take a short break? Victor's gaze remained fixed on the winding path ahead, his knuckles white as he gripped the reins. We don't know when the Count's army will catch up to us. We can't afford any delays until we reach the near river. But at this rate, everyone will collapse before we get there. The man insisted, his tone laced with concern. The carriage's curtain shifted slightly, and Princess Raina's calm, yet determined voice emerged. Let's do as he says, Victor. Victor turned to her, his eyes filled with urgency. But time is of the essence, Princess. Ensuring that everyone arrives safely and without injury is what matters most. Raina replied, her gaze steady. Stopping for a brief meal, just enough to fill our stomachs, should be fine. Reluctantly, Victor nodded. Understood. We'll rest for a short while. A little later, as the hasty meal preparations were underway, Victor approached Raina with a bowl of steaming broth. His expression was stern, but his voice softened with concern. Princess, leave the watch to us for now and have something to eat. Raina shook her head. I'm fine, Victor. Please make sure the others are fed and cared for. But you haven't eaten a single meal since yesterday. Victor pressed, his brows furrowed. If you collapse, the people will fall into even greater despair. You are their hope, Princess. Raina lowered her gaze, guilt tightening her chest. It's because of my shortcomings that everyone is suffering like this. If only I had more strength, things wouldn't have come to this. Victor's voice grew firm, his eyes resolute. Please don't say that. You are our pillar of strength, Princess. It's because it's you that everyone followed you this far. Because we all know that no matter what happens, you would never abandon us. So please, eat well and stay strong. He extended the bowl toward her with a gentle smile. Her expression softened, touched by his unwavering faith. Thank you, Victor. She reached out to take the bowl, but then, a distant rumble disrupted the fragile peace. The thunderous sound of hooves pounding against the earth. Raina's eyes widened. What's that sound? Victor's face went pale, his voice a stunned whisper. No way. That shouldn't be possible. The Count's pursuers, they're already here? Panic erupted as several people came running toward them, their faces twisted with terror. Everyone, run! One of them screamed. The Scorpion cavalry had arrived. Ruthless and efficient, they stormed the camp, their metal-clad forms glinting ominously under the filtered sunlight. Desperate cries filled the air. No! Everyone, run away! Please spare me! Raina's body trembled as she watched the chaos unfold. Victor's fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his palms. The Scorpion cavalry encircled them, their formation unbreakable, their faces devoid of mercy. Their leader, Viper June, rode forward, his dark eyes gleaming with predatory delight. It's already too late, he announced, his voice dripping with satisfaction. It's time to return, Princess Raina. Follow along obediently, and I might spare their lives. He nodded toward his men, who held spears pointed at the throats of the terrified captives. How cowardly! Victor roared, his voice trembling with rage. Taking unarmed civilians hostage and threatening them. Do you have no shame as a knight? Viper June laughed mockingly. Shame? Coming from someone sneaking away like a rat in the dead of night, that's quite ironic. The ones who forced us down this path were none other than you. Victor spat, his fury unwavering. You imposed harsher taxes on our people than regular citizens, forced them into grueling labor and endless conscription. Have you any idea how much suffering your cruelty has caused? Viper June's expression remained indifferent. That's none of my concern. He gestured toward one of his men, who unsheathed his sword and pressed it against the cowering man's neck. Our orders are simple: capture Princess Raina. So make your choice. Hand over the princess, and I'll release the people. Or, choose to die here together. Raina's fists tightened. If I return alone, will you let the people go? Princess, no! Victor pleaded. Answer me! Raina's eyes burned with resolve. You won't go after them later, correct? Viper June's lips curled into a smirk. I swear on the name of the Scorpions. Princess, you must not fall for such deceitful words, Victor shouted. Leave us behind and save yourself. She shook her head, her voice steady. I am the last remaining royal of the Valbic kingdom. How could I possibly abandon my people and flee alone? You all said I am your pillar of strength. But without my people, I have no reason to exist. If it is for them, I am ready to sacrifice myself. So, Victor, please, take care of them for me. Tears spilled from Victor's eyes, and the other refugees wept openly, their hearts breaking at her words. As Raina stepped forward toward the Scorpion cavalry, Viper June's laughter echoed. So much effort, only to end up here anyway. We'll safely deliver you to the Count, Princess. Now that we have you, I'll deliver the Count's final order. He raised his voice, his expression cold and merciless. Kill them all. Raina's eyes widened in horror. This isn't what we agreed on. You said you would let the people go safely. Viper June turned his back on her. Did I ever say such a thing? Raina's voice trembled. You tricked us? Two soldiers seized her arms, dragging her backward as she thrashed against their iron grip. Let me go! Just stay still, and we'll escort you safely. Viper June sneered. Seeing this, Victor roared with fury and charged toward them. You bastards! Get your hands off the princess! I'll kill every last one of you! With frightening speed, Viper June's sword plunged into Victor's stomach. Once, you might have been a formidable warrior. But now you're nothing more than a broken, powerless tiger. Raina screamed Victor's name as he fell to the ground, clutching his wound, blood pouring from his fingers. Viper June raised his sword high, ready to end Victor's life. When your head rolls, everyone will understand just how futile resistance truly is. Raina cried out for help, her voice tearing through the air. Suddenly, a burst of purple flame shot down from the treetops, landing between Victor and Viper June. The scorching heat forced Viper June to recoil in confusion. Damn it! What the hell is this? Raina's teary eyes widened as she looked toward the treetop where the flame had come from. And there, standing with a fierce, unwavering gaze, was Seaman. She wiped her tears and thought, Lord Luke. You've come. Truly, thank you? Seaman's voice rang out, calm and deadly. I don't know the full details, but judging from the situation, it doesn't look like I need to go easy on them. Victor let out a shaky breath, his expression a mixture of relief and shame. I thought everything was over, he admitted, his voice trembling. You came to help. I am ashamed. Thank you, Lord Luke. Nearby, Viper June's gaze sharpened at the mention of the name. Luke? He repeated, suspicion gleaming in his eyes. Victor's eyes widened as panic coursed through him. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. I stupidly said his name out loud. Trying to cover his mistake, he hastily added, No, that's not what I meant. But Viper June's smirk grew more pronounced. I see, he sneered. I thought I had seen that face somewhere before. You're the young Lord of Locken's Viscounty, aren't you? No wonder things felt off. The princess, who had stayed put all this time, suddenly fleeing at night. I had a feeling someone was behind this. And it turns out to be a naive brat from a declining Viscounty? Princess, I almost feel sorry for you. With a cold, commanding tone, Viper June barked out his order. Scorpion Cavalry! What are you waiting for? Go kill him! His soldiers charged towards Seaman without hesitation. Seaman's eyes narrowed as he began chanting a spell, pouring all his mana into the incantation. Answer my call, you beings of immortality! He called out, his voice echoing with raw power. The ground beneath the cavalry cracked and shifted, the horses rearing back in terror. What the? One of the soldiers shouted. Everyone, stay calm! Blood trickled from Seaman's mouth and eyes, but he pressed on, his voice unwavering. Great beings that lead enemies to hell. Eliminate all enemies before you. As his words rang out, massive golems erupted from the earth, towering figures of stone and metal that immediately encircled the cavalry. Viper June stared in disbelief. I've never seen so many giant golems before. What is that guy? Summoning golems like this, how the hell did he do that? The golems lunged forward, their crushing blows tearing through the Scorpion cavalry's ranks. Panic spread like wildfire. Don't panic! Viper June shouted, his voice strained but forceful. They're just crude golems. Their durability and speed are nothing compared to a Gigant. If we use our mobility, we have a chance to win. But Seaman's mana flared even brighter. With a swift gesture, he cast another spell, seamlessly directing the movements of the golems. In mere seconds, the cavalry was obliterated. This is impossible, Viper June thought, his face pale with shock. He's treating our cavalry like toys. Desperate, he leaped from his horseback and seized Princess Raina, pressing his sword against her throat. Stop immediately! Move even a little, and I'll kill the princess. If you value her life. Seaman's purple eyes blazed with fury as he invoked Blink, teleporting to Viper June's position in an instant. Before the man could react, Seaman's fist collided with his chest, slamming him against a tree with such force that his metal helmet shattered. Viper June's eyes rolled backward, his body crumpling from the blow. Seaman grabbed him by the neck, his grip unyielding. Don't make me remember things that piss me off, he growled. I'm already in a bad mood, and if you provoke me like this, I might just kill you right now. Viper June choked out his defiance. Do you really think you'll get away with this? The Count will never let this go. I clearly warned you. Seaman replied coldly, releasing a deadly spell. Viper June's body collapsed to the ground, smoke rising from the charred remains. Raina approached him cautiously. Lord Luke, how did you get here? Seaman turned away from her. Take the refugees and hide for now, he said curtly. He moved toward the remaining Scorpion cavalry soldiers, who watched him approach with terror etched on their faces. For the Baron to fall so easily, one soldier stammered. In a battle without Gigants, the presence of a mage can decide victory or defeat. So it was true? I've heard many times that in war, a seven-circle mage can determine the outcome. But I've never heard of a mage controlling golems. That's like a demon king. His voice trembled as Seaman drew nearer. From the moment you decided to fight me, Seaman said, his voice dripping with menace, you should have been prepared to risk your lives. That monster, a soldier whimpered, staring at Seaman's swirling mana. How the hell are we supposed to beat something like that? They dropped their weapons in sheer terror, their voices trembling. We're retreating! Everyone, fall back! Report to the domain and bring reinforcements. We'll return. Their attempted escape was thwarted by a wall of fire that sprang up before them, conjured by Seaman's merciless spell. His gaze was unrelenting as he advanced. Did you really think I'd let you escape? You will all die here. Sometime later, as he stood among the bodies of the defeated cavalry, Raina cautiously approached once again. I have eliminated the enemies here, Seaman said, his tone steady. But I don't know when more pursuers will come. I will escort you to the river where the rafts are. Follow me quickly. Suddenly, a voice shouted. Stop right there! Seaman turned to see a man stepping forward, his expression a mix of gratitude and suspicion. We are grateful for your help, but please do not approach the princess any further. What exactly was that power you just showed us? I've never heard of the Locken family having the ability to control golems. Moreover, the magic you used felt different. A sinister and eerie aura. Could it be black magic? How could a noble from a knight family possess such abilities? Seaman glanced around, noticing the nervous, distrustful stares of those around him. I made a mistake, he admitted to himself. I lost my composure for a moment, and revealed my power to too many people. This isn't like me. She's not even Katerina. Is it because of the regrets of my past life? How pathetic, Seaman. There's no time now, Seaman said aloud. I'll explain later. No matter how urgent the situation, the man retorted. We can't just ignore this. Using such an unholy power. An unholy power, you say? Seaman's voice was cold. But isn't the reason you're all still alive thanks to that very power? That may be true, the man admitted. But black magic is an unforgivable path. As the descendant of Hero Locken, do you feel no shame? Stop it! Raina shouted. The method doesn't matter. The fact that he saved us remains unchanged. Besides, Lord Luke would never dabble in black magic. No, Princess, Seaman replied solemnly. I won't lie in this situation. What you saw is the truth. This power is the black magic of the Demon King Seaman, who died 500 years ago. The air grew tense as murmurs of disbelief rippled through the gathered crowd. That's impossible. The Demon King's power? How could you possess the power of a Demon King long dead? One of them stammered, eyes wide with suspicion and fear. Could it be that the Demon King has been resurrected? Another voice broke through, echoing the collective dread. Seaman raised a hand, his expression calm but his gaze sharp and resolute. Rest assured, the Demon King has not been revived. What you have witnessed is not his return, but the resurgence of his legacy. He let the words sink in before continuing, his tone steady yet haunted by the weight of his confession. Long ago, the Demon King's power was said to be the crystallization of knowledge, a force so overwhelming that it nearly tore the world asunder. It was more than mere magic, it was an essence of power so potent that its very existence was a threat to all. What remains now is only a fragment of that greatness, left behind, buried deep within his castle. Seaman's gaze lowered, his expression darkening with old wounds. From the moment I was born, I was cursed with weakness. My body was frail, my health unstable. Even as I trained tirelessly to master my family's swordsmanship, my progress was painfully slow. Frustration became a constant companion. Desperation, even more so. He took a steadying breath, his voice growing softer, tinged with bitterness. Whenever I felt trapped by my own limits, I would visit the Demon King's castle, where the memories of my ancestors' accomplishments still lingered. It became a place of solace and obsession. Then, one fateful day, by sheer coincidence, I discovered a hidden passage, an ancient corridor left by the Demon King himself. Eyes widened among the listeners, curiosity and horror mingling on their faces. The passage led me deep into the castle's forgotten depths. Seaman continued, his voice now laced with both dread and determination. And there, within the shadows of that forsaken place, I found everything the Demon King had once built. His forbidden knowledge, his tools of destruction. It terrified me. But more than that, it gave me hope. Because I knew then that this was my only chance to overcome the limits of my own cursed existence. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with the memory of that day. From then on, I delved into forbidden arts. Secretly, I studied the intricacies of magic and the complexities of golem control. The power you witnessed just now, it is the result of years of desperate research and practice. As a descendant of the hero, using the Demon King's power is nothing short of sacrilege. A betrayal of everything I was meant to uphold. But what other choice did I have? I needed power, power to protect those who are precious to me. I was more desperate than anyone could ever understand. The crowd murmured in unease, judgment flickering in their gazes. But even so, this cannot be condoned, someone declared, their voice trembling with outrage. Before the discontent could grow, Victor's strained voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Despite the pain etched across his features, he stood firm, his posture indomitable. Enough. All eyes turned to the old knight, still struggling to remain upright from his earlier injuries. As Lord Luke said, we are all safe because of him. Whatever powers he used, whatever forbidden arts he mastered, the fact remains that we are alive because of his actions. We have no right to judge what is right or wrong when we owe him our very lives. Victor's eyes met Seaman's, filled with gratitude and unwavering loyalty. Lord Luke, I no longer care whether you wield the Demon King's power or the strength of a devil itself. I am simply grateful you protected us. And I believe I speak for all of us when I say this, we will remain silent about this matter. You have my word. Thank you truly? Seaman's tense expression softened, genuine relief flooding his eyes. Thank you, for understanding. Yet, as he glanced around, his relief was tinged with apprehension. Some faces remained skeptical, their expressions uncertain. Seaman thought to himself. Some have accepted it, fortunately. But this isn't enough to convince everyone. I'll have to take additional measures later. Victor's voice suddenly boomed again. We don't know when the Count's pursuit squad will catch up. We need to move now. After some hurried preparations, they resumed their journey and finally arrived at Lochin's Viscounty. The scene then shifted to the Lamer fiefdom, within Count Manac's throne room. The Count's voice thundered through the chamber, as he glared at the trembling man kneeling before him. Losing both the princess and the refugees wasn't enough? He roared. Now, even the scorpions were annihilated? The greatest cavalry unit of the Monacae domain, defeated by nothing more than a ruined Lochin Viscounty? They actually lost? The man kneeling on the ground dared to speak, his voice laced with nervousness. Considering even the Shadow Knights fell before, the nobles may be secretly backing them. Moving carelessly without understanding the enemy's true strength would be dangerous. Silence! Count Manac's fury only grew. Are you trembling simply because they got lucky twice? I won't let those weaklings run rampant any longer. Send word to His Majesty the Emperor. The man's head snapped up in shock. Your Excellency, you mean, how dare they? Manac's eyes burned with vengeance. They dared to mock me, Monacae. I will make them regret this, bitterly. Sometime later, the scene shifted to Lochin State, within the grand meeting room of the main mansion. The air was thick with tension, and the expressions of those gathered reflected the gravity of the situation. Seaman sat at the head of the table, his gaze steady but troubled. Around him were Hans, Roger, Philip, Mute, Victor, and Raina, each bearing their own anxieties. Hans spoke first, his voice strained as he delivered the grim news. Just now, a royal messenger arrived. The message is clear. An official territorial war between Monacae County and Lochin Viscounty has been approved by the royal court. Damn it! Victor's fist slammed against the table, his features twisted in anger. That bastard Count finally made his move. Raina's face paled, guilt evident in her trembling voice. I'm sorry. This is all because of us. No, Roger interjected firmly. Given Count Manac's violent nature, this was bound to happen sooner or later. He was always looking for an excuse to bring down Lochin Viscounty. Philip nodded, his expression resolute. That's right. You have nothing to apologize for, Raina. Besides, the Count's men even attempted to assassinate Lord Luke, someone they barely knew. Their malice runs deep. But there's something I can't understand. Roger continued, his brow furrowed with suspicion. The justification for the war claims that we attacked Count Manac's private soldiers. But Philip's voice rose with frustration, his hand clenched into a fist. Those cowards! We haven't even seen a single scorpion soldier. How could they spread such a blatant lie? The revelation sent a chill through Raina, Seaman, and Victor alike. Their expressions tightened with unease, the harsh reality sinking in. And the fact that the royal court approved such nonsense is baffling. Roger added bitterly, his tone laced with disbelief. But Seaman's gaze remained calm, his eyes sharp with understanding. They must be covering for him because of blood ties. Now isn't the time to be nitpicking over details. We need to focus on how to overcome this situation. His gaze shifted to Roger. What's the status of our forces? Roger's tone grew grim. We recently recruited mercenaries from among the young men in the refugee camps. The problem is, they've had almost no training. Whether they'll be of any actual use in battle is questionable at best. I see. Seaman's gaze darkened, frustration simmering beneath his calm exterior. He turned to Mute. What about the Gigants? Mute sighed, his arms crossed over his chest. We tried to purchase and repair abandoned Gigants with the funds left after fortifying the territory. But due to time constraints, only 3 of them are operational and ready for battle. Compared to the number of Gigants in the Count's domain, it's nowhere near enough. As Seaman pondered the bleak report, his mind raced for a solution. The numbers were overwhelmingly against them. Yet there had to be a way. Suddenly, Raina raised her hand, her voice filled with urgency. We actually have a Gigant as well. We hid it in a nearby estate. They have Mir. Philip's eyes lit up with recognition. We saw Mir's capabilities firsthand at the Gigant arena. It will definitely be a huge help. But we don't have a Gigant rider to pilot Mir, do we? I will be piloting Sting, so you don't have to worry about that either. Raina responded quickly. Sir Victor has experience piloting a Gigant. Victor nodded, his gaze unwavering despite the deep lines of age on his face. Though I am an old man who has long left the battlefield, the experience I've accumulated is second to none. I promise I will not be a burden. I will give my utmost. Please trust me just this once. Roger looked at Victor, his expression filled with admiration. If it's the renowned former knight commander of the Volga Kingdom, we can certainly trust him. Philip's jaw dropped in astonishment. Oh wow, I thought you were just an old man, but you're incredible. Victor's fist lightly smacked the top of Philip's head, leaving a red bump with a wisp of smoke rising comically. And I still have enough strength to deal with cheeky youngsters like you. The mood lightened, but only briefly. Victor's expression grew serious. Also, we still have knights from the old Volga Kingdom. They hid their identities due to the Count's oppression, but they have continued training in secret. Their skill and loyalty will definitely be of great help. Roger nodded approvingly. That is very reassuring. Mute's voice cut through the brief moment of hope, bringing everyone's attention back to the harsh reality. I don't mean to dampen the mood, but the situation is still not in our favor. The Count's domain has at least 80 Gigants from what we know. Among them, 5 are Knight-class Gigants. In modern warfare, the number and class of Gigants are the key factors in determining victory. The difference between a warrior class and a knight class is like that between a child and an adult. It takes 10 warrior class Gigants to match just 1 knight class in battle. If we're outnumbered and our Gigants are lower class, no amount of regular knights will make up for the disadvantage. A heavy silence settled over the room, until Seaman spoke, his tone cool and calculated. Then, if the enemy is unable to use their Gigants at all, doesn't that mean we have a chance? Everyone turned to him in surprise. Mute hesitated before nodding slowly. That is true, but how do we render all those Gigants useless? We're not going to sabotage their Gigants directly. Seaman's eyes gleamed with sharp determination. We'll create a situation where they can't use them at all. Locken's territory has large terrain differences on all sides. To the east and west are high cliffs, making passage difficult for large numbers. The northern forest is too dense for Gigants to maneuver. That leaves only one option for the enemy: crossing the southern sea. His voice grew more intense, his words like steel. We'll set traps along the shore to prevent their Gigants from disembarking. Then, we'll bombard their defenseless troops from a distance. Of course, we can't ignore attacks from other directions, but that's something we can plan for together. The room erupted with newfound resolve. Leave it to us, young lord, Philip declared confidently. Roger slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. With such inspiring words, we cannot just stand by idly. We will follow you to the end, Lord Luke. Raina's eyes shimmered with a mixture of relief and determination as she looked around the room. It felt hopeless before, like we were fighting against an unstoppable tide. But now, I can finally see a path forward. Her voice softened, a hint of warmth breaking through her earlier despair. Strangely, whenever I'm with Lord Luke, it feels like defeat simply isn't an option. As if we can overcome anything. Victor nodded, his grizzled features etched with unwavering conviction. We've witnessed countless miracles up until now. Surviving against overwhelming odds, pushing through dangers that should have crushed us. And this war will be no different. We will overcome this. His words were a declaration of faith, not just in Luke, but in all of them. Philip slapped his palms together, his youthful enthusiasm igniting once more. Then what are we waiting for? This isn't the time to be standing around talking. I'll go prepare for battle right away. Without hesitation, he bolted for the door, his eagerness propelling him forward. One by one, the others followed suit. Roger, Victor, and Raina each departed with purpose blazing in their eyes. They all had preparations to make and responsibilities to fulfill. Mute was the last to leave, his expression calm but resolute. I'll get to work on Gigant maintenance. And I'll make sure the fortress walls are reinforced properly. Every second counts. With that, he turned and exited the room, his footsteps fading into the distance. As the room finally fell silent, Seaman's rigid posture crumbled. His breathing was ragged, his shoulders trembling from the strain of maintaining composure throughout the meeting. Without wasting another moment, he extended his hand and chanted a spell under his breath, forming an invisible barrier around the door. A protective ward to ensure no one would enter. The moment the spell was complete, Seaman's knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily onto the nearest sofa. His body trembled violently as he leaned forward and vomited dark, viscous blood onto the floor. His face contorted with pain, his breathing uneven. Damn it. His thoughts raced, his mind struggling to piece together the cause of his sudden deterioration. Is this because I lost control back then? Because I let my rage take over? He gritted his teeth, fingers digging into the fabric of the sofa. The pain coursing through his body was like molten fire, his mana flow unstable and erratic. I must have used more mana than I could handle. It's become too unstable to control. If this continues, the black circle. His thoughts trailed off, the weight of the realization pressing down on him like a crushing boulder. If it shatters, I won't survive. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the depths of an unfamiliar cave. In order to overcome his own weakness, Seaman had quietly made his way here to make preparations. Right in front of him was a magic circle he had just finished drawing. Looking at the result of his efforts, Seaman let out a breath and muttered, "All right, this should be enough. Luckily, there's a suitable spot underneath my place. I can perform the ritual here without anyone finding out. Ever since I was reincarnated as a descendant of the Locken family, my mana ring has been weakened due to the family curse. I managed to convert it into a dark ring after receiving the magic power of Horath, allowing me to push my magical strength to the 6th tier, beyond the physical limits of my body. However, during the battle with those scorpion riders, I let my emotions get the better of me and recklessly unleashed nearly all of my power, pushing the newly formed dark ring to its breaking point. Now it's on the verge of shattering again. To repair it, I need a creature with strong enough magical energy to replenish the ring, something on the level of Horath or, alternatively, a demon. Dark mages have long summoned demons to enhance their strength, but they usually do it by offering up their soul in exchange for a contract. My goal, however, isn't to borrow power through a pact. I plan to absorb the demon itself, steal all of its strength and magical essence, and completely dominate its power. Of course, in my current state, where I can't even freely use magic, subduing a high demon is nearly impossible. That's why I'm starting with a low-level one. Now all I'm missing is the offering. Normally, people would sacrifice an animal or a human, but I've got something better, the blood of a mage. A person who handles mana and magical energy naturally has a refined spiritual essence, making their blood perfect for this kind of ritual. Besides, I don't like sacrificing innocent lives just to get ahead. That kind of thinking, maybe it comes from the Demon King. It's a little ironic, considering I'm someone who once wanted to wipe out all of humanity. But thinking about it now, there were others who believed in that same ideal, the Dark Order, who worshipped the Demon King. Even though they lost their faith in humanity, they never abandoned their respect for life or their sense of responsibility. Since I haven't heard anything about them since I was reincarnated, there's a good chance they were wiped out along with me. As that thought crossed his mind, Seaman suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, his heart aching as if warning him to stop getting lost in thought. He muttered to himself, "My condition's deteriorating fast. I need to act now." And with that, he didn't waste another second. Seaman thrust his hand forward and began murmuring the incantation. Shadowed beings curse deep within the abyss, heed my call. Cross the boundaries of space, follow the blood pact, and lend me your strength. Appear. Show me your existence. As his voice rang out, the magic circle in front of him began glowing with a bright crimson light. A deep red energy flared upward from its center, and from within that rising energy, 3 demons emerged. One was a massive bat, another a humanoid creature with green skin, and the last, a serpent-haired Lamia. From Seaman's perspective, seeing himself summon 3 demons at once didn't unsettle him in the slightest. They look intimidating on the outside, but they're just low-level demons. Even without magic, I should be able to take care of them, he thought confidently. But it wasn't over. Right at that moment, the ground began shaking violently, so much so that it felt like the entire cave might collapse. The flames within the summoning circle erupted higher and fiercer than ever before, causing Seaman's eyebrows to furrow tightly. He muttered in confusion, "Wait, there's more than just those three." And then, from within the raging flames, a new figure emerged, a massive black panther with abnormally long fangs. The moment it stepped out, it let out a deafening roar that shook the cavern and released a powerful pressure, asserting its overwhelming dominance. The beast then glared at Seaman and spoke in a cold, commanding voice. "I am Sebastian, Lord of Endless Agony in the Demon Realm. Foolish mortal, are you prepared to pay the price for summoning me?" On Seaman's side, just feeling the crushing presence emanating from this creature was enough to drain all color from his face. He went pale instantly, bloodless. No way. This aura, it's a high-tier demon. But this circle should have only been able to summon low-level ones, he thought in disbelief. Things are spiraling out of control. In my current state, there's no way I can take on a high-tier demon. But I can't let them stay here either. If they break out of this territory, everything's going to descend into chaos. He clenched his teeth. At this point, the only option left is to erase the summoning circle and forcibly banish them. That was the plan forming in Seaman's head. But before he could act on it, the Black Panther demon, unaware of his intentions, spoke again, demanding its sacrifice. "Do not be afraid. If you willingly offer up your soul, I'll make it quick. Just surrender your soul to me." At those words, the three low-level demons began slowly closing in, surrounding Seaman from all sides, ready to stop him from escaping should he even try to run. Back on Seaman's side, even though he was so terrified he could have pissed his pants, he still forced himself to act tough. "Who said I was scared? I'm just thinking about the best way to take you down," he shouted defiantly. But the demons weren't buying it. Seeing that Seaman refused to offer a sacrifice, they launched their attack without hesitation. First up was the green-skinned demon. Using its immense strength, it hoisted a massive boulder high into the air and hurled it straight at Seaman like a cannonball. Seaman immediately ducked and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the impact. But before he could recover or even plan his next move, the snake woman lunged forward. She twisted her body midair, swinging her enormous tail like a whip straight at him. At the same time, her glowing red eyes locked onto Seaman and emitted a strange crimson light aimed directly at him. With no other option, Seaman drew the sword from his waist and held it up high to block the strike. He managed to stop her tail attack, but at a price. The blade in his hand suddenly turned to stone. Alarmed, he quickly tossed it aside. "Petrification, that's rare," he muttered to himself. But he barely had time to finish the thought when more massive boulders came raining down like a storm, forcing Seaman to sprint away in desperation, huffing and cursing under his breath. "Damn it! They're not giving me a second to breathe. There's no way I can get to the summoning circle like this. I'll have to keep dodging. There's got to be another way." While frantically avoiding the incoming attacks, Seaman scanned his surroundings for anything that could help. Then he spotted it, just a trickle of water leaking out from a crack in the stone wall. That tiny detail sparked a realization in his mind. Water, why is there water here? Could it be, there's a river running above this cave? If that's the case, then I've got an idea. Fueled by the sudden plan, Seaman began leaping up the walls, hopping between protruding rocks like a mountain goat. Not far behind, the giant bat opened its jaws wide, gathering a ball of fire inside its mouth before launching it straight toward him. But what the bat didn't realize was that this was exactly what Seaman had been waiting for. Just before the fireball could hit him, Seaman activated his teleportation skill. His body flashed once, and then vanished midair in a blink. The bat, completely thrown off, let out a confused screech, unsure of where its target had gone. Right after that, a massive explosion rocked the inside of the cave. A torrent of water suddenly surged in, flooding the space and sweeping the low-tier demons away like ragdolls. Meanwhile, Seaman clung safely to a rocky ledge above the chaos. However, the teleportation spell he'd used earlier had left its mark. His body had suffered backlash from the strain. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he clenched his jaw and thought, even a basic spell like that is putting serious strain on my body now. But at least they're out of commission. I need to erase the summoning circle now, but before he could move, something terrifying happened. From beneath the rushing water, a massive hand shot upward, the Black Panther demon's arm. Seaman's eyes widened in horror. No way, he's completely unharmed, he screamed inwardly. The panther demon dragged itself up from the floodwater, dripping from its sleek fur, and locked its furious gaze on Seaman. "You bastard!" it roared. "I'm done playing nice. Get on your knees and beg for your life. This is your last chance." Back on Seaman's side, despite the overwhelming threat, he kept his composure and reminded himself of the harsh reality. My sword's already gone. The dark arcane circle's reached its limit. I can't even summon a new weapon. My body, it's way past its breaking point. But even with all that weighing him down, Seaman didn't retreat. Instead, he leapt down from the ledge straight toward the Hydra demon, choosing to face it head-on. The demon, convinced he had Seaman cornered, grinned wickedly and declared, "Good. I've made up my mind. I'm going to devour you whole. It'll be quick and painless." But just as the demon moved in, Seaman activated a spell, enhancing his own body with a strengthening enchantment. Magic flared across his form. The demon froze for a moment, eyes narrowing in sudden unease. "What? Don't tell me you still haven't given up," he growled, the first hint of doubt creeping into its voice. Hearing that, Seaman coughed up another mouthful of blood, but he didn't falter. Instead, he focused all the magic he had left into his fist, his voice sharp and defiant. "Because I don't have any reason to back down anymore. This body's been through countless battles. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Let's finish this." With that, Seaman launched himself forward, charging head-on with a fierce punch. The move clearly threw the Hydra demon off, and for the first time, panic cracked through its confidence. "Wait," the demon stammered. "I get it, I yield. If you stop now, I'll accept you as my subordinate. I'll overlook everything you've done. Swear loyalty to me, and I'll even lend you my power." But Seaman wasn't listening. Before the demon could finish its desperate plea, he had already closed the distance, striking with everything he had. In that instant, a cloud of white smoke burst from the demon's body. Seaman narrowed his eyes as the illusion before him finally shattered. Then a smirk spread across his blood-stained face, followed by a triumphant laugh. "Just as I thought." Standing in front of him now was no longer a towering black panther radiating monstrous energy. Instead, it was a small, dark-skinned boy wearing human clothing, completely unthreatening in appearance. The terrifying image from before had all been an illusion, an elaborate bluff crafted by the demon to overwhelm him with fear. On the other side, Sebastian was now dangling helplessly in Seaman's grip, held up by the collar like a ragdoll. His eyes welled up with tears, pure fear washing over his face. The tiny feline form flailed its limbs wildly, but no amount of struggling could break free from Seaman's grasp. Looking at the pitiful sight, Seaman didn't hold back his mockery. "So this is your true form? Pathetic." Sebastian threw him a glare filled with both fear and suspicion. "Don't tell me, you already figured out who I really am?" Seaman answered bluntly, with no hesitation in his tone. "You did a good job hiding it, I'll give you that. I wasn't sure at first, but the idea of a Hydra demon being this clumsy was a red flag. You couldn't even dodge a simple stream of water, so I took a gamble. I've fought your kind more times than I can count, enough to recognize the cracks in your act." Hearing that, Sebastian began trembling, not from fear this time, but from shame and fury. "Damn it, how humiliating!" he hissed, grinding his teeth before snapping at Seaman. "Don't get cocky, you lowlife! Even in this form, I can still erase you from existence." Seaman couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Oh really? Then go ahead, show me." As he said that, he unleashed the dark energy he'd taken from Horath. The moment Sebastian felt the aura pour out, his fur stood on end like a frightened cat, and his voice cracked with pure terror. "Wait, that aura, how does a human have the energy of a demon lord?" Seaman answered coolly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Of course I have it. I absorbed a demon once." That revelation hit Sebastian like a thunderbolt. He pointed a trembling finger at Seaman, eyes wide in disbelief. "You absorbed a demon lord? What the hell are you?" Switching back to Seaman's perspective, he pulled the trembling creature closer and asked calmly, "You ever heard the name Seaman before?" For a low-tier demon like Sebastian, that name rang all the alarm bells. "Seaman? Don't tell me, that's Seaman? The most feared demon king in the underworld? The one whose name still haunts even the boldest demons? You're him." The horrifying thought drenched Sebastian in a cold sweat, but Seaman didn't give him time to dwell on it. With a casual flick of the wrist, he tossed the tiny demon aside like garbage and declared, "I didn't expect you to recognize me, so I'm not surprised. Either way, it doesn't matter, because you're going to die here." As Seaman spoke, he summoned his magic, conjuring up several spectral arms that radiated a dark, menacing aura. Each one exuded enough pressure to make the air feel heavier. To Sebastian, Watching those magical hands slowly inch toward him was nothing short of a nightmare. In a panic, he rushed forward and clung to Seaman's leg, groveling shamelessly. Wait! Human, no, I mean Lord, my lord, there's clearly been some kind of misunderstanding here. He stammered, nearly sobbing. Absorbing a low-tier demon like me won't be worth your time. Honestly, you won't gain much power from someone as insignificant as I am. But Seaman wasn't in a generous mood. At this point, I'll take what I can get, he replied coolly. Even mosquito meat is still meat. As the magical arms crept dangerously close, Sebastian panicked even more. Wait! I'll pledge my soul and undying loyalty to you, he screamed, his voice cracking. Back in the demon realm, I was well known. I was kind of a big deal, actually, a legendary rogue, you could say. Seaman raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. What, just a petty thief? He muttered to himself, visibly disappointed. Sensing Seaman's disinterest, Sebastian doubled down. No, that's not all. I'm also well versed in medicine. I have top-tier alchemy skills too. Spare me, and I swear I'll be useful. At the mention of medicine, Seaman's expression shifted. The magical arms froze midair. He crouched down, leaned in, and whispered into Sebastian's ear. Can you make something like this? Of course. That's my specialty. Sebastian responded without hesitation. Seaman nodded thoughtfully, then added, And what about this one? Absolutely. Leave it to me. The little demon puffed his chest with pride. Seeing that the cap might actually be useful, Seaman finally made up his mind. All right, fine. You've convinced me, Demon Sebastian. I'll accept you as one of my subordinates. He extended his hand outward. Sebastian's eyes lit up, his cheeks flushed pink with excitement. Thank you, Lord Seaman. I'll serve you with all my heart and dedicate myself to your cause, he cried, eagerly reaching out his paw to shake Seaman's hand. But Seaman's hand didn't meet his. Instead, Seaman began casting a spell, making Sebastian flinch in surprise. Wait, Lord Seaman, what's this? He asked nervously. Seaman gave him a charming smile. House pets need collars, don't they? This one's inscribed with a binding enchantment. If you ever think about betraying me, it'll tighten until your neck snaps. So behave yourself, all right? From Sebastian's point of view, the protagonist's precautionary measure felt like the final nail in the coffin. All the poor cat demon could do was collapse to his knees and cry in pure despair. Damn it! I only meant to play along for a bit and run away when I got the chance. How did I end up bound to a worthless human like this? This is the greatest humiliation ever dealt to a noble like me. Seaman, meanwhile, paid no attention to his new subordinate's tragic display. Instead, he turned to give a stern warning. I've abandoned the name Seaman. From now on, you'll call me Lord Luke. Yes, Lord Luke, Sebastian replied, his voice dripping with misery. After a beat, he asked, So what now, my lord? Ahead of them, Seaman's gaze settled on the unconscious bodies of several low-tier demons sprawled in a pool of water. Now that our contract is done, I'm getting back to business, he said. I only needed one follower, and I've got him. Stay out of the way if you don't want to get caught up in this. Seaman raised a hand and commanded, Leave no trace. Devour every last piece of them. At his order, the spectral hands immediately lunged toward the three unconscious demons. In mere seconds, under Sebastian's horrified stare, the hands shredded the demons to bits, leaving nothing behind. The gruesome sight sent a chill down the little demon's spine. What have I gotten myself into? Sebastian whispered to himself, anxiety creeping in. I signed a contract with a lunatic. Did I just get completely played? His thoughts trailed as his eyes shifted toward Seaman, who now wore a cold, ruthless smile, one befitting a true demon king. Time passed, and the scene transitioned to a secluded part of the forest. After absorbing magic from several low-tier demons over the last few days, Seaman was currently testing his own capabilities to check for any magical strain. He raised a hand and unleashed a dark blast, black bullet, obliterating a massive tree right in front of him. The explosion echoed through the forest, and yet he didn't feel the slightest bit of backlash. I can use up to tier 6 magic now without a hitch, Seaman muttered, analyzing the results. Ever since I absorbed that demon, I've been hunting down others and absorbing them one after another. The dark ring is gradually recovering. He glanced down at himself and let out a sigh. Still, the constant fighting and suppressing those demons completely shredded my clothes. If anyone sees me like this, it'll be way too embarrassing. I need to get changed fast. Just as Seaman was about to change into something more presentable, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him, loud and panicked. "Young master! There you are! We've been looking all over for you. Good heavens, what happened to your clothes? Don't tell me you're hurt again." It was Philip, the ever-loyal knight. Seaman turned back, visibly annoyed, and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing serious. No need to fuss. What's more important right now is—" At that, Philip snapped back to the urgency that had brought him here in the first place. "Right. No time for that now. We just received a message. Count Manak's army is advancing on our territory. They're coming in from both the southern sea and the northern forest simultaneously." The scene cuts to Count Manak's fleet of warships, already closing in on the shoreline, just as Philip had warned. Aboard one of the vessels, a knight scanned the distant Lochen estate through a scope, smirking as he spoke. "Mobilizing an entire army just to crush a minor baron doesn't really sound like the Count's usual style, does it?" A large, scar-faced knight nearby chimed in, his tone grave. "Even a tiger goes all out when hunting a rabbit. These people have slipped through our grasp too many times already. We need to crush their will to resist completely. And remember, underestimating the enemy leads to defeat. Some of them are stronger than expected." The long-haired knight nodded in agreement, but inwardly sneered. Big words coming from someone who lost in the arena. Trying to sound serious now? I still don't get why the Count gave this loser another shot. Maybe he's not as dumb as he looks after all. Back on shore, defensive measures had already been put into place. Rows of ballistae and barricades lined the coast, ready to intercept the incoming fleet. Once the ships sailed into range, the Lochen butler, Hans, raised his voice with a commanding shout. "All units, fire at will! Don't let them near our land, no matter what it takes!" His command rang through the air, and the soldiers swiftly operated the siege weapons. Flaming bolts launched into the sky, arcing toward the enemy's ships like blazing comets. But the knights aboard Manak's fleet had come prepared. Watching the flaming projectiles hurtling their way, one of them scoffed. "Not bad, but do they really think this will work? I guess this is what they mean by a cornered dog bites back. Too bad desperation won't save them now." As the sound echoed from within one of the warship's cabins, a massive figure slowly emerged onto the deck. It was a Gigant, but not just any Gigant. This one was unmistakably a mage Gigant. True to its nature, as a barrage of missiles flew toward it, the Gigant merely raised its staff with a swift motion. In an instant, a magical barrier materialized, effortlessly shattering the incoming projectiles into pieces upon impact. On the shore, the soldiers watching in awe couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. "Magic? The Count's cavalry even has ancient cavalry knights inside the mage Gigant?" The long-haired knight observed Seaman's group with a smug expression. Seeing the panic and disarray among them, he sneered. "No matter how hard you try, you're nothing more than filthy rats scurrying about." The ancient knights, as the name suggests, are a fusion of a knight's aura and a mage's mana. These knights are those who can masterfully wield both powers. Back on the battlefield, one of the soldiers turned to his comrade and asked, "This is the first time I've seen an ancient knight. Are they really that formidable?" His companion, with a tense expression, responded, "There was a time when they were seen as failed half-breeds. But since the development of Gigant technology, everything has changed. When they fuse with the magic stones in the Gigant armor, their power skyrockets. They become monsters capable of casting magic on par with the grand mages of the tower." Switching to the long-haired knight, he silently laughed to himself, thinking, "Hey, it seems they've tried their best to stop the ships carrying the Gigants, but all of it is useless before me." He quickly worked with the control panel. Then, with a swift motion, the mage Gigant waved its staff and used a skill called Ice Wave, instantly freezing the entire surface of the sea before them. But it didn't stop there. The knight slammed the staff onto the ship's deck, causing a massive explosion of earth and rocks to erupt in front of them. Countless stones were sent flying in all directions, forcing the soldiers of the Lochen family to retreat in panic. "Run! Hurry!" one of them screamed. Seeing the results of their attack, the long-haired knight felt immense satisfaction. "Now all obstacles are cleared. Wipe them all out." He gave the order. At his command, several Gigant knights began disembarking onto the shore. With each step they took, the ground trembled underfoot. Meanwhile, the mage Gigant inside muttered in disappointment. "I was hoping for a more epic battle, but it seems like this will end much easier than I expected. If only they had fought back harder, it would have been more interesting." Unlike the thoughts of the long-haired knight, The Scarface Knight sensed that something was off about the current situation. He glanced ahead and noticed that there was no resistance or preparation coming from the Locken estate at all. This made him suspicious. With this many forces closing in, yet they haven't deployed a single unit? What are they planning? Despite his doubts, the Scarface Knight still ordered the giant to move forward. Meanwhile, atop the walls, Butler Hans quickly commanded the defending soldiers. "Defend the walls! Fire the cannons!" In response, "Second Artillery Unit, prepare quickly!" At the next command, the cannons positioned along the walls fired in unison, launching wooden balls towards the Gigants. Seeing this, the ancient knight grew bored and conjured a shield, sighing. "Again? Try something new, will you?" Next, the giant warriors swung their swords and cleaved the wooden balls in half. However, what surprised them was that from within the wooden balls, a purple liquid began to spill out. They couldn't help but wonder. "What is this? Is this wine?" Before they could finish their words, smoke started rising from the spots where the purple liquid had landed. This caused panic among them, and they screamed. "What the hell is this? What did you just do? What's happening?" The Gigant stood frozen in place. "Damn it! The liquid, it's freezing! What the hell is this?" From afar, Butler Hans saw the Gigants immobilized and seized the opportunity. "Attack now! Take advantage of the enemy's confusion and strike!" At his command, the cannons atop the walls began firing once again, launching fireballs at the Gigants. At this point, it was the Monaco forces who started to flee. "Run! I can't move my body! Don't let anyone escape!" In another corner of the battlefield, while everything was in chaos, Sebastian was leisurely eating an apple. "What a mess! I've been wondering why he kept pushing me like that, so this is the reason." A few days ago, when Seaman encountered Sebastian, he made a strange request. "Hey, can you create an adhesive that can't be removed no matter what?" At first, Sebastian thought it was impossible. In all his hundreds of years of life, he had never heard anything as absurd as that. Such a thing can't exist. But as it turned out, it did. Thinking about the threats Seaman had made towards him, a surge of anger and humiliation rose within Sebastian, to the point where his eyes were on the verge of tears. How dare he treat me like this, using me so roughly? This humiliation I will repay tenfold. But anyway, with me, the great Sir Sebastian, taking action myself, the outcome was inevitable. I'll just wait a little longer until everything's over. Meanwhile, the cannons atop the walls continued to fire relentlessly, while the Gigants, whose movements were restricted, could only retreat awkwardly, dragging their bodies behind them. On another part of the wall, a golem engineer with orange hair stared at the scene in front of him, swallowing nervously in disbelief, and shouted, "No way! I've never heard of any kind of drug with an effect like this." Beside him, a soldier with a helmet looked just as shocked. "It can neutralize the entire Gigant unit with just one strike? Could that be their family's secret technique? But even so, it's still not enough. Many of them have been taken down, but there are still plenty standing strong, especially those two Gigants in the center. Clearly, those are the new Royal Army's Knight Gigants." As they watched, the Ancient Knight and Mylan seemed to be completely unscathed. Back to the Ancient Knight, while Seaman's group's tactics surprised him, he was still quite confident. He said, "Even a worm knows how to wriggle. Seems like they're stronger than expected, but still not enough. I'll end this in one blow." With that, he raised his staff and manipulated the water into sharp spikes, firing them straight toward the city gate. Just then, a voice rang out. "Not so fast, Phantom Blade." The voice came from a Gigant warrior on Seaman's side. In just a few steps, the warrior closed in on the Ancient Knight, which piqued his interest. "Seems like an interesting opponent has appeared. But you look like you're about to lose." Before the words had even finished, Achilles appeared beside them. With a single swing of his mace, the force pushed the Gigant controlled by Philip back. "Has my speed already been caught up to?" he muttered inwardly. Meanwhile, Mylan had also realized that it was Philip controlling the Gigant in front of him. "So you've finally shown up. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Hearing the familiar voice, Philip was a bit surprised and asked, "What? You've been discharged? How the hell did you make it all the way here?" In response, Mylan declared, "I was given a second chance. If I defeat you now, I'll take you down properly." On the other side, Philip let out a chuckle full of flavor. "So you can't even be bothered to hide your identity? You're laying everything out now? The family of that count really is known for lying. Mylan, looking calm, shouted, "It's over!" And then he rushed to attack. The two Gigants collided in the battlefield, causing a massive clash. Meanwhile, the ancient knight stood on the side watching, shrugging when he saw his opponent being stolen away. "Guess I'll just have to deal with this. Mylan is a perfect opponent for a brute like him. Too bad, but it looks like I'll have to handle this one." Before him stood the old, worn-out Gigant that Philip had previously used in the Gigant arena. Looking at its battered form, the wizard couldn't help but almost laugh out loud. "I knew the Lockin family was poor, but bringing out this scrap metal? How disappointing." Across from him, Uncle Victor roared, "Don't underestimate me. As the last captain of the Volga Knights, I will fight to my last breath." As he said this, he tightened his grip on his sword. After hearing that, the wizard couldn't contain his laughter anymore. "I can't believe I'm hearing that familiar name here. Incredible! Still as stiff as ever, Captain Victor?" Victor, slightly startled, asked. "You know me?" The wizard replied with a question. "Don't tell me you've forgotten me. I'm a bit disappointed. It's me, Kane, the one who was expelled from the Volga Knights." At the same time, in the northern forest of the Lockin territory, Seaman was swiftly moving and witnessing the soldiers from the southern faction blocking the army's landing from the forest path entering the territory. Seeing that the battle was still somewhat balanced, Seaman sighed in relief. "Our luck hasn't run out just yet. As expected, sending troops early was the right decision. Count Monike has expanded his power through numerous wars of conquest, so we can't take him lightly. Luckily, most of the Gigant armors were deployed to the south, so now only regular soldiers remain in the north. Anticipating an attack from multiple directions and positioning the troops here was the right choice. Of course, with such a small force, even concentrating on a single point is difficult, so sending troops deep into the forest would have been even harder. But we've solved it another way." At this moment, suddenly from deep within the forest, countless villagers armed with weapons rushed out, ambushing the Monike soldiers from both sides. These were the bandits expelled from the territory, but Seaman had secretly sheltered them within the forest. Among these militia members, a tall man shouted loudly, "This is our only chance to repay the young master who helped us. Everyone, let's destroy the enemy together!" He shouted to boost morale, making everyone more passionate. "Yes, sir!" Seeing the fearless demeanor of his militia, Seaman couldn't help but feel pleased in his heart. "I'm so glad the bandits I took in as villagers have been trained well. Having experienced real combat, they're proving to be incredibly useful." Now, back on the battlefield, despite the surprise attack by Seaman's militia, the captain of Manak's Knights quickly regained control and gave orders. "What are you all standing there for? Our army is much larger than theirs. Charge in all at once!" Following his command, 4 knights charged in, eager to attack the militia captain from 4 directions, leaving him no room to dodge no matter how hard he tried. But fortunately, it seemed that the god of death wasn't ready to claim this militia captain yet. At the most dangerous moment, suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbed his shoulder tightly, and threw the militia captain backward. At the same time, the figure lowered his head to avoid an attack from a Monike soldier. Then, with a swift movement, he lunged forward, swinging his sword to knock the enemy's blade far away. This man was none other than Captain Roger. With his superior skill and strength, he easily defeated the soldiers surrounding him with just a few precise sword strikes. Afterward, Roger turned and shouted, directing everyone, "Be careful! Don't push too deep into the enemy's formation! Our goal is not to annihilate the entire enemy, but to hold out until the young master signals. Don't forget the real objective!" "Understood!" the group responded in unison. Looking at his leadership, Seaman couldn't help but admire. Roger skillfully hides the weaknesses of the militia. Honestly, it's even better than I expected. With more training, they could become reliable soldiers. However, if this battle drags on, the situation will turn against us. We need to strike faster. With that thought, Seaman began preparing for the next step. He raised his hand to his mouth and whistled loudly. The sound echoed, startling the Monike soldiers. Their movements froze as they cautiously looked around. What was that? Could there be another hidden enemy? Unlike them, Captain Roger immediately recognized the sound and knew it came from Seaman. He quickly glanced around and saw Seaman signaling to him from a distance. That sound was the young master's signal, so the preparations are complete. We need to move on to the next step. With that, Roger smiled and said to his team, "All units fall back quickly." At his command, the Locken soldiers didn't engage further but turned and fled at maximum speed. This left the Monike commander shocked. What are they doing? Chase them! And so, the two groups began a chase through the forest until Roger led his troops to a dead end. At this point, they had no escape route left. Seeing this, the brown-haired commander sneered and taunted. Now you can't run anymore. This will be your grave. On the opposite side, Captain Roger looked at the fools in front of him, who still hadn't realized who had fallen into the trap. He decided to enlighten them. It seems you misunderstood. My objective has been achieved. The ones who are trapped here aren't us, but you. Begin now! He shouted, and a soldier beside him took a torch and lit a nearby rope, causing fire to spread rapidly up the cliff face, eventually igniting barrels of gunpowder prepared beforehand. The explosion was catastrophic, throwing the Monike soldiers into chaos. But that wasn't all. Shortly after, rocks and debris cascaded down between the two armies, forming a wall that completely blocked both sides from each other. This only left the Monike soldiers more confused. What the hell is going on? What are they trying to do anyway? They're cornered now. It's useless, you're only trapping yourselves in. In response, Roger began telling him a story. The people of the Locken territory almost never venture into these mountains. Since they were children, they've been warned to stay away from this place. Do you know why? On the opposite side, the brown-haired knight began to think that Roger had lost his mind to say such things. He asked, Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, Roger just smiled, not angered, and continued explaining. Because this land is the lair of monsters. Ever since ancient times, no one who has entered this place has ever made it out alive. As his voice echoed, a group of monsters appeared from behind them. The leader of these monsters was none other than the orc that Seaman had previously captured. Then, within the gorge, countless howls and roars filled the air. Meanwhile, Seaman, watching from afar, nodded to himself. Good. Everything is going exactly as planned. Now I just need to deal with the southern front. At this rate, things might turn out easier than I expected. Just as Seaman thought this, columns of white smoke began to rise from the distance, drawing his attention. Smoke? Is it a forest fire? But that's in the west. Don't tell me there's another army over there? Seaman paused, his mind racing. If this was true, it would be a complete unforeseen variable in his original plan. A powerful, commanding voice rang out. Black bullet! With that cry, purple streaks of light shot forward, piercing through the soldiers' chests and sending them screaming in agony. After taking care of the regular troops, Seaman swiftly leapt onto a nearby tree branch. In his left hand, he still held a pulsating orb of purple energy. Sweat dripped down his face as he took a deep breath, eyes scanning the area with exhaustion. Looks like I've almost cleared them all, he thought. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the direction of the mountains, making his eyes snap toward the source. Startled, he immediately jumped off the branch and shouted, Damn it! There's still more. As he sped through the air toward the explosion, his thoughts raced. I didn't expect them to flank from another direction. I underestimated the count. They just keep coming. His jaw clenched in frustration. This is taking longer than I thought. I'm going to be late getting to the southern front. I can only hope they can hold out until I get there. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a sword had been driven into the ground. An elderly man panted heavily nearby. Standing across from him was a young man dressed in a deep purple mage's robe, smugly positioned in front of a battered knight clad in iron armor. Torn rags littered the ground, and a trembling hand still clutched a sword with unwavering grip. The pink-haired mage wore a confident smirk. They held out longer than I expected, but I think it's safe to say this is the end, he said dismissively. Come on, like they could actually stand toe-to-toe with that pack of assassins, right? As the pink-haired mage rambled on arrogantly, the armored knight began to move. His missing right arm twitched, and sparks of lightning began to crackle at the shoulder like something was about to grow back. Noticing this, the mage stood tall and declared, If you just stayed put in Manak's territory, none of this would have happened. What made you think teaming up with that kid was a smart idea? Still the same stubborn old man, Victor. The elderly knight in armor winced in pain, his eyes wary as he lowered his gaze. Then, slowly, he looked back up at the mage. Even from you, he said in a firm voice. The pink-haired mage let out a scornful laugh. You swore loyalty to the kingdom of Volga, and now you're nothing more than a pawn for Count Monike. Doesn't it shame you to still call yourself a knight? Victor responded with cold sarcasm. A vulture stays a vulture no matter how well it eats. The mage sneered. That's called being smart. Unlike the old-fashioned Valda, Count Monike knows how to reward true talent. Thanks to him, I'm living a whole new life. So you've been nursing that grudge all this time? I've heard enough. Victor growled. The pink-haired mage's staff lit up. Surrounded by flickering lightning, floating stone swords appeared around him, hovering in the air like executioner's blades. Time's up. Let's finish this. With that, the stone swords launched forward, aiming straight at the Knight Victor. 15 years ago, at the Academy of Swordsmanship, a young Victor watched as a pink-haired boy exploded with frustration, shouting, "I won't accept this!" The boy slammed his hand against his chest, voice sharp with indignation. I clearly dominated him during the evaluation, so why was he the one recommended? Behind a desk in the library, a weary instructor scratched his head and muttered, "Complaining to me won't change anything." But before the teacher could finish, the pink-haired boy yelled again. "There must be some mistake. Please fix it." A calm, commanding voice came from the entrance. "What's all this commotion about?" The teacher immediately sprang to his feet. "Sir Victor! You've arrived." Young Victor's expression tightened as he approached, his tone stern. "What's going on here that warrants all this shouting?" The pink-haired student rushed toward him eagerly. "Captain, you came at the right time. I think there's been a mistake in the recommendation results." Victor stepped closer with a composed face. "If that's what this is about, then the decision was mine." The student froze, stunned. "What?" Victor folded his arms. "You used magic during the evaluation, didn't you?" The boy flinched. Victor had hit the mark. "How did you know?" Victor frowned and stated the rule clearly. "Using anything other than swordsmanship in the match is a violation." Panicked, the boy tried to explain. "But I integrated it into my sword technique. That was my own innovation. Shouldn't I be rewarded for doing something others can't?" Victor's expression remained like ice. "The exam was for swordsmanship only. Your justification is irrelevant." The boy clenched his fists, his voice shaking with anger. "I can't accept this." And then his eyes lit up with defiance. "Or is it because you're trying to hold me back?" he said through gritted teeth. "Is that it, Captain? You can't use magic, so you're threatened by someone like me. Pathetic." Victor's face darkened. He looked down at the boy in silence for a moment, then turned away coldly. "I don't need to hear anything else." The student shouted after him. "You're just walking away? Why won't you deny it?" Victor stopped only to say, "Let me explain something you clearly don't understand." But the memory ended there. Back in the present, Victor, now older, stood tall in the heat of battle. Sparks of electricity danced across his armor as he entered a defensive stance and sliced through the flying stone blades aimed at him. The pink-haired mage sneered, unimpressed. "Still trying to challenge me? This will end the same way as always. You're a fool to resist this. This is the power you used to mock. Now you get to feel it firsthand." With that, he summoned 4 massive pillars of water, hurling them straight at the old knight. Across the battlefield, Kane's eyes lit up with twisted excitement. He watched with glee, relishing the chance to finally crush the man he had once looked up to, and grown to hate. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Victor showed no signs of fear. "Since that day," he muttered as his Gigant stepped left and right with elegant precision, swiftly closing the gap between himself and Kane. But Kane only scoffed. "Still moving the same way as always. It's useless." With that, he conjured razor-sharp icicles that launched straight at Victor. The old knight swung his blade, shattering several of them midair, but others pierced through, driving into his armored body. Kane's face twisted with ecstasy as he shouted, practically delirious. "Go ahead! Keep charging! It's pointless! My magic has no blind spots!" What met his outburst, however, was Victor's calm, composed voice. "You still haven't refined your swordsmanship since then, have you? I warned you before, in a duel between knights, the most crucial factor is measuring the distance to your opponent." His gaze sharpened. "And right now you're within mine." Just then, a sudden gleam flashed across the eyes of Victor's Gigant. A moment later, its entire frame surged with raw power, violently breaking free from the icy stakes that had pinned it down. In one swift motion, it unleashed a devastating slash across Kane's Gigant, smashing its frame and shattering the canister mounted on its back. As the explosion of sparks and steam filled the air, Victor whispered quietly, almost to himself, Truth is, I recognized your potential long ago. You had what it took to become a rune knight. His tone turned somber. But I was hard on you because magic alone won't carry you far. You could have become one of the greatest knights Valda has ever seen. He paused, casting his eyes toward the distant battlefield. Now I want to go and support you, Philip. That's what I want. But with the shape I'm in, this is as far as I go. A breath. I'm sorry I couldn't do more. I'm counting on you now. Back on the battlefield, the clash between Philip and Mylan was heating up. At that moment, Philip hurled his Gigant forward, launching a powerful strike straight at his opponent. But against the overwhelming strength of Mylan's massive Gigant, it was useless. With just a casual swing of the giant mace in his hand, Mylan effortlessly swatted Philip's Gigant aside, sending it crashing into a nearby wall in a thunderous explosion. Instead of rushing in to finish him off, Mylan paused for a moment and sneered. Where's that skill you showed back in the Gigant arena? Don't tell me I overestimated you. Come on, give me a little more than that. Philip, battered but defiant, shot back. You're one to talk, after I've already beaten you twice. But deep down, his confidence was cracking. That sounded way cooler than I feel. I'm screwed. He gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face as he thought, what the hell is going on with this guy? It's like he's become a completely different person. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? The pressure mounted, and with every second, Philip's anxiety only grew. Seeing how effective the mana enhancement crystal was, Mylan couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. Ha, just as I hoped. This is incredible. The mana-enhancing stones gifted by the Count really are top tier. As he spoke to himself, he reached into the pouch strapped to his side, where he stored the mana crystals. Normally, a suit of armor has a fixed aura limit based on its core grade. But if I channel an extra mana crystal into the core engine... He pulled one out and fed it into the system. The suit responded immediately, converting the crystal into raw energy. From the control chamber, a surge of invisible power burst out, flooding the armor. The gigant's frame glowed with a radiant blue light as it was wrapped in a surge of enhanced energy. See what this thing can do, he said, grinning maniacally. Overcharging the core lets me push it past its limits and amplify its power even further. On the other side of the battlefield, Philip's eyes widened at the sudden spike in power. What the hell? His aura just spiked! His expression turned serious as he stared at the enemy Gigant. What the hell is that? Mylan sneered. Trying to stall with nonsense? It won't work. His face twisted into a vicious grin. I'll crush you in one strike. With that, he commanded his Gigant to attack. The gigant's eyes flashed as it swung its massive iron mace over its shoulder and brought it down toward Philip's with terrifying force. Philip quickly gave the order to dodge, narrowly avoiding the attack as he dashed away. Philip analyzed the situation. Powerful, but slow. I still have the advantage if I can keep my distance and outmaneuver him. He ordered his Gigant to pick up speed, but then, the giant mace came flying from behind, faster than expected. Philip's eyes widened in shock. He ordered an emergency dive, sending his Gigant crashing to the ground just in time to dodge the crushing blow. Still stunned, Philip's mind raced. He's faster than me, too slow. Mylan roared, raising the mace high above his head. He brought it down again toward Philip. Philip barely managed to dodge, the weapon grazing the left side of his gigant's torso. He immediately seized the dangling chain from the mace, using the momentum to launch himself backward and spring away from the enemy. Twisting through the air, he looped around to the rear of Mylan's Gigant and launched a strike toward the back of its neck. But in a blink, the enemy Gigant snapped around and caught Philip's leg midair. Philip's eyes went wide in disbelief. He can keep up with the speed of my magic-enhanced sword? With no hesitation, the one-eyed man hurled Philip with full force. The Gigant smashed into a nearby wall, triggering a violent explosion on impact. Seeing how things were going, Philip couldn't help but think, this is bad. The power gap just keeps growing. I thought at least I'd have the advantage in speed. He furrowed his brows, his mind racing as he sat in the cockpit, his heart burning with frustration. But now he's keeping up with me too. Is it really because I'm just not good enough? His hands clenched into trembling fists as a wave of doubt washed over him. No words came, only a memory. If only Roger were here, he thought silently in his mind. Roger's stern and unwavering image resurfaced. The memory pulled him back to a time long ago, back to their training days in the castle courtyard. A young Philip was practicing with the magic sword under Roger's watchful gaze, swinging over and over with little progress. Roger, arms crossed, finally spoke. The magic sword is a good weapon, but when you strike while moving at high speed, your attack patterns become predictable. He added, if you don't fix that, others will eventually learn to read your moves. Breathing heavily, Philip looked up and asked, but changing direction mid-attack slows you down, doesn't it? His voice carried a hint of doubt, unsure of Roger's logic. Roger let out a short laugh at his nephew's inexperience and said, you're overthinking it. His face was full of confidence as he declared, this method alone is enough to overcome that problem. Mylan, watching from across the battlefield, raised an eyebrow. Still standing after that hit? He couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. I've got to admit you're stubborn as hell. But then his expression shifted. With a sudden burst of speed, his Gigant vanished, dashing straight toward Philip's armor with terrifying velocity. This ends now, he shouted, his iron mace raised overhead. The massive weapon drew closer, but Philip's Gigant remained motionless, silent, still, seemingly defeated. The mace came down, ready to crush, and then, light sparked in Philip's gigant's eyes. In an instant, it sidestepped with lightning speed. The mace missed its mark completely and slammed into the ground, carving a massive crater into the earth. Had it landed, Philip's armor would have been reduced to scrap. Without missing a beat, Philip's Gigant bent its knees and launched upward into the air, legs coiling with explosive force. With blinding speed, streaks of light trailed behind Philip's Gigant as it zipped around the arena like bolts of lightning. Sparks erupted in every direction as the armor sliced through the air, its high-velocity movements creating a thunderous display that lit up the battlefield. Mylan scoffed at the spectacle, his voice laced with disdain. What, trying cheap tricks now, fool? You think your engine can handle that? Though he tried to mock, a flicker of unease passed through his eyes. Philip's reckless acceleration was unexpected. What's he planning? Is he really going to go all in and drag me down with him? No response came. The silence only made Mylan more anxious. Panic crept into his voice as he shouted, do whatever you want, but I've already figured out your movement pattern. He lunged forward, arms outstretched, hoping to seize Philip's armor and crush it, while little hope remained. But just as he reached out, Philip's Gigant blurred again, too fast. His grasp closed around nothing but air. Mylan's face twisted in disbelief. How is he this fast? As if answering his question, Philip's Gigant lashed out, blade flashing. Several strikes landed in quick succession, the sound of metal slamming into metal ringing through the arena, harsh, shrill, and sharp. To Philip, that sound wasn't just steel. It was Roger's teachings come to life. To Mylan, it shattered his illusion of dominance, his blind faith in the mana stones. Though the strikes didn't cripple the enemy armor, they left visible marks, scratches and scorches. Philip stood firm in the center of the arena, magic sword crackling faintly with red light in his grip. Calmly, he said, Roger once told me, against most opponents, even a slight change in trajectory makes the magic sword nearly impossible to block. A dark crimson current began crawling across Mylan's Gigant, residue from Philip's attacks. Philip's voice was steady, almost mocking. Lucky for me, you're just mid-tier. Mylan's face twisted in fury. Gritting his teeth, he plunged a hand into his pouch and yanked out the remaining mana stones. He was going all in now, desperate to regain control of the battle. You bastard, he growled. This isn't over. As long as I've got mana stones, trash like you means nothing. Suddenly, crack, a sharp slicing sound tore through the tension. It came without warning. Then a low, chilling voice echoed through the air. Useless garbage. Philip's expression shifted as he turned toward the unfamiliar voice. The voice came again, colder this time. How many more expensive stones are you planning to waste on that piece of trash? A massive Gigant emerged, towering above all others, easily twice the size of Philip's armor. Its frame gleamed with polished metal. In each hand, it held a spear, and one of those spears was already impaled straight through Mylan's armor. The voice inside that hulking machine spoke with finality. I shouldn't have given you another chance. The spear had glowed briefly before the giant Gigant swung its left arm with a surge of power. Get lost! Mylan's armor was flung like a ragdoll, crashing hard into a wall before slumping to the ground, motionless. Now unobstructed, the full figure of the mysterious Gigant stood before Philip, a towering force clad in deep ocean blue plating. Its helmet was styled like an ancient gladiator's, complete with curved horns. From each shoulder extended 3 sharp spikes, giving it an imposing silhouette. Inside the cockpit was none other than Count Monke, Lord of Lamer, who calmly said, "From this point on, I'll handle things myself." Philip was starting to panic, sweat pouring down his face. A frustrated voice echoed from the massive armor. "You failures couldn't even take control of a worthless region like this. And now you've forced me to step in, useless trash." Without hesitation, the giant steel staff of Monke pierced through the weakened gigant of his own subordinate, flinging it aside like garbage. "Out of my sight!" The small gigant crashed to the ground. Sparks crackled from the gaping wound. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, tearing the machine apart with no trace left behind. Philip's eyes widened in horror. What the hell? He just killed his own subordinate. Now standing tall and full of menace was Count Monke, basking in both pride and arrogance inside his enormous armor. "From this moment forward, I'll deal with you myself," he declared coldly. Philip stood across from him, dwarfed by the sheer scale of the Count's gigant. The size difference was overwhelming. "I didn't expect the Count himself to show up," he thought. Still, he straightened up and said firmly, "No matter who the opponent is, my duty remains the same. You won't pass this zone." The Count laughed mockingly. "Heh. Still lying to yourself, are you? You really think you can stop me in your condition?" Philip shouted back. "You'll never know unless I try. I will stop you! Magic blade!" With a cry, he lunged toward the Count, but his strikes barely left a scratch, if that. The attack seemed to do nothing at all. "What?" Philip reeled. "Don't tell me none of my strikes landed." The Count responded with a thrust of his iron staff, and though Philip dodged the initial swing, the pointed end of the weapon appeared right in front of him a second later. He didn't have time to react. The blow sent him flying. His armor sparked violently where the hit landed. The Count let out a booming laugh. "It's over." Philip's gigant was riddled with holes, the systems failing one after another. Crashing to the ground, he lay defeated. Satisfied, the Count turned to leave. Far in the distance, the butler stood watching, face frozen in horror. "No, it can't be." Philip was completely overwhelmed. He snapped out of it, barking orders. "All artillery units, prepare to fire!" Massive boulders and projectiles rained down toward the Count's position, but he deflected them with casual swings of his staff. Each strike sent debris flying in all directions. The earth quaked. Everyone nearby dropped flat to the ground. "Is everyone okay?" the butler called out. A terrified young man answered. "Sir Han, the wall." He didn't even finish. All eyes turned to the fortress wall. It had started to crack. Then it crumbled completely under the force of the Count's last strike. Screams rang out as pieces of the wall exploded into the air. One massive chunk collapsed directly onto the butler. Despite the pain, he kept his composure. "No, we cannot let that thing get through." But despite his resolve, no one could stop the Count. Warriors were flung away like toys. The Count walked through the ruined gates unchallenged, but then something latched onto his leg. It was a broken gigant arm, gripping him tightly. A voice crackled through its damaged speakers. "It's me, the butler. I will not let you take one more step past this point." The Count glanced down in irritation. "You think that junk heap can stop me?" But the old man refused to let go. Even with a shattered body, even in agony, he clung to the Count's foot. "Even so, I will stop you." Before he could finish, the Count stomped down viciously. "One after another, you pathetic worms keep getting in my way. Disgusting." The Count crushed the gigant's head beneath his foot. Still, the machine's arm wouldn't release him. "No! I won't let you pass!" The butler roared in pain. Enraged, the Count cursed. "You senile old fool!" He raised his leg and kicked the butler's gigant clear across the battlefield. The battered machine slammed into the ground, and the old man was thrown from the cockpit, collapsing nearby. The Count advanced slowly, grinning with malicious delight. "I was just going to walk on through, but you've changed my mind." He raised his staff and pointed it at the butler. "I'll finish you off right here and now. Then I'll send that precious little princess of yours straight to the underworld to keep you company." As the Count swung his weapon down toward the butler's body, who by now lay motionless, unable to dodge, he let out a furious roar. "How dare you stand in my way? Are you looking to die?" But instead of crushing the butler, his weapon slammed into a decoy, another machine entirely. The real butler was no longer in the line of fire. He now lay cradled safely in Seaman's arms. Seaman gently lowered him to the ground and looked up, voice calm but full of warning. Listen to you, storming into someone else's land like you own the place, destroying everything in your path. Did you really think there wouldn't be consequences? As he spoke, the ring on Seaman's wrist lit up with a radiant blue glow. Behind him, two massive stone giants, golems, emerged from the earth, towering to match the height of the Count's armored suit. Inside the cockpit of the Gigant, Count Monike observed the display with growing curiosity. A golem unit? He mused. But I've never heard of anyone controlling this many at once. Then something clicked in his mind. He let out a bark of laughter. I see it now. You're the heir to House Locken. So this is the power that defeated the Scorpion Cavalry. Still, your strength reeks of the Demon King's dark magic. Don't tell me the so-called heir of the heroic bloodline has stooped to using such filth. If word of this gets out, your entire family will be erased from history. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became. But Seaman, having revealed his trump card, had no intention of letting Monike live long enough to tell anyone. His expression turned cold. That's not going to happen. I don't plan on letting you leave here alive. As he spoke, dark magic surged from his body like a wave of shadows. Manak's face twisted with fury at the declaration. Veins bulged on his forehead. You've lost your mind. You really think those scrap pile golems can stand up to my Gigant? With that, the Count launched his Gigant forward in a charge. Seaman raised his hand, unleashing tendrils of dark energy that wrapped around the Gigant, slowing its advance. Inside the cockpit, Monike scoffed, unsettled. What the hell are you trying now? From Seaman's point of view, he appeared confident, but internally, he was close to panicking. I want to crush him right now, but I'm completely out of mana. I can only hold him back for a bit longer. This has to end with my last golem. As if reading his thoughts, the stone golems didn't wait for orders, they charged in. Once they were within striking distance, each golem's mouth opened wide, revealing strange magical circles inside. From within those runes, beams of light burst out, targeting the towering Gigant. The impact was massive. As the beams hit their mark, they triggered a thunderous explosion. Smoke billowed, thick and acrid, obscuring everything. But as the dust settled, Count Monike reemerged. His Gigant, though scuffed and scratched, remained largely intact. How pitiful! He sneered. You boasted so much, and this is all you've got. Seaman, unfazed, replied coolly. I'm not done yet. The words made Monike pause. He glanced around quickly, and realized too late that Seaman's golems had surrounded him, boxing him in with no way out. The golems then raised their hands and clasped them tightly together, forming a cage that trapped Monike inside. But seeing this tactic, Count Monike couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Are you joking? You can't win, and now you want to imprison me? Do you really think this will work? With that, he used the spear in his hand to thrust into the nearest golem's body, creating a large hole. Cracks began to spread outward from the center of the wound. Suddenly, Monike felt a dangerous surge of energy that drained the color from his face. What the hell is this? He exclaimed, just before a massive explosion erupted inside the cage, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Seaman breathed a sigh of relief internally. Good thing I prepared a level 4 explosive for that golem. Too bad it takes a long time to make another one, he thought. However, Seaman had underestimated the power of a high-level Gigant. Even with a massive explosion, the gigant's body remained unharmed, only causing Monike to lose some health. Is that all you've got? If you're trying to piss me off, congratulations, you succeeded. Don't expect to die so easily. Monike sneered, wiping a bit of blood from his mouth. Seaman was frustrated by the gigant's defense. Damn it! What is that Gigant made of? It survived a level 4 explosion without a scratch. Ridiculous. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the gigant's left foot, catching Seaman's attention. He called out, You don't get to talk down to me like that. Monike growled coldly. Crushing you bare-handed is easy. Your pathetic golems are already dead. Meanwhile, Seaman pulled his sword from his side and declared, Don't forget, I'm the heir of the heroic bloodline, right? Watching this underdog challenge him, Monike burst out laughing. You seriously want to fight a Gigant with your bare hands? You're crazy. Seaman's face hardened with determination. We'll see, after one fight. Without hesitation, he charged forward to strike first. Monike quickly regained composure and targeted Seaman, but Seaman dodged skillfully. That explosion seems to have slowed it down significantly. At this speed I can handle it, Seaman thought. He unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, carving countless slashes across the gigant's body. Yet after landing and checking the damage, Seaman could only shake his head in frustration. Damn it! Its armor is as hard as stone. But it's not completely impervious, just a little more. Count Monike turned around, complaining. A pointless struggle. Then, with a swift spin, he swung his massive sword directly at Seaman's small body. Fortunately, Seaman reacted just in time, blocking the blow by pushing the sword aside. However, the sheer weight of the weapon still sent him flying into the air. He landed one foot against the castle wall, but before he could regain his footing, the sharp tip of Manak's spear thrust forward, forcing Seaman to retreat, his back pressed against the wall. Above, the castle wall bore numerous large holes pierced by Manak's spear. As he ran, Seaman silently calculated. Damn, just a bit more. It feels like if I hold on just a little longer, but my stamina is almost gone. At the same time, he suddenly noticed something was wrong with the left shoulder of the Gigant. Unaware of this, Monike grew frustrated, seeing Seaman's swift retreat. Running away like a rat? Don't make me laugh. He sneered, crossing his two spears in preparation for a powerful technique. Then, with a fierce swing of both weapons at once, the ground was churned up into a chaotic mess. After his attack, Monike smiled confidently, roaring as if certain Seaman was finished. What a nuisance! Yet before he could even fully turn, his eyes widened in shock. Seaman was nowhere to be seen. Somehow, Seaman had miraculously dodged the attack, and was now standing atop the tip of Manak's spear. I hate to admit it, he said, but that sword technique just destroyed a level 9 mana-transferred High-Tier Golem. Insanely powerful. Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Monike quickly spun around and spotted the problem with the giant's left shoulder. Since when? He shouted, then yelled furiously. When did my left shoulder get so ruined? Damn useless metal, move! I command you to move! Seizing this moment, Seaman pressed his advantage. This technique, I'm still not fully skilled with it, but if I can slice that with this move, please, just once. He silently urged himself. Meanwhile, after much effort, Monike finally managed to make the gigant's arms swing backward. Laughing wildly with mad excitement, he declared, Looks like luck is on my side now. Before he could finish, Monike realized Seaman had vanished again. In reality, Seaman had already circled down to stand right in front of him, shouting as if seeing the finishing point. Seaman cried, I'm exhausted already. This battle ends now. With that, he dashed forward and unleashed a powerful strike aimed straight at the gigant's right arm. One of the gigant's arms was severed cleanly, falling heavily to the ground. Whether because of this or some other cause, its entire body began to sway and collapse inward. Inside the control cabin, Count Manak's face was drenched in sweat from anxiety. He hurriedly reached out to the control panel, muttering nonstop. Something's wrong. This can't end like this. Damn it, I can't let it end this way. Without hesitation, he flung open the cabin door and jumped out, fleeing the scene. Seeing this, Seaman wanted to give chase, but he was utterly drained. Damn it, I had to catch him. I'm barely holding on, completely exhausted. I was so close to catching him, yet now I'm letting him escape. If he gets away, things will only get more dangerous later. With these thoughts, his body wobbled and collapsed forward, but just then a firm hand caught him. Captain Roger had arrived. Sorry for being late. Please punish this coward for not showing up in time. Seaman, too tired to scold, simply said. Roger, we had to catch that damn count. Roger smiled in response. Don't worry. Cutting to Manak's location, he hadn't gotten far when suddenly a staff came flying straight at him, knocking him to the ground. Monike grabbed his leg and cried out in pain. Are you crazy? Who dares? Answering him was the fierce voice of a group of raggedly dressed people. Where do you think you're running? Didn't you miss us so much that you crossed the sea just to come here? You're already here. Monike, trying to intimidate them with his title, snarled. You scum! Do you even know who I am? I've never seen such worthless trash like you before. Before he could finish, a cold female voice cut through the air. Of course you haven't seen us before. We are the people your kingdom treated worse than animals, forced to live daily in the shadow of death. We are the surviving citizens of the Valda kingdom. You've never dared to face us, truly not even once. It was Princess Raina, her tone icy. Seeing her, Monike hurriedly lowered his voice and pleaded. Princess Raina, everything I've done was just to win your heart. If I've gone too far, I apologize. Please forgive me. But Raina was no fool, easily swayed by such words. Turning away coldly, she said, "I am not the only one you should beg forgiveness from. And now apologizing so late? It's utterly shameless." Manak's whole body trembled with anger, but he forced himself to hold back for his own life. "Impossible, Raina. You are a saint, right? Please survive." Answering him was a brown-haired man in the group, casually stroking the staff in his hand, laughing. "Even if a god stood in my place, no one would forgive the crimes you have committed, Count." Looking at their faces, full of murderous intent, Monike panicked and shouted loudly, "You low lives! Stay away from me, you scum! Do you even know who I am? Stay away!" Turning back to Seaman, who watched the Count being tended to thoroughly by the refugees, he let out a victorious laugh. "A fitting end for that disgusting pig. What about the others? Has everything been settled?" Captain Roger nodded cheerfully in response. "Yes, we won the battle. Even the invasion routes we feared have been secured with minimal losses, thanks to the Valga Knights. You can rest assured. Leave the rest to us." Seaman then quietly asked, "What about Philip and Victor?" Roger replied, "Their gigants were severely damaged, but fortunately, both are out of critical danger. While you were holding off Count Monike, we managed to get them to safety. The mercenaries are still rescuing the soldiers trapped on the walls, so don't worry. You should get some rest." Seaman shook his head gently and said, "No, I'll stay here. I can't rest while the soldiers who followed me are still out there." Hearing this, Captain Roger silently admired him in his heart. The young master didn't just save everyone from a desperate situation, but even when he could barely stand, he still thought of others. He truly is the incarnation of a genuine hero, Lord Locken. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Nemesis, the capital, the heart of the Baroque Empire. News of the battle between Seaman and Count Monike had arrived, causing the old emperor, Rudolph, to start doubting his ears. He shouted, "What? Count Monike has already lost?" In front of him, a bitter-faced attendant said, "It's regrettable, Your Majesty, but that is the truth." Rudolph, suspecting something, asked, "Don't tell me the noble faction got involved in this." The attendant shook his head and explained, "There's no sign of that. The noble houses in the south remained completely inactive." At this, the old emperor's face grew colder than ever as he gritted his teeth. "So, a declining frontier house without any external support can defeat an army tens of times larger and snatch victory, and you want me to believe that?" Speaking these words from his throne, the emperor exuded a powerful aura of pressure that made even the attendant standing before him break out in a cold sweat. Known for his cold and terrifying presence, the old emperor's mind was scheming intensely. The attendant then reported the intelligence he had gathered. According to the report, before the battle broke out, a group of refugees from the kingdom of Valga were relocated to the Locken family's territory. It's suspected that among them were some of Valga's elite knights. Meanwhile, the emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "If those really were the Valga knights, then it's possible they were once known to wield power comparable to the empire itself. I thought that bloodline was wiped out after the Republican Revolution. Could it be that they have been secretly rebuilding their forces to restore the old order? If that's the case, we can no longer underestimate them." Unaware of the emperor's inner thoughts, the attendant continued, "However, there is an even more shocking rumor spreading. The one who defeated Count Monike in the territorial battle is none other than the young heir of the Locken family." Hearing this, the old man's eyes widened, and he shouted, "What? Isn't that brat the one who was just lying sick in bed on the verge of death?" Answering this, even the attendant seemed confused. "I couldn't believe it either, so I sent people to verify multiple times. According to an undercover informant, he is not only skilled in swordsmanship and aura manipulation but also adept at magic. They say he personally faced Count Monike in a Gigant battle. Judging by the current situation, it seems the rumors about his illness were fabricated to conceal the true strength of the territory. It's very likely they themselves spread the false news." The attendant spoke carefully. However, in the emperor's mind, one thing was clear about the origin of that curse. "Impossible. Isn't the Locken family curse still in effect? Don't tell me that bastard has betrayed me." His thoughts drifted toward the image of the bone skeleton figure. Then, gritting his teeth, the emperor reflected. "No, even if the curse were lifted, facing a Gigant in one-on-one combat is practically suicide. Rationally speaking, the legendary swordsmanship of the hero bloodline must just be a myth, exaggerated over the past 500 years. Meanwhile, the attendant noticed Rudolph's grim expression and offered his own insight. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the Loken territory rises to become a major power in the south. If they later ally with the noble factions, they could pose a serious threat to the imperial family. Hearing this, the old emperor silently agreed. If the Loken family is hiding their true strength, it must be to prepare for a challenge to the throne. No doubt they intend to restore their former glory. I approved Count Manak's campaign to crush this threat while it was still in its infancy, but I didn't expect them to quietly build up their forces by recruiting Valda's remnants. Thinking this through, he asked, "Is there no way to suppress the rise of the Loken family?" The brown-haired attendant pondered for a few seconds, then suggested, "How about conscripting him into the army? According to Empire law, all male nobles must serve 2 years in the central military upon turning 17. Normally, he would be summoned next year, but we can advance the schedule under the pretense of granting him a noble title." Hearing this, the cunning emperor quickly caught on and nodded. "I see. If we keep him under control, the territory won't dare act recklessly." The attendant nodded in agreement and added, "Exactly. And besides, no one knows what might happen on the battlefield." With that, the two exchanged sly smiles. After their laughter subsided, Rudolph didn't hesitate to praise him. "Voltaire, you always understand what I want. Now send the royal decree to the Loken territory, along with congratulations on their victory in the territorial." The scene shifted to the meeting room in Loken State. Philip burst in, slightly out of breath. "Oh no, I'm sorry I'm late. I just finished the task the young lord gave me. Has the meeting already started?" As he stepped inside, he froze. The atmosphere in the room was far from what he expected, tense, heavy, and somber. Glancing around, he saw Hans, Mute, Rogers, and Dixon seated in silence, their faces grim. Philip furrowed his brows. "What's with the mood in here? Shouldn't we be celebrating? I thought we'd be throwing a victory party by now or something." Rogers let out a sigh and began explaining the situation in detail. As the explanation dragged on, Philip's initial cheer slowly faded. By the time Rogers was finished, even Philip had grown quiet. He slumped into a seat across the table, now sharing the same look of dread as the others. Some time later, the door opened, and Seaman stepped in with a casual expression. He stopped for a moment, and looked around at the room. "Why does everyone look so gloomy? Did someone die or something?" Philip, now visibly distressed, turned to him with teary eyes. "Young lord, what do we do?" Seaman blinked. "What is it now? What happened?" Dixon, barely holding back tears, cried out. "So many things, young lord. The Lamer territory, it's just too big. We're already stretched thin trying to manage the Volga refugees, and now we're responsible for 10 times more citizens. Just thinking about it makes my stomach hurt." Seaman tilted his head slightly and muttered, "Oh, so it's nothing serious." Dixon slammed his hands on the table. "It is serious. At this rate, we'll all die buried under a mountain of resignation letters." Seaman gave a small, amused smile. "Relax. I've already got something in mind." Later that day, Seaman stood in the central square of Lamer territory, addressing a large gathering of its citizens. "People of Lamer," he began, his voice echoing across the plaza. "By now, many of you already know this, but as of today, Lamer has been officially annexed into the Loken Viscounty. Which means, from this moment onward, any decision I make as your lord must be followed to the letter." A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. "I thought the house of a hero would treat us better," someone grumbled. "But opening like that doesn't give much hope." "Silence!" Seaman's voice cut through the noise, commanding attention. "I will now announce the new policy regarding this territory." The crowd fell silent. "I will designate Lamer as a free city." The people blinked in disbelief. "A free city? That means, yes," Seaman continued, "there will be no more trade restrictions with other cities in the Empire. Lamer, with its port at the center, has the potential to become a major transportation and commercial hub. But until now, all trade was shackled under Count Manak's domain. Even those who wanted to expand their businesses were stifled by outrageous costs. The environment was suffocating. So I will return opportunity to where it belongs, with all of you. You will shape Lamer with your own hands. You will build it into the greatest trade city in the Empire." There was hesitation. The people exchanged glances. One man stepped forward and said skeptically, "That all sounds nice, but isn't this just a way to make us work harder while you collect all the money in taxes?" Seaman calmly asked. "Do you remember what the previous tax rate was?" "About 40%. the man replied. Seaman raised a hand and said, "That's over. I'll tax you only 4%. Does that answer your question?" The crowd froze. For a heartbeat, there was silence, then gasps, shouts, and cheers exploded. 4%? Seriously? Unbelievable! The people roared with joy, shouting together. Hooray! Long live House Lockin! Long live the Lord! Seaman watched them, thinking, if governance becomes overwhelming, then all you need is to inspire people and let them grow on their own. Lamer holds immense potential. Once it thrives, even a small tax rate will generate massive returns. As their cheers echoed across the square, Seaman quietly smiled. Up until now, administrative costs have been next to nothing. This is practically pure profit. Later, Seaman met with Princess Raina on a terrace overlooking the sea. "A free city?" she asked with a surprised smile. "That's a bold decision." Seaman nodded. "I wanted to trust the potential of Lamer's people. There are still many challenges ahead, but I think this was the right first step." Raina let out a soft laugh. "You always make the most unexpected choices, my lord." Seaman glanced around and asked, "By the way, why did you choose this place to meet?" She gazed out at the horizon and said, "This spot, it's special to me. When I lived in Lamer, I used to come here whenever my heart felt heavy. Just like how the Demon King's castle is for you. I don't know why, but looking at this view eases my mind. It brings me peace." Then she turned to him and bowed. "Thank you for saving the people of Valda. And thank you to everyone in the Viscounty who fought in my place." "I truly mean that," Seaman replied. "I only did what needed to be done. And the people of Valda could endure everything because you stayed strong, Your Highness." Raina looked at him for a moment before speaking again. "You really are a remarkable person. I heard so many rumors before, that you were sickly, fragile, and always hidden from the public. But the real you're stronger than anyone I've met. You never turn away from people in need, and you ask for nothing in return. It's no wonder they call you the reincarnation of Hero Lockin." Seaman's expression darkened slightly. "They say that because they don't know I've used dark magic. If they did..." She cut him off gently. "That doesn't matter. There's no way you would ever follow the same path as the Demon King." Seaman hesitated. "Actually, when I entered the Demon King's castle, I found his journal. It spoke of a man named Seaman, a mage from the Veritas Magic Tower. Kind, diligent, even admired. But after losing his beloved, his life changed. He turned to forbidden magic, seeking power beyond understanding, and in the end, fought alone against the entire continent." He looked down. "I don't expect understanding. I can't tell anyone everything. But I hope that if it were her, maybe she'd understand even a little." "It's a hard story to believe," he finally said. "I understand. Lord Luke," Raina asked quietly, "does anyone else know about this?" "No," he replied. "If the heir of Hero Lockin defended the Demon King, they'd never accept it. Of course, I'm not saying the Demon King was justified. Just that there were sides to him the world never saw." Realizing how far he'd spoken, he sighed. "I got caught up in the moment. Just forget I said any of it." She nodded. "I understand. You don't have to agree with me," he added. "It's okay if you don't believe me." But Raina looked him in the eye and said, "No, I believe you. Not because of the journal. I believe in you, Lord Luke. And if you believe in that man, then I'll believe in him too." Later that night, the scene shifted to the front gate of Lockin Mansion. 2 guards stood on duty. "I thought I'd finally get some time at home now that the war's over," one muttered. "And here I am, stuck on guard duty. Most of the workforce got reassigned to repairing the broken walls," the other replied. "We're short-staffed everywhere." "Still," the first grumbled, "if this keeps up, my daughter's going to forget what I look like." Just then, he paused and squinted into the darkness. "Wait, did something just pass by?" The second guard looked around. "I don't see anything. Probably the wind." The first nodded uncertainly. "Yeah, maybe." Before he could finish his sentence, the second guard collapsed, unconscious. Shocked, the first guard turned, but a figure in a blue cloak appeared behind him and struck him down before he could react. A moment later, one of the figures removed the cloth covering his face. His sharp ears and silver hair revealed his identity, a dark elf. He looked toward the mansion and asked his companions, "This is the place, right? Where Princess Raina is being kept?" The rest of the robed figures nodded. After some time, the dark elves silently infiltrated the Locken mansion. A thick, colorless smoke had already filled the halls, rendering the guards and servants unconscious where they stood. The source, incense laced with sleeping agents, had been released throughout the building by the elves, ensuring no one would raise the alarm. They moved swiftly and with purpose, searching room by room until they arrived at one particular chamber. At its center stood a neatly made bed. A figure lay beneath the sheets, unmoving, as if asleep. One of the elves approached quietly and reached forward, pulling back the cloth. But the bed was empty. Confused, the elves exchanged glances. Then a voice spoke casually from across the room. "I don't recall inviting any guests." Startled, the elves whipped around. Seated by the window, completely at ease, was Seaman. His sharp gaze was fixed on them. "The scent of sleeping incense was thick throughout the mansion," he said, rising to his feet. "If I hadn't taken the antidote beforehand, I might have been out cold too. Now then, what's a dark elf, creatures who usually never leave the forest, doing sneaking around my home?" The elves didn't respond. Instead, they exchanged glances, and then bolted for the exit. Seaman didn't flinch. He raised his hand and calmly said, "Don't even try it." In an instant, dark tendrils erupted from the floor, shadowy hands woven from dark magic. They surged upward and ensnared one of the fleeing elves, pulling him to the ground. Shocked by the unexpected spell, the captive elf struggled against the grasping shadows. Seeing his companion caught, the second elf let out a sharp breath, not in fear, but amusement. With practiced speed, he drew an arrow imbued with mana and fired. The shot pierced through the magical restraints, freeing his comrade. Seaman watched, intrigued. "Oh? It's been a while since someone's broken through that spell. Looks like you're more capable than I thought." Without warning, the elf raised a small crossbow and fired at Seaman. The bolt whistled through the air, but Seaman casually sidestepped it, his eyes never leaving his opponent. "But I'm afraid," he said, voice growing colder. "You've picked the wrong person to mess with." Suddenly, a third elf leapt from the shadows, attempting to strike Seaman from behind. Without turning, Seaman muttered, "Another one? I've fought more than enough dark elves to see that coming." He raised his hand and cast another spell. A construct burst forth from the floor, a large, canine-shaped golem made of polished black stone. It lunged forward with incredible speed, intercepting the ambusher mid-leap. The elf who had fired the arrow attempted to aid his comrade, but the golem lunged again, forcing him back. Seaman narrowed his eyes. "Don't underestimate it. This battle golem is powered by high-grade magic stones. You won't get past it easily." He took a step forward, his tone turning serious. "Now then, who sent you? There's no way the proud elves would align themselves with the Emperor. So was it the opposing faction? One of the rogue enclaves?" Rather than answer, one of the elves reached into his cloak and pulled out a small artifact. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it into the air. The object exploded in a burst of blinding white light. Seaman shielded his eyes. By the time his vision cleared, the window was open, and the elves were gone. "Ran off, huh?" he muttered. "I let them go because I didn't sense any killing intent. But if I was their target, they'll definitely come back." He stepped closer to the open window and gazed out at the moonlit forest beyond. "So that's the first elf I've seen in ages. I used to see them often. That guy, Aaron's. I wonder if he's still alive." Far away, deep in a secluded forest, the scene shifted to an old wooden house nestled beneath the canopy. Sitting quietly outside the house was an elderly elf, Aaron's. His long silver hair shimmered under the stars as he gazed skyward, lost in thought. Just then, a soft voice called out from behind. "The wind is cold tonight. Please come inside." He turned to see Erwin standing there, concern in her eyes. "I'm fine," he replied with a faint smile, but his words were immediately betrayed by a harsh cough. Erwin stepped forward and gently offered him a blanket. "See? You're not fine. Here, take this." She draped the blanket over his shoulders despite his protest. Aaron sighed. "But this is the best place to watch the stars. If you keep stargazing like this," she said gently, "you'll end up among them." Aaron's chuckled softly. "Actually, I was about to call for you. This works out." Erwin tilted her head. "Is it about the Dark Elves? I heard they tried to approach the Locken family and failed." He shook his head. "No. It's something else entirely." He then handed her a small wooden box. "Open this." With a nod, Erwin opened the box, and her eyes widened. Inside lay a mage's staff, glowing faintly with divine energy. This presence, it can't be, she whispered. Aarons nodded solemnly. Yes. The divine staff, absolute. Legend says it was the staff El-Cassel, the high god, used to defeat the demon god and shape the world. I thought it was just a myth, Erwin said, awestruck. I never imagined it was real. It holds power equal to the branches of the world tree, Aaron said. And if misused, it could bring calamity. That's why I've kept it hidden until now. But the time has come. Erwin, you must take this staff and head south. South? Why? She asked. Aaron's face grew grave. A long-lost star has risen again. The world is about to be engulfed in chaos. Our people have been cut off from the spirit realm due to the war. We can no longer draw upon our bonded spirits. At this rate, the elven race won't survive what's coming. He looked up at the stars. But there's still hope. If we can acquire the key of dimensions, the tear of earth, we can reopen the sealed rift between worlds and re-establish the spirit connection. We've detected traces of its power in the south. That's where you must go. Why me? Erwin asked. You know I never wanted to become a messenger. Because you're the only one I trust, Aaron said. You are my chosen successor. She sighed deeply. You're impossible, old man. But fine, I can't ignore this if it's for the future of our people. I'll find it and return, no matter what. Good, Aaron said with a warm smile. Make sure to eat regularly. And don't talk to strangers. Erwin rolled her eyes. I'm 500 years old, you know. She turned and began walking south, the divine staff strapped across her back. Aaron's watched her go, his expression serene, until she disappeared from view. Then his face grew somber. I'm surprised to see you waiting so patiently, he said, not turning around. You can come out now. From the shadows behind him, a figure materialized, cloaked in black, eyes glowing faintly. It was Arson, the undead mage. Well, Arson said with a smirk. I should have known you'd notice me. No one's ever seen through my stealth so quickly. I was merely listening because the conversation was interesting. He took a step closer. But even after giving away the divine artifact, you still plan to face me? Even without spirit magic? Still as suicidally confident as ever. Aaron stood up, slowly and deliberately. You. After 5 centuries, you come crawling back? Did you forget how you lost last time and ran away like a coward? Arson's grin twisted with malice as he began channeling dark mana. Still pretending, are we? I'm here for what's mine. He raised a hand. Now tell me, where is the Atlas blueprint, Aarons? Hearing Arson's demand, Aarons narrowed his eyes, clearly puzzled. The Atlas blueprint? He repeated slowly. Why would you think I have something like that? Arson scoffed, and waved his hand dismissively. Don't bother playing innocent, Aarons. Do you think I'm unaware of what Darmoon is planning? They're preparing for war with the Empire, and what do you think their primary weapon will be? Gigants. You think I don't recognize the signs? You've clearly gotten your hands on the Veritas blueprints. The hero-class Gigant, they're trying to rebuild it, aren't they? With stolen knowledge and forbidden magic. Aarons frowned and replied calmly. You're spouting paranoid nonsense. I've long since withdrawn from the front lines. My days of waging war are over. But Arson was already raising his hand, dark mana swirling around his fingertips. If you won't tell me the truth, he said coldly, then I'll just have to beat it out of you. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a barrage of magical bolts. Aarons countered with a shimmering mana shield, the attacks dispersing harmlessly against its surface, for now. Arson narrowed his eyes. Not bad. I see your defenses haven't dulled with age. He conjured several enchanted arrows and launched them in rapid succession. Aarons held firm, but after a few impacts, his mana shield began to crack. Realizing it wouldn't hold much longer, Aarons began chanting, his voice steady despite the pressure. Wrath of the tranquil forest. Become a storm of leaves and devour my enemy. Verdant tempest. Suddenly, the air around Arson erupted into a whirlwind of emerald leaves, sharp and fast like thousands of blades. The storm howled, tearing into the surrounding area as the magical assault pressed in. Arson grimaced, shielding himself with magic. Impressive. To cast such high-level elemental magic without the aid of a spirit, your skill hasn't rusted after all. Still, he raised his hand again and fired a wave of destructive mana that tore through the tempest, dispersing the leafy vortex with a powerful blast. Even someone like you, he said, stepping through the fading remnants of the spell. Can't resist the flow of time. You're not the same man who once stood at Seaman's side. Aaron's eyes sharpened. You speak of time as if you're above it, when you're the one who defied death with foul sorcery. Still babbling like a fool. You'll never escape divine judgment. Lord Alcacel's wrath will find you, even in undeath. Arson let out a dry laugh. A god's wrath? From a god who may not even exist? Don't be ridiculous. We're long past bedtime stories, old man. The air grew colder as Arson began drawing in mana, forming a hardened shield around himself. We're done talking. It's time. But Aaron's was already chanting again. O spear of thunder, strike down the wicked before me, javelin of the storm god. A radiant bolt of lightning formed in the air above and came crashing down toward Arson. He raised his shield just in time, the javelin exploding against it with a thunderous roar. Behind the smoke, Arson muttered to himself. He's recovering too quickly. Even after I stirred up his memories. Looks like I can't afford to underestimate him. Aaron stood tall despite his ragged breath. Arrogant brat. Did you already forget how easily I defeated you centuries ago? At that moment, the ground beneath Arson's feet split open. A massive, spectral mouth burst forth, biting down on Arson's shield with crushing force. Cracks spidered through the magical barrier under the relentless pressure. Even Arson flinched at the sight. You still had that much power left in you. A violent explosion followed as both spell and shield shattered, engulfing the clearing in a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settled, Aaron's coughed violently and leaned against the nearby wall for support. His eyes scanned the area, but there was no trace of Arson. He ran. He muttered. His body trembled, and another cough racked his chest. This time, blood splattered against his sleeve. His expression was grim. Arson. He's back. And unlike me, he's only grown more powerful. I can't stop him alone anymore. So, the war of the end has finally begun. He shut his eyes briefly, gathering his strength. Erwin. Please. Make it in time. The scene shifted, cutting to the Grand Imperial Palace. Inside, ornate marble floors stretched across a massive hall lit by golden chandeliers. At the center stood the vast throne room, its towering doors opening with a ceremonial clang. Seaman and Philip entered, their steps echoing through the chamber. At the far end sat Emperor Rudolph on a raised throne, flanked by guards and advisors. You've arrived, Rudolph said in a calm, commanding voice. Seaman stepped forward and kneeled. Luke de Locken, young lord of House Locken. I greet your Imperial Majesty. Rudolph nodded. Good. I've been expecting you. From the throne, his eyes assessed Seaman quietly. Swordsmanship, mid-level expert. Magic capacity, third circle? Not bad for someone so young. You've endured a long journey. Well done, he said. It is an honor to serve, Seaman replied. The Emperor continued. The reason for your summons is twofold. First, to formally acknowledge your victory in the territory war and elevate you with a noble title. Second, to grant you an official imperial military appointment. Bear the responsibilities of your new rank with pride. As the words settled in the hall, Seaman's mind sharpened. Just as I thought. The Empire had distanced itself from House Locken for years, turning a blind eye as we crumbled. But now, this victory has caught their attention. And that means... Before he could finish the thought, Emperor Rudolph interrupted. Our empire has remained in uneasy tension with the mongrels of the Republic. But recently, their movements have become concerning. The Emperor's eyes gleamed as he gave the order. You are to proceed to Fort Talrud. There you will serve as the Empire's shield. Philip's eyes went wide. Fort Talrud? Your Majesty, please reconsider. Before he could finish, one of the Emperor's advisors, Voltaire, barked out. Silence! Insolent dog, how dare you address His Majesty in that tone? Philip stood firm. Sending our lord there is no different from sending him to die. Seaman gently raised a hand, signaling Philip to stop, then addressed the throne. I understand, Your Majesty. However, I have a condition. The air froze. Rudolph's gaze darkened. What did you say? Philip leaned in and whispered urgently. My lord, do you understand what Fort Talrud is? Every commander sent there was killed within a month. It's gone unclaimed for 3 years because of how feared it is. This is a death sentence. They clearly see you as a threat. Rudolph's pressure suddenly exploded outward. The throne room was filled with suffocating energy, the weight of his mana overwhelming. You dare! The Emperor growled. To speak of conditions before your sovereign? Seaman silently reinforced his body with aura, just enough to withstand the pressure without revealing his own full strength. Impressive, he thought. For a man of his age, that level of willpower is monstrous. If I hadn't protected myself, I might have been flattened under the weight. Luke de Laken, Rudolph said with rising fury. Repeat what you said. Did you just present a condition before your emperor? Seaman did not flinch. Yes, your majesty, he said firmly. If I am to carry out the duties you entrust me with, then this condition must be met. As the imperial pressure continued to swell in the throne room, Philip stood rigid beside Seaman, unease creeping into his mind. His eyes flicked between the emperor and his lord, both cloaked in opposing auras of sheer will and quiet defiance. When the imperial envoy delivered the conscription notice, he remained so calm, Philip thought. But what's going through his head now? Emperor Rudolph's voice cut through the silence like a blade. Your arrogance knows no bounds, young lord. If you cannot justify this audacity with a worthy reason, you'll pay dearly for mocking the authority of your emperor. But Seaman did not shrink beneath the imperial wrath. His voice was steady, composed, and carried the weight of forethought. I am fully aware of Fort Talrod's dreadful reputation. It's a cursed post along the frontier, feared by all. Most nobles avoid command there like the plague, he said, lifting his gaze. And that is precisely why I wish to claim it. Rudolph leaned forward, narrowing his eyes. Explain. Seaman's answer was deliberate. First, because it is a military post of strategic value. By elevating House Locken's standing and assuming control through noble jurisdiction, I can manage and mobilize the troops under my direct authority. Results speak louder than legacy. I will earn mine on the battlefield. The Emperor remained skeptical. It's a minor fortress, remote and insignificant. And yet this is the only price you ask? For now, Seaman replied. Though modest, Fort Talrod sits at a key junction between the Volga Republic and Nemesis. Once the war ends, that land could become a vital trade corridor, perhaps even a transportation hub. Its potential is what I desire. A moment of silence followed. So, he's not just ambitious, he's also pragmatic, Rudolph thought, studying Seaman with renewed interest. I don't like it, but if he perishes at Talrod, then his scheming ends there. Very well, the Emperor finally declared. You will receive your noble title, and with it, full governance over the land surrounding Fort Talrod. A small, knowing smile tugged at Seaman's lips. Then allow me to humbly pledge, Luke de Laken will live up to your majesty's expectations. And so, by decree of Emperor Rudolph, Luke de Laken, heir to House Laken, was officially appointed as the commander of Fort Talrod. With the title of Viscount conferred upon him, a new chapter in his life began, one shaped by iron, ambition, and war. Days later, the training arena in Laken State echoed with the clanging of titanic metal as Seaman and Philip dueled within their gigants, towering armored war machines. The practice was intense, but it ended swiftly when Seaman delivered a decisive strike that knocked Philip's weapon from his grip. Philip, panting, raised a hand in surrender. I lost. Your growth rate is unreal, my lord. Was this really your first time piloting a Gigant? I remember my first attempt. I couldn't even stay upright. It was pathetic. Really? Seaman asked with mild curiosity. To reach this level so quickly? Philip shook his head, impressed. You're exceptionally talented. Seaman offered a rare smile. It's all thanks to my excellent instructor. Philip's eyes lit up with pride, knowing full well that he was the one who had trained Seaman. Privately, though, Seaman's thoughts were far more calculated. The mana circuits inside the Gigant. They're similar in design to the golems I once engineered. Gigants truly are the peak of modern battlefield power. During the last war, even with my magic, I could barely face them head-on. That's why I've been training non-stop ever since Mir and Sting were repaired. The progress has exceeded my expectations. I wish I had more time to prepare, but with the Emperor's grace period nearing its end, I'll just have to make do. He turned to Philip. Come. Let's inspect the territory. Philip gave a quick nod. Yes, sir. At one of the repair sites, the reconstruction effort was in full swing under Dixon's supervision. Sawdust filled the air, hammers rang out in rhythmic precision, and supply wagons moved back and forth. Seaman and Philip arrived on horseback. How's the progress? Seaman asked. Dixon turned, wiping sweat from his brow. The destruction left by Count Minak's forces has largely been addressed. We've also begun construction of facilities for the Volga refugees. With sufficient manpower and resources, they should be able to move in soon. Excellent. Seaman nodded. Dixon continued. The trade guild framework you proposed is also beginning to take shape. I have to admit, employment was my biggest concern when accepting the Volga people, but it's going far more smoothly than expected. Seaman watched the rebuilding effort, deep in thought. That's why I made Lamer a free city, to give them the freedom and tools to rebuild. The former Volga kingdom might have been poor in land, but its people are rich in knowledge, especially in commerce and governance. If given a proper stage, like Lamer's port, they'll thrive. I look forward to seeing their progress upon my return. He turned to leave. Dixon asked. Skipping the Mage Tower inspection? Seaman waved a hand. It's fine. I've left all tower matters to Lord Mute. Still, he mused, no matter how skilled a rider becomes, without a Gigant, they're helpless. That's why I've already begun construction on a new Mage Tower. With the magic tomes taken from Veritas, and the recovered Atlas blueprints, I'll create a new hero-class Gigant. One born of both sorcery and technology. His mind drifted as he walked. The tower still needs a name. Not that it's necessary, but if I had to choose, his thoughts broke when he saw Princess Raina waiting nearby. She smiled gently. Lord Luke, have you completed your affairs? I've been waiting. I have something to give you. She extended her palm, revealing a pale green gem that glowed faintly in the sunlight. This is a fragment of a royal treasure passed down in the Volga line. It's said to protect its bearer from grave danger. Seaman looked at the gem, surprised. Why would you entrust something so precious to me? Raina lowered her eyes slightly. I heard the Emperor has summoned you. I hope you return safely. Taking the gem into his hand, Seaman met her gaze. I will return safely, and I'll give it back to you. I promise. She nodded softly. Yes. I'll be waiting. Later that night, under a starless sky, Seaman rode on horseback near one of Locken's back gates. Hans stood beside him, cloaked against the chill. My lord, are you sure about this? Hans asked quietly. You don't need to leave like this. We could arrange a proper send-off. Seaman shook his head. Everyone's too busy rebuilding. If I stay, they'll insist on holding a ceremony. That would only waste time. I'll leave quietly. I'm counting on you to manage things in my absence. Hans placed a hand over his chest. I, Hans, will give it my all. Seaman smirked. Just don't collapse from overwork. You're not young anymore. As he prepared to ride off, a familiar voice called out. My lord! Seaman turned and saw Philip galloping toward him. I'm coming with you, Philip declared. You can't seriously expect me to stay behind. You said I was to be your sword, so I must remain by your side. Hans blinked in disbelief. I swear I kept it a secret. How did he find out? Philip came to a stop beside Seaman. A sword's place is beside its master. You're not leaving me behind. Seaman smiled faintly. Fine. But if you slow me down, I will send you back. Philip grinned. Understood, sir. And with that, the two riders departed under the cover of night. Elsewhere, at a fortified outpost, a group of cloaked individuals approached the gate disguised as a merchant caravan. As they were stopped by the guards, one stepped forward and handed over a heavy coin pouch. The lead guard weighed it in his hand, then nodded. All right. Report to the west gate when you arrive. He waved his hand. Open the gate! The massive doors creaked open, and the wagons began to roll out. Inside one of them, hidden beneath a tarp, a young girl lay unconscious, her hands and feet bound tightly with rope. As night settled over the forest, the flickering light of a campfire cast warm glows upon the weary faces gathered around it. The merchants, Clark, sat cross-legged, offering heartfelt thanks to Seaman and Philip. You saved us, Clark said sincerely, his voice low and grateful. If it weren't for the two of you, who knows what would have become of our caravan? Seaman waved it off with a calm smile. No need to make a fuss. As one who serves His Majesty, protecting the people is only natural. Clark nodded, visibly relieved. How reassuring. As expected of the descendant of the great hero Locken. Philip, sitting across the fire, caught Seaman's composed smile. A nervous thought crossed his mind. My lord, what are you planning this time? His thoughts drifted back to 3 days earlier, when they'd first encountered Clark and his scattered group of merchants. 3 days ago, While riding through the borderlands, Seaman had spotted a group of ragged figures by the roadside. "What's that?" he asked, squinting ahead. Philip rode beside him, replying after a glance. "Looks like a merchant group. Judging by their condition, probably hit by bandits. Happens often near the borders." Without hesitation, Seaman dismounted and approached. "What's going on here?" he asked. His sudden presence startled the merchants, who instinctively reached for their weapons. Clark stepped forward with tense eyes. "Who are you?" "Stay back." Seaman remained composed. "I am Luke de Locken, Lord of the Locken Viscounty. I travel under imperial order to Talrud Fortress." At his words, the merchants froze. One gasped. "Locken, the Viscount? The one who defeated Count Monache?" Their weapons clattered to the ground as they dropped to their knees. Clark, visibly shaken, pleaded. "My lord! I'm Clark of the Marin Merchant Guild. We were on commission from House Linton, heading to the next village. But bandits ambushed us, our mercenaries were slaughtered, the horses scattered. We're in a desperate state. And the worst part, those bandits are still chasing us. Please, if you could escort us to the nearest village, we'd reward you handsomely." Philip frowned. "We sympathize, but we're on a tight schedule ourselves." But Seaman glanced over the caravan and said, "We'll go together." Clark's face lit up in relief, while Philip turned to Seaman and whispered sharply, "My lord, are you sure? These people, something feels off." But Seaman simply replied with a faint smirk. "We can't just abandon those in need, can we? Besides, something's caught my eye." His gaze lingered on one of the cargo, where a faint, green aura shimmered unnaturally. Back in the present, as flames crackled and night bugs chirped, Philip sat brooding across the campfire. Several days have passed, he thought. And not a single real clue or gain. What exactly is the Lord trying to accomplish here? We can't afford to waste more time. Meanwhile, Seaman stood near one of the cargo, running a hand along its worn surface. "Now that I look at it closely," he commented, "these wagons are in terrible shape." Clark chuckled bitterly. "Even bandits know what's worth taking." "So that means you were carrying something valuable?" Seaman asked. Clark gave a proud nod. "That's right. Our guild mainly handles trade with House Linton. Thanks to their backing, we rarely get attacked. But this time, these bandits weren't deterred. It was like they didn't care. In fact, one of them used strange magic. Might have been an outsider." Seaman's hand brushed the area where the green aura was most intense. "Enough about that. Why don't you show me the goods?" The sudden request caused a visible ripple of nervousness among the merchants. Clark hesitated. "Well, my lord, it's just standard cargo. Trade secrets and such. Nothing that would interest you, I'm sure." Seaman's eyes narrowed. "You're not hiding anything illegal, are you?" "No, of course not," Clark stammered. But just then, Seaman's instincts flared. He sensed a presence, and in the blink of an eye, an attack tore through the clearing. He and Clark leapt away as a spell exploded against the ground. Seaman raised a mana shield, absorbing the brunt of the impact. As the smoke cleared, a smile tugged at his lips. "Do bandits always make an entrance like this now?" The attacker stood silently in the clearing, an elf girl with cold, unreadable eyes. Seaman squinted. "Not the talkative type?" Philip rushed to Seaman's side, drew his sword, and snarled. "You dare raise a hand against the Lord?" Without waiting, he shot forward, sword blazing with aura, and unleashed his phantom sword technique. Dozens of razor-sharp slashes aimed directly at her. But to Philip's shock, the elf girl conjured a barrier and held firm against the assault. With a graceful motion, she retaliated with a concentrated spell, forcing Philip to block and slide backwards. "What is this girl?" he muttered. Seaman observed the clash closely. Even Philip's phantom sword couldn't pierce her defenses. "She's no ordinary caster. At least a 7th circle mage. But her mana flow doesn't match that level." Then it clicked. "It's her wand. That's the source." The elf raised her arms and summoned a tornado of wind, uprooting trees and launching debris into the air. The merchants screamed as their cargo wagon were lifted from the ground. "Grab onto something!" Seaman shouted. "We're getting pulled in!" Clark shouted. "Someone, please help us!" With a grim expression, Seaman raised his hand and invoked a summoning spell. A vast magic circle spread across the forest floor. 2 massive stone golems emerged, immediately moving to protect the panicked merchants and horses, anchoring them against the raging wind. Even Philip blinked in awe. "You had golems?" The elf, Erwin watched in surprise but didn't falter. Still controlling the swirling air, she muttered, "No matter. I've already completed my task." The wagons, drawn by the wind, started to flee. But Seaman snapped, "Not so fast." Black tendrils erupted from his shadow, anchoring the wagons in place. "I can't let you leave just yet," he said coldly. Erwin growled and began casting a powerful spell. "Try to survive this, then." "I'm quite good at power struggles," Seaman replied casually. "Especially against mages who rely on magic tools." He snapped his fingers. From within Erwin's shadow, a black cat slithered out, Sebastian. In a blink, it lunged forward and snatched the wand from her hand before darting away into the woods. "Stop right there!" Erwin shouted, turning in panic. But in that instant, her focus broke. Several dark hands erupted from beneath her and coiled around her limbs, dragging her down and pinning her to the forest floor. As she struggled helplessly, Seaman approached, his expression calm but firm. "Didn't they teach you not to lose focus in battle?" he asked. "What did your master tell you? You've still got a long way to go, Erwin." Seaman narrowed his eyes, thoughts churning. No wonder her mana felt so familiar. A realization settled in. 500 years ago, Erin's brought in a child, that baby, it must have been her. I still remember how shocked I was when Erin suddenly announced he'd raise a child. A war orphan, most likely. Even though he once tried to destroy the world in his thirst for revenge, he couldn't ignore the innocent. Compassion buried under all that hatred, how ironic. He studied the girl. She's talented, no doubt, but she lacks real combat experience. So, he claimed her as a disciple but never trained her properly? If he'd actually spent 5 centuries honing her into a weapon, I doubt I'd even stand a chance against her now. Still, seeing that tiny child all grown up, it feels surreal. Seaman opened his mouth. "If you're here, then Erin's must also." But before he could finish, a commotion broke out. The merchant men who had cornered Erwin shouted furiously as they charged at her. "You thieving bastard! You dared to touch our cargo? You'll pay with your life!" Just as their weapons were about to strike, Seaman raised a hand and cast a spell, Black Bind. Dark, writhing hands burst from the ground, slithering like serpents. Some clamped down on the merchant's arms, others seized their swords midair, and several more bound them in place like spiders wrapping prey in silk. Clark turned to Seaman, indignant. "Lord Luke, why are you stopping us? That thief should be beaten to death." Seaman ignored him. Calmly, he stepped forward and pulled back the cloth covering the cargo. Beneath it lay unconscious fairies, bound, bruised, and gagged. "A thief?" Seaman's voice was frigid. "The real thieves are all of you." He let the silence hang for a moment before continuing. "I knew what you were transporting from the very beginning. The aura of fairies is distinct, even someone with minimal sensitivity could sense it. I simply played along long enough to identify the mage trailing you." Panic swept through the merchants' faces. Some began mumbling excuses. "Save it!" Seaman cut them off coldly. "You're lackeys, errand boys for some twisted noble, right? I've heard rumors about certain noble houses with disgusting tastes. And you lot? You're their brokers. You don't know what you're getting into," one of the merchants shouted. "Our employer is the Linton family. Even if you're a viscount, touch us and you'll be dragged into something you can't escape." Seaman turned to them, eyes like steel. "Still not getting it, are you? If you vanished during a job, robbed by bandits, or disappeared with the ransom, who's really going to come looking for you? No one. And even if they do, they won't find the truth." The merchants went pale. One stammered, "Wait, you mean, you're going to kill us?" Seaman gave a cold smile. "Didn't you just say thieves deserve to be beaten to death? Don't worry. I'm just following your logic." "No! Please, wait! Give us one more chance!" they begged. But Seaman raised his hand again. A surge of magic burst forth, and in a flash of darkness and light, a massive explosion engulfed the bound merchants. Their screams were drowned by the blast. When the smoke cleared, they were gone. A moment later, Philip stepped forward and carefully untied the unconscious fairies. As they awoke, they murmured thanks to him, eyes still dazed. Seaman, meanwhile, walked over to Erwin, still trapped by the remnants of Black Bind. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the magic. The moment her limbs were free, Erwin leapt away, landing gracefully on a nearby branch. Her wandless fingers twitched with caution. "How do you know Lord Erin's?" she demanded. "There's no need for hostility." Seaman replied calmly. Just then, Sebastian approached and handed him Erwin's wand. Seaman tossed it lightly toward her. She caught it in midair. I'm Luke, he said. I've known Errands for a long time. You likely wouldn't believe me even if I told you how. That aside, you plan to return the fairies to their village, don't you? Let us accompany you. Erwin frowned. No need. I can handle it on my own. But your hands are still shaking, Seaman said, his tone gentler now. You're exhausted. If anyone attacks, you won't be able to defend yourself properly. This mess is partially my fault too, so at least let me make up for that. She hesitated. I still don't trust you. That's wise, Seaman said. But if you cling too tightly to suspicion, you might miss something truly important standing right in front of you. After a pause, Erwin finally descended from the tree. Without a word, she began walking beside them, following Seaman and Philip as they escorted the fairies. As she walked, her mind swirled. How could a human know Lord Errands? And that magic he used, it was inhuman. Could he really be? She quickly dismissed the thought. No. That's ridiculous. There's no way someone from the Locken family could be like that. Philip, too, was caught in his own thoughts. He'd seen Seaman's spell, felt the weight of it. That was definitely dark magic. Even I, a novice, recognized golems. That was the Demon King's magic. Banned across the Empire. Lost to time. How could he know it? Seaman's voice cut into his thoughts. Philip. Don't you feel it? Isn't the forest different from before? Philip looked around, brow furrowing. Now that you mention it, yeah? The air feels heavier. Like it's lifeless. Seaman's eyes narrowed. So it wasn't just my imagination. The deeper we go, the worse this place feels. Fairies live in harmony with nature. Wherever they dwell, life should bloom, barren soil becomes fertile, wilted plants revive. But here. Just then, one of the fairies pointed ahead. We're here. This is our home. Philip's eyes widened at the sight before him. This is the fairies' village? It's desolate. Can anyone even live here? Erwin nodded, her voice somber. Long ago, fairies used spirit arts, powers gained through contracts with spirits. The spirit realm? Philip asked. We were severed from it. Ever since the gate between our worlds was sealed 500 years ago, the land's vitality drained away. And with it, our connection to nature. Now, this is what remains. If we don't find the tear of the land soon, Erwin thought grimly, even the elves will share this fate. Suddenly, the quiet was broken by joyful cries. Other fairies poured out from their homes, faces lighting up as they saw their kin. You're back! Thank the spirits, you're safe! Then, an elder fairy approached Seaman. He instinctively sensed her status, her aura calm yet ancient. Don't worry, he told her. We'll be leaving soon. We only came to ensure their safe return. But the elder pointed behind him and said, It has come, the key of the world. It has returned. Seaman blinked. The key? Look behind you, she said. Seaman turned, and froze. The trail they had walked on was now covered in radiant blossoms of every color. Flowers stretched across the path like a sacred offering, blooming impossibly where the soil had once been barren. What on earth is this? Seaman murmured, truly taken aback. And in the silence that followed, no one could answer. Erwin's voice rang with disbelief. No way. Philip glanced around at the desolate landscape and furrowed his brows. What happened here? Why does the path you walked look like this? Seaman silently reached for the necklace hanging around his neck, the one Princess Raina had given him. A troubled thought crossed his mind. Could this all be because of this necklace? Erwin's eyes narrowed the moment she caught sight of it. Wait. That necklace. That energy, there's no mistaking it. It's from the World Tree. Seaman's thoughts echoed the name. The World Tree? Erwin stepped closer, her tone shifting to urgency. By chance, this is exactly what we need right now. I don't know how you acquired such a thing, but would you be willing to hand it over? Seaman shook his head apologetically. I'm afraid I can't. This necklace is very precious to me. Frustrated, Erwin clenched her teeth. I knew you wouldn't give it up so easily. Then I'll have no choice but to take it by force. But before she could make a move, Philip stepped forward, positioning himself between them. Wait. My lord has shown nothing but kindness. Are you truly going to turn on him the moment the situation becomes inconvenient? Just then, Elder Fairy Elva collapsed to her knees, Lady Erwin. Please don't fight, don't. Her voice faltered as she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. The nearby fairies rushed to her side in a panic, desperately trying to wake her. What just happened? Philip asked in alarm. Erwin quickly knelt beside Elva and began chanting a spell, a look of grim understanding on her face. I suspected as much. Spirits rely on the energy of nature to survive. But with this village cut off from the spirit realm, they've been sacrificing their own life force to sustain it. This fairy, she's already pushed herself too far. If this continues, she'll die. Seaman looked down at the necklace once more. The weight of Princess Raina's gesture pressed on his heart. With a sigh, he muttered, Guess I don't have a choice, and tossed the necklace toward Erwin. Take it. Philip turned in disbelief. My lord, that was a gift from the princess. Shut it, Seaman snapped. Go help them. With that necklace, I'm sure you can find a way. Am I wrong? Erwin caught the necklace, surprised by his change of heart. With the World Tree's power, we can replenish their life force. But are you sure about this? It seemed deeply important to you. Seaman gave a faint smile. It can't be helped. I think its original owner would have preferred this. Erwin nodded and gently placed the necklace on Elva's chest, chanting a powerful incantation. As the spell activated, greenery burst forth, spreading life throughout the decaying village. Seaman watched in silence. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of person Raina is. Always thinking of others first, even at the cost of her own safety. She cherishes every life, no matter how small. Even if she were to lose all her memories and start anew, I doubt that would ever change. That's who she is, to her very soul. Moments later, Elva slowly opened her eyes, blinking in surprise at the vibrant energy all around her. Seaman's thoughts deepened. I can't believe it restored someone on the brink of death so quickly. This power is far greater than I imagined. Erwin turned to him, her expression solemn. Lord Luke, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. My name is Erwin Lisa. Under the orders of Sir Ernst, I've been searching for the tears of the earth. Philip looked up in shock. Wait. Are you the one who created the artificial magic crystals used by the giants? Erwin sighed. That was merely a byproduct of my research into replicating the tears of the earth. Truth be told, releasing those into the world remains my greatest regret. She continued. After this world was severed from the spirit realm, many races fell into chaos, fairies included. The same applies to us elves. Without the spirit's power, we grow weaker by the day. To remedy this, we must restore the link between our worlds. The key to that lies in the tears of the earth. Erwin bowed deeply before Seaman. Which is why I must ask. Please, tell me about the original owner of that necklace. It may be the clue we need to find the tears. Philip stared in disbelief. An elf, bowing to a human? That's unheard of. But Seaman remained firm. I'm sorry. I can't tell you that. Erwin looked up. Why not? I've already done more than enough to resolve this situation. Seaman replied coldly. I would rather you not ask anything further about the necklace's owner. He turned his back on her and began walking away. Their circumstances are unfortunate, but dragging Raina into something that could affect the entire continent is not an option. Philip, he ordered. We're leaving. Yes, my lord, Philip answered, following after him as Erwin stood in silent contemplation. Later, at the northern military headquarters of Chrome City, Seaman arrived and was welcomed by the temporary commander of Tolud Fortress, Count Naaman. You've done well to make the long journey here, Naaman said. I'm sure you're exhausted, but if you don't mind, I'd like to entrust you with work after a brief tour. We're always short on hands out here. That's fine, Seaman replied. Stabilizing the frontier is our top priority. Naaman chuckled before raising an eyebrow. But I wasn't informed you had 2 companions. Seaman let out a quiet laugh. Let's just say one of them's a bonus. I didn't expect Erwin to follow us so recklessly, but I can't exactly turn away a child I've known since infancy. Damn it, Ernst. What kind of girl did you raise? At that moment, Naaman called out. Anna! You're here. Yes, Commander Naaman, she responded. Drop the formalities, he said. More importantly, introduce yourself. These are. Before he could finish, Anna stepped forward, her eyes fixed on Philip. Is he the new commanding officer? She approached him confidently. Pleased to meet you, sir. I'm Anna Denoa's 7th Cavalry, Northern Imperial Forces. You certainly look the part of a knight, strong and noble. Naaman coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Anna, he's not the commanding officer. He pointed at Seaman. This is Viscount Luke Dlaken. Anna's eyes widened. My sincerest apologies. I didn't expect someone so young. I'm terribly sorry for my earlier comment. Seaman offered a polite smile. Pleased to meet you. I've been assigned as the new commander of Tolud Fortress. I may not look the part, but I hope we'll work well together. Naaman laughed. She's clumsy but good-hearted. Anyway, I told everyone to gather for your arrival. Are they ready? Anna hesitated. Well, Naaman sighed. I get it. Even without seeing it for myself. Seaman raised a brow. The knights don't follow orders? Naaman looked grim. To be honest, most of them come from prestigious noble families. That makes them difficult to manage. Philip thought silently. Makes sense. If they're here, it's because they were either kicked out or sent away for causing problems. No wonder they're so unruly. Naaman leaned in. Let me give you some advice. Just survive your post here as if you were dead. If you stand out too much, they'll crush you. These aren't ordinary troublemakers. These nobles are clever and vicious. If they take a disliking to you, they'll do anything to bring you down. Philip glanced at Naaman's eye patch. So that's how he lost his eye. A little while later, the group arrived at the training grounds. Philip scanned the area and frowned. This is worse than I thought. My lord's usual approach may only earn him enemies here. These people are a poor match for someone like him. What will you do, my lord? Just then, Seaman called out. Dame Anna. Yes, sir? Cancel all scheduled activities. Right now, go and order every knight stationed at Tolud Fortress to gather at the training grounds. He turned, his eyes sharp. Today, the new commanding officers will be holding live sparring sessions, with everyone. Philip's heart sank. So he's just going to beat them into submission. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room within the Baroque Empire's Northern Army 7th Division headquarters. Seated around a large table were the division commander and the leaders of Squad 1 and Squad 2, deep in conversation. Squad 2's leader, Hobart, scoffed as he leaned back in his chair. What? A live blade sparring match? Ha! This is exactly why these pampered little nobles are hopeless. He's clearly trying to act like some gallant leader, but there's no way I'm playing along with that nonsense. Across from him, Squad 1 leader Alex tapped his fingers on the table and said, You say that, but rumor has it he's the one who brought down Count Monarch. Maybe he's hiding something. You let your guard down, and you'll be the one eating dirt, Hobart. Hobart let out a laugh. Monarch? You mean that blowhard who kept parading around about being some distant royal cousin? That guy never lifted a finger without hiding behind his guards. Has anyone actually seen him fight? Don't tell me you got spooked by a couple of tall tales, Alex. Alex replied with a dry smirk. Of course not. But you know nobles, always inflating their achievements. Then again, judging by you, I guess that's not just a noble trait. The room chilled slightly as Hobart narrowed his eyes and suddenly pointed the tip of his sword at Alex's neck. You comparing me to some spoiled noble brat? Seems I let you get too comfortable. Alex didn't flinch. Careful with your words. I've been taking it easy on you lately, but if you've already forgotten how our last bout ended, maybe it's time I reminded you just how wide the gap between us really is. Hobart's expression darkened. He infused his blade with aura, the room filling with pressure. Big words. Let's see if you can still talk after I beat that cocky attitude out of you. But before the situation escalated further, the division commander raised his voice. That's enough, Cuffer. Sit down. His tone cut through the tension like a blade. You two are always bickering like children. What a disgrace. As for this new commander, why bother? Another academic noble looking to play soldier. Scare him a little and he'll tuck tail and vanish like the others. Or better yet, we help open the door for him. The three of them shared a round of laughter, Hobart adding with a grin. Now that's the spirit, Commander. Can always count on you. Well then, let's see how long this one lasts before he breaks. As they stood and prepared to leave, Cuffer's thoughts lingered. So he's from the Locken bloodline? Another frog in a well, mistaking his little pond for the world. I'll be the one to show him what the battlefield really looks like. When they arrived at the training grounds, the atmosphere was electric. Cuffer's eyes widened as he watched night after night being swiftly defeated by the new commander, Seaman. One by one, they collapsed without landing a single blow. What the hell is happening? Cuffer thought in disbelief. Seaman glanced toward them with casual confidence, sword resting on his shoulder. Hey, you over there. Why were you just standing there gawking? You're up. Step forward already. Lying off to the side, still recovering from her defeat, Dame Anna watched with awe and disbelief. He's a monster. I thought he was just another arrogant new officer. She recalled how the confrontation began. Earlier, when Seaman had boldly declared that he would spar against all station knights alone, Anna had stepped forward in protest. Are you serious? She had asked. You're going to take on all of us by yourself? Yes, Seaman had replied without hesitation. She had tried to reason with him. That's reckless. We're border knights, you know. You could end up with wounds that won't ever heal. I understand your concern, Seaman had said, tone calm. But I really don't care. Orders from a superior are absolute, right? Resigned, Anna had drawn her sword. Let's just finish this quickly before he gets seriously hurt, she had thought. I'm coming, she had announced and rushed in. But just as she moved, Seaman had added coolly. Oh, one more thing. Come at me like your life depends on it. I'm terrible at holding back. If you go easy, you're leaving here in pieces. The fight had lasted only seconds. Now, in the present, Anna reflected grimly. After that, he dismantled the entire unit without so much as breaking a sweat. The rest of the knights were too terrified to even move. His skill silenced the whole training ground. Then Hobart shouted at the frozen knights, his voice booming. What the hell are you all doing? Are you scared of one noble brat? Seaman turned toward him with a smirk. So you're next, huh? Gotta give you credit for having guts. Hobart stepped forward, scoffing. You sound just like Alex. Annoying to the end. Fine, I'll shut you up myself. He charged, sword infused with dense aura, and swung hard at Seaman. But Seaman moved effortlessly, dodging with ease. Good weight and power, he said calmly. But too slow. In one smooth motion, Seaman countered, disarming Hobart in a single strike. Alex stepped forward next. Hobart lost that fast. He narrowed his eyes. You're confident in your speed? Then let's see you dodge mine. He dashed at Seaman, weaving around him at high speed. But Seaman's eyes tracked him perfectly. This style, I've seen it before, Seaman muttered. Movements like these have clear weak points. Watch. He sidestepped Alex's blow and landed a decisive hit, dropping him to the ground. Cuffer, watching both of his top squad leaders fall so easily, tensed. Seaman looked around and spoke clearly for all to hear. I heard previous commanders had trouble handling you lot. Honestly, I expected better. This is the so-called elite of the Imperial frontline? Ha, all bark, no bite. He glanced at Cuffer. What about you? Got anything left to show me? Or are you planning to send more warm-up acts? The tension peaked. Cuffer clenched his fists, fury boiling over. Enough! You all call yourselves knights? You're going to let him insult you like this? Get it together! He raised his sword and barked. Form the circle formation! Now! The knights, jolted by his command, snapped into action. In an instant, they surrounded Seaman in a wide ring, weapons drawn. Seaman's eyes narrowed. This is the grand anti-superhuman formation. As the formation shifted into place, Anna's eyes widened in disbelief. She shouted at Cuffer. What? The circular formation? That's way too excessive. Even if the commander's strong, that kind of tactic is meant for fighting gigants, not a single person. But Cuffer barked back sharply. Silence, Anna! His tone brooked no argument. Are you questioning the judgment of your superior officer? Anna clenched her jaw, forced to swallow her words and hold her tongue. Turning to the rest of the unit, Cuffer commanded. All units, battle formation! Squad 1, move forward, attack without hesitation! At his command, the knights surged ahead. Seaman calmly observed them closing in and murmured. So now you're just relying on overwhelming numbers? The frontline knights clashed with him first. Seaman parried their blows with ease. When others came from behind, he turned with a wide sweep of his sword, striking them down with fluid efficiency. Cuffer didn't let up. Don't give him any breathing room. Squad 2, advance! As the second wave of knights charged in, Seaman's brows lifted slightly. Cuffer, watching intently, thought to himself, this formation was designed to suppress gigants, dividing our knights into rotating groups to strike from every angle. It doesn't matter that they're weaker individually. If we keep pressing from all sides, even a powerful foe's stamina will run out eventually. No one can hold out forever. But Seaman smirked and said, "You still don't understand this formation's flaw, do you? Its strength relies entirely on keeping the target locked in place. If you can't contain the enemy..." From the shadows beneath him, a figure emerged, Sebastian, his summoned ally. In one swift motion, Sebastian grabbed a knight and dragged him down, causing confusion in the ranks. "What's happening?" a nearby knight shouted, startled. "I don't know," the fallen knight cried. "Something just yanked me down out of nowhere." Cuffer roared in fury. "Fools! In the middle of battle, taking your eyes off the enemy, are you trying to die?" That split second of disarray was all Seaman needed. Slipping through the disrupted formation like water through a crack, he cut down the remaining knights with brutal precision. "See?" Seaman said coldly. "It only takes one opening. Then the rest of you fall like dominoes." Cuffer could only watch in stunned disbelief. "This can't be." Seaman turned his gaze on him. "You're the only one left. Care to continue?" Cuffer hesitated, face pale. "I concede." Some time later, under the blazing sun, Philip's voice thundered across the training field. 200 push-ups, now!" Drenched in sweat, the exhausted knights dropped to the ground and obeyed. "Yes, sir!" Moments later, Philip shouted again. 300 sit-ups. "Let's go!" Groans echoed, but the knights moved. "Now sprint! Don't stop until I say so!" Their legs burned, but they kept running. One knight finally collapsed, gasping. "I can't take this anymore. We've been running nonstop since the defeat. I haven't even touched a sword in a week. This isn't training, it's torture." Philip appeared beside him like a phantom. "If you've got enough breath to complain, then you've got energy to spare. Should I take that as a request to increase the workload?" The knight stammered. "No, that's not what I meant. Starting today," Philip announced, "all training will be doubled. Anyone who falls behind will receive my personal attention. Now move!" The knight burst into tears as he staggered to his feet and resumed sprinting. Watching from afar, Anna thought grimly, after that sparring match, Instructor Philip's brutal training began. Normally, I'd be right in the thick of it too. Later, in Seaman's office, Anna, Hobart, Cuffer, and Alex stood before their commander. Cuffer asked, "Why did you call just the 4 of us? There's no need to be so tense." Seaman replied calmly. Then, turning to Anna, he asked, "How's everyone holding up?" Anna nodded. "Thanks to you easing up on the training load, we've all recovered well. We're ready." "Thank you?" Hobart frowned. "Commander, you're dodging the question. Why call us here?" "So impatient," Seaman said with a faint smile. "Before answering, I had to confirm your condition." Alex raised an eyebrow. "Confirm our condition? For what, exactly?" Seaman's tone shifted slightly, becoming serious. "During the last sparring match, all of you showed abilities far beyond the average knight. So, for the good of the order, I've made a decision. I will now pass down the Locken family's secret sword technique, the gold sword." A stunned silence fell over the room. Cuffer's thoughts raced. The gold sword, the legendary style of House Locken. Every knight in the Empire knows the tales. Hero Locken used it to slay the Demon King and earn the title of Sword Emperor. It inspired generations to pick up the sword. And now he's offering to teach it? Why? Seaman continued. "Naturally, I won't be handing it over for free. There are 2 conditions. First, you'll need to master the silver sword style first to train your aura flow. Second, this technique cannot leave the family. When your current military service ends, you must pledge your loyalty as Knights of House Locken." Alex looked unsettled. "Hold on, we're all from noble families, and you're asking us to pledge fealty to another house?" Seaman didn't flinch. "But none of you are heirs, are you? That's why you were sent to this remote border post in the first place. You're all expendable to your families. So I ask, will you live in the shadows of nobility, or rise and carve your own name into legend? Choose wisely." After a brief silence, Cuffer stepped forward. "I accept." Anna followed. "Me too. I'll do it." Then Hobart added firmly, "Count me in." All eyes turned to Alex. Cuffer subtly raised a hand behind his back, giving a quiet signal. "Take the opportunity. Learn it. Leave if you must later." Reading the gesture, Alex exhaled and nodded. "I'll follow as well." Seaman stood. "From this moment, you are provisional Knights of House Locken." Serve with everything you have. The group responded in unison. We pledge ourselves, Seaman said. Then we begin immediately, Anna asked. Will you be instructing us personally, Commander? Seaman shook his head. No. There's someone more suitable. Just then, the door opened and Philip walked in. You called? Perfect timing, Seaman said. You remember what I asked? Philip grinned darkly. Of course. You want me to give these knights the same training I once received from your uncle. Right. The 4 knights flinched at his words. Seaman added, No, not the same. Make it 3 times harder. Philip saluted. Understood. Then, turning to the knights, he bellowed. Why are you still standing around? Outside now! The newly chosen knights tensed and stumbled after him.
We got plenty more where that came from. Hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for even more amazing content.